Chapter 552, Realm of Trials by Fire. Chapter 552, Realm of Trials by Fire. Xiaochun had never harbored even the slightest intention of doing what Gongsun Wan'er told him to. As far as he was concerned, only an idiot would have sat there obediently waiting for her to come back. Think I'm a moron? That I'm just gonna sit around waiting? As he fled nervously, he pondered how quickly she had trusted that he would do what she said. Well, all's fair in both love and war. Whatever. It's not like I'll be around to find out what happens later anyway. Although he wasn't sure of exactly what was going on, or what the girl was thinking, he continued to flee at top speed. As usual, he used his simplistic method of sticking to the right to try to find the exit. A few days passed, over which he didn't encounter anyone, and hadn't run into any bizarre situations either. Because of that, he picked up speed, and eventually, the path of his movement as outlined in the jade slip became clearer. Eventually, he stopped and examined the would-be map. Then he looked around at his surroundings for a moment. Although he couldn't be absolutely sure, after examining the jade slip, he was fairly certain that he had passed through this area before. So, this place is a big circle. The labyrinth is made up of a whole bunch of massive, interconnecting concentric rings. What I have been assuming is the right-hand wall is actually the left-hand wall in other locations. They're the same wall. In that case, there are two possibilities. The first is that all of the rings in the labyrinth are never-ending dead ends, and only one of the rings has the exit. The other possibility is that none of the rings have an exit, and that the exit is in some other location. Xiaochun rubbed his forehead and sighed. Despite how long he had been in the labyrinth, he had no idea whether or not anyone else had found the exit. Although it was a huge and complicated place, there were plenty of amazing geniuses among cultivators, so just because he hadn't solved the puzzle didn't mean no one else had. Muttering a bit, he looked at the jade slip for a bit longer, then headed down a path that headed left, continuing to track his progress as he went along. Whenever he encountered a place that he thought he had passed before, he would pick a different path. However, the entire time, he generally continued to go to the right. I have to find a spot where this ring connects to the next ring. It's got to be around here somewhere. Gritting his teeth, he proceeded to search. There's no guarantee that this method will find me the exit, but as long as nobody interferes and gets me lost again, I think it has a good chance of succeeding. Half a month later, Xiaochun was looking a bit haggard. However, he had long since found a way into the next ring, and had also confirmed that it was also a never-ending dead end. However, he didn't give up looking for a way to the next ring. As time crawled by, bad luck seemed to be further away than ever, and good luck seemed just around the corner. Another month passed by. By this point, Xiaochun's jade slip was filled with a complicated outline of the various paths he had traveled. As he moved along, he was constantly absorbed in studying the unfolding map. Eventually, he stopped in place and looked up to find that ahead of him was a wide-open square. The square did not contain any candles or blood-soaked buns. Right in the middle of it was an altar with a glowing door atop it. As soon as he saw that door, his heart swelled with excitement. Finally! I finally found it! Xiaochun took a few moments to calm himself down. Furthermore, he didn't just blindly charge toward the door. He took a moment to examine his surroundings, and after confirming that there wasn't anything overtly dangerous, he began to slowly make his way forward. Soon, he was at the end of the tunnel and right at the border of the square, where he looked at the shining door and began to laugh loudly. What kind of crappy labyrinth is this anyway? With the snap of a finger, Xiaochun brought this place to the verge of becoming ash. Now, with a bit of thought on my part, I'll finish the job and breeze through the exit. Feeling very proud of himself, he flew toward the altar and the glowing door. There was no rumbling or any other sound as he flew inside and disappeared. His vision swam, and when it grew clear, he looked around and instantly began to tremble. In fact, he couldn't even breathe. There didn't appear to be any ground in this place, just an empty void. Stretching out in all directions were numerous glowing spheres of starlight, well over 1,000 of them. Within each globe of starlight was a person. There were ordinary cultivators, soul cultivators, and savage giants, all of them sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed, as if in meditation. Occasionally, the expressions on their faces would change. Some would grit their teeth, some would look elated. All sorts of different emotions could be seen. Xiaochun actually recognized many of the people in the spheres as people from both the Great Wall and the Wildlands who had gathered outside the labyrinth. It seems that more than 1,000 other people got to the end of the labyrinth before me. After looking around for only a moment, he saw Chen Hetian, Zhao Tianjia, and Chen Yuishan. Among those from the Wildlands, he spotted a woman in a long red gown. Mistress Red Dust. Mistress Red Dust's glowing sphere was very eye-catching, sending dazzling light out in all directions, making it much brighter than any of the other spheres. Not even the light of 100 of the other glowing spheres would come close to hers. After examining the situation a bit more closely, Xiaochun realized that he was also surrounded by a glowing sphere of starlight, and that he was just another amongst the group of more than 1,000 people floating within this starry sky. In the middle of all the stars, floating there right in the boundless void, was a shocking, soul-stirring stone stele of enormous size. Xiaochun wasn't even able to tell exactly how large it was. It had words written on its surface describing the rules of the trials by fire here. Furthermore, each glowing sphere was connected to the stone stele by a faintly shimmering thread. Xiaochun trembled inwardly at the sight of this second stone stele, which looked similar to the first one outside the labyrinth. Based on the description written on the stone, passing a trial by fire here was the way to leave the labyrinth, and whoever took first place would acquire the Deva soul. By this point, Xiaochun realized that he had definitely reached the end of the labyrinth, and entered the realm of the trials by fire. Deva souls are great and all, but my poor little life is most important. This place seems pretty safe, so I think the best thing will be to wait for someone else to get the Deva soul, and then just leave. With that, he reached out with both hands to touch the glowing sphere that surrounded him, to see if it was possible to emerge from within it. Unfortunately, the sphere itself was an unbreakable barrier that was impossible to pass. That actually made him very happy. Seems I was right. This place is great. Ha ha ha. If I can't get out, then other people probably can't get in. We can all just sit around in harmony. He was quite pleased with how fair and considerate this realm of trials by fire was. Even as he reveled in his delight, he noticed some starlight off in the distance forming into a glowing sphere. Inside, a shadowy figure appeared who quickly became distinct. Zhou Yixing. Zhou Yixing looked very excited at having been able to find the exit. Just like Xiaochun had, he looked around at his surroundings and almost immediately noticed the shocking stone stele. After a bit of time passed, he saw Xiaochun. When their gazes met, Zhou Yixing's eyes went wide. As for Xiaochun, he laughed heartily. Apparently, Zhou Yixing really was Xiaochun's lucky star. Not only had he luckily escaped death, but he had also found the exit. Even though Xiaochun wasn't sure if Zhou Yixing could hear him, he waved his hand enthusiastically and called out a greeting. Zhou Yixing's face twitched as he glared at Xiaochun. Then he gritted his teeth and turned away, worried that if he kept looking at Xiaochun, more bad luck might come his way. After seeing Zhou Yixing look away, Xiaochun cleared his throat and rubbed his nose, then looked around, feeling a bit bored. These people are taking forever. It's just a trial by fire, right? Hurry up and finish. Yawning, he looked back at the stone stele to see if he could figure out what was taking so long. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553, Spirit Enhancement? Chapter 553, Spirit Enhancement? Any cultivator within one of the glowing spheres merely had to look in the direction of the text on the stone stele, and the words would appear in their minds. Although the descriptions of the trials by fire seemed simple, anyone who took first place in any of the trials listed on the stele would be named the overall first place winner. It didn't matter which trial by fire it was, or when the cultivator started it. As long as they took first place, they would immediately be teleported to the third level of the labyrinth, which was the location of the Deva soul. However, the description wasn't clear about whether or not others might also be able to reach that third level. Based on the way the rules were described, it seemed possible that if the first place winner didn't acquire the Deva soul quickly enough, then the second and third place winners of the trial by fire might also be teleported to the third level, and thus have a chance to acquire the Deva soul. There was also a point explaining how the further one proceeded in a trial by fire, the more brightly that person's glowing sphere would shine. From that, Xiaochun could tell that Mistress Red Dust was further along than anyone else. Likely, she would take first place and get the Deva soul. Xiaochun felt a bit disappointed about that. After all, he wasn't absolutely set on winning another Deva soul, but if he could do so without much trouble, he would be more than happy. At this point, though, there didn't seem much hope. He had arrived too late, behind over 1,000 others. Sighing, he looked closer at the stele to see the information about the various trials by fire. The first was a trial regarding battle prowess. "No way am I gonna do that one," he murmured with the shake of his head. "All the fighting and killing doesn't suit me at all." The second trial by fire caused his eyes to glitter. It was a trial of medicine concocting. Medicine concocting, huh? I'm pretty good at that. Enthused, he proceeded down the list. Divine ability trial? Equipment forging trial? God's soul trial? None of those will do. There's no way I could match up with Granny Red Dust in divine abilities. I can't forge equipment, and I haven't even formed a God's soul yet, whatever that is. I guess medicine concocting is the best bet for me. Xiaochun was started to get interested in the idea, especially considering how boring it was. With that, he continued to look at the rest of the trials. Supreme Unity Trial? Spirit Enhancement Trial? Intrepid Body Trial? Xiaochun had no idea what the Supreme Unity Trial was about, so he dismissed it. As for the Intrepid Body Trial, he had his speculations. Sounds like that's a test of fleshly body power. Definitely not for me. Too dangerous. He continued to look down the stone stele, upon which were at least 100 different trials by fire of all sorts. Many of them were tests of things Xiaochun had never heard of, and eventually, his attention was drawn back to the trials of medicine concocting and spirit enhancement. However, he was still hesitating. It's too bad that time is so limited, otherwise I would pick the medicine concocting. But when it comes to spirit enhancement... Xiaochun's eyes narrowed a bit, glittering with a mischievous light as he realized that this was the perfect opportunity to cheat. If I can use my turtle walk, then a spirit enhancement trial wouldn't be hard for me at all. Maybe I would still have a chance of snatching first place away from Mistress Red Dust. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. Yeah, might as well. I have no chance of catching up in medicine concocting, so I guess I should place my bet on spirit enhancement. If I win, I'll get a Deva soul, and if I lose, no harm done. And thus, his decision was made. Focusing on the spirit enhancement trial, he followed the description on the stone stele, allowing his mind to sink into the words. Rumbling sounds filled his mind, and everything around him began to spin. All of a sudden, he realized that his soul was leaving his body and flying toward the stone stele. Shocked, he looked back to see himself sitting cross-legged in meditation in the glowing sphere. Because his soul was no longer in his body, the mask on his face stopped working, and slowly fell down onto his chest. Xiaochun was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, and yet there was nothing he could do to change the situation. In the next moment, his soul slammed into the stone stele. More rumbling sounds filled his mind, like the sound of thousands of ghosts screaming simultaneously, trying to shred his soul to pieces. Thankfully, it didn't last for long, only a few breaths worth of time. Then the sounds faded away, his blurred vision turned clear, and he found himself in a private chamber of some sort. The walls were pitch black, and seemed oppressively sinister. The chamber was completely empty except for 3 stone daïses, each one roughly waist-high. Atop the center dais was a withered yellow leaf that seemed completely ordinary in nature, and in fact, that was exactly what it was. It was a leaf so ordinary that it couldn't have been more mundane. Floating above the left-hand stone dais was a slowly burning tongue of red flame. The flame wasn't very hot, only a bit more than ordinary flame from the mortal world. However, Xiaochun could instantly tell that it was no ordinary flame, it was the one-colored flame that was commonly seen in the cultivation world. On the right-hand dais were some random materials such as rocks, vegetation, and metals, as well as some other things that Xiaochun didn't recognize. However, there was something familiar about them, and after a moment, he realized that they reminded him of some of the things he had seen Big Fatty Zhang use when performing spirit enhancements. Other than the 3 stone daïses, there was nothing else in the room. Clearly, this room was designed to be a spirit enhancement workshop, and the current task was to perform a one-fold spirit enhancement. Xiaochun looked around, and took a moment to study the one-colored flame. Then he thought back to how the mask had fallen off his face outside, and started to get nervous. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm probably fine. The glowing spheres are really tough, otherwise, the people who showed up first would have ended up getting killed. First things first, I need to see if I can summon my turtle walk." After all, he didn't have his bag of holding in this place, nor any of his other belongings. Therefore, he took a deep breath and then waved his finger like he usually did to summon the turtle walk. Instantly, a black light shot out, resolving into the shape of the turtle walk. Xiaochun was taken aback, but quickly began to laugh proudly. "It came in with me. Ha ha ha. I can't believe it actually came in with me." Eyes shining brightly, he thought about what it would be like to take first place and get his hands on that Deva soul. "With my turtle walk, who can possibly compete with me? HMMPHHH. When Xiaochun wants to take first place, who dares to stand in his way?" Confidently swishing his sleeve, he stuck his chin up proudly. However, he knew that time was of the essence, so he quickly suppressed his excitement and walked up to take the one-colored flame. Then, he excitedly threw it into the turtle walk. In response, the turtle walk trembled and soaked up the flame, and the designs on its surface began to shine brightly. More confident than ever, Xiaochun chuckled and then carefully picked up the withered leaf. After looking it over and confirming it was just an ordinary item, he muttered, "What a waste to enhance a leaf like this." However, he felt fairly certain that, no matter what items he enhanced here, he would not be able to take them with him, so in the end, it didn't really matter how the fuel was used. Therefore, he tossed the leaf into the turtle walk. Instantly, the turtle walk's designs flared with light that coalesced onto the leaf. A moment later, the blinding light faded away, and a single silver design could be seen on the surface of the leaf. Xiaochun quickly picked it up and looked at it. Other than the silver design, he couldn't find anything else about it that was unusual. "What a waste," he thought, shaking his head. Looking over at the left-hand dais, he saw that another tongue of flame had appeared, this one with 2 colors. Of course, it was none other than 2-colored flame. "I guess it doesn't matter. This is just a trial by fire, and none of this stuff belongs to me anyway. No skin off my back." With that, he casually took the 2-colored flame and started another spirit enhancement. Before long, the leaf had 2 silver designs on it. Then a third, a fourth, and so on, until there were a total of 8. By this point, Xiaochun was really bemoaning the whole situation. "An 8-fold spirit enhancement," he murmured, looking at the leaf in his palm. It was still withered, but was clearly more durable and tough than before. It was even glowing a bit, and was obviously much more than an ordinary leaf. It was now some sort of treasure. At this point he had another idea, considering that it had become a valuable treasure. If he could brand it to himself, then perhaps it would recognize him as its master, and then allow him to take it away with him when he left. Hoping for the best, he performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, sending his personal mark into the leaf, which glowed in response. It was a success. Pleased, Bai Xiaochun took the 9-colored flame and began to perform another spirit enhancement. 9, 10. Before long, there were a shocking 10 silver designs on the surface of the leaf. Although it still looked withered, its fundamental nature had changed, and it now glowed with a bright light. Anyone who looked at it would take it to be jade or some other precious stone. 10-fold enhancement. Bai Xiaochun murmured. Looking over at the stone dais, he watched as an 11-colored flame took form, entrancing and eye-catching. Most accurately speaking, the 11-colored flame wasn't actually made up of 11 colors. However, Bai Xiaochun could tell just by looking at it that it was 11-colored flame. It was impossible to describe exactly how he knew it. Further, there was something about how the fire was constantly changing that tugged at his soul with shocking power. Thinking back to the golden design on the fire soul arrow, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered, and he thought, in the past, I speculated about what miraculous transformations would occur with an 11-fold spirit enhancement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554, Profoundly Mysterious. Chapter 554, Profoundly Mysterious. When Bai Xiaochun's soul entered the trial by fire dimension inside of the stone steel, none of the other people participating in the trials could see. However, Zhou Yixing still hadn't selected which trial by fire to enter. At one point, he got a strange feeling, and looked over to find that one of the glowing spheres off in the distance was growing brighter. At that point, his jaw dropped as he realized that he was looking at Bai Xiaochun sitting there, his mask having fallen off of his face. Bai Xiaochun's glowing sphere was much brighter than it was before, and from the look of it, appeared to already be among the 500 brightest spheres. So, it turns out he really is Bai Xiaochun. How could he be going so fast? What trial by fire did he pick? Unconvinced that Bai Xiaochun could possibly be advancing so quickly, he took a deep breath and tore his gaze away, determined to focus solely on his own trial by fire. Meanwhile, back in the private spirit enhancement workshop, the turtle walk was absorbing the 11-colored flame, and Bai Xiaochun was looking on in anticipation as the leaf began to shine brightly. The light was far more dazzling than that from the previous 10 enhancements, causing silver to flood the area. But then, as Bai Xiaochun looked on with wide eyes, the 10 silver designs overlapped, transforming into a single golden design. So, it really does work that way. At this point, Bai Xiaochun assumed the process was concluded. However, in a sudden, unexpected turn of events, the instant the golden design appeared, the leaf wriggled, and began to turn green. After it was completely green, life force could be sensed inside of it, leaving Bai Xiaochun thunderstruck. How is this possible? He exclaimed. Even as he looked on, the leaf stalk began to grow out, turning into a branch that had even more leaves on it. Shockingly, even those leaves began to grow out into larger branches. Bai Xiaochun forgot to breathe as he watched a small tree trunk form, and more branches spread out. As of this moment, the turtle walk actually contained a small tree. The tree brimmed with life force, and seemed completely corporeal. A dazzling golden design could be seen on its surface. Furthermore, the incredible transformations had completely wiped away Bai Xiaochun's own mark. With an 11-fold spirit enhancement, that one leaf turned into an entire tree. The 11-fold enhancement even erased my branding mark. And the silver design transformed into a golden one. However, after looking more closely at the tree, Bai Xiaochun could tell that it wasn't completely stable. Occasionally, it would blur, as though it existed somewhere in between the level of a leaf and a tree. That was the same characteristic shared by the fire soul arrow. Bai Xiaochun was completely shaken by the precious spirit enhancement he had performed. As of this moment, he had a much deeper understanding of how spirit enhancements worked. With that, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and pointed out, hoping that he could brand his mark onto the little tree to make it his own. As soon as the mark settled onto the tree, Xiaochun confirmed that even 11-fold spirit-enhanced items could also be branded to a master. So, he thought, gnawing his lip, when a treasure receives an 11-fold spirit enhancement, it transforms on a fundamental level. It doesn't matter who it belonged to before, anyone who leaves a branding mark on it will become its new master. By this point, he had completely forgotten about his goal of taking first place in the trial by fire. All of his interest was focused on the spirit enhancements. The first 10 enhancements left silver designs. Could it be that the next 10 all leave golden designs? But what about after that? What kind of designs will appear then? Xiaochun's eyes shone with unprecedented brightness as he looked over at the stone dais, upon which another flame was taking form. Without the slightest hesitation, he began to perform more spirit enhancements. 12-fold. 13-fold. 14-fold. More golden designs appeared on the surface of the little tree, until there were 4. At the same time, the tree grew more healthy and strong. The trunk became thicker, and more branches spread out, each of which was covered with numerous leaves. Also, a strong pressure began to radiate out from the tree. When Xiaochun sensed the increasingly powerful pressure coming from the tree, his excitement grew. By now, he was completely entranced with spirit enhancing, and kept his eyes glued to the tree as he grabbed the 15-colored flame and started another enhancement. In the instant that the spirit enhancement was completed, the turtle walk began to tremble in unprecedented fashion. This was a reaction Xiaochun had never witnessed before. The golden light which shone out of the walk was so intense it was almost completely blinding. As of this moment, Xiaochun realized that a 15-fold enhancement must be a point at which drastic transformations occurred. What transformation, though? Xiaochun murmured, gnawing excitedly on his lip. Soon, the golden design on the turtle walk faded, and the tree grew bigger. At the same time, it began to pulse faintly with the power of a deva. Deva! Xiaochun blurted, his expression one of complete incredulity. Although he hadn't interacted with devas very many times, he had done so enough to recognize the fluctuations of the deva realm. After looking carefully at the tree, he reached out to touch it, and when he did, he suddenly felt as if he were connected to the heavens. I can't believe that spirit enhancement is so profoundly mysterious. Expression flickering, he took a few steps back. Then, seemingly entranced, he grabbed the next tongue of flame off of the stone dais and began another spirit enhancement. Rumble. 16-fold. 17-fold. 18-fold. 19-fold. 20-fold. He performed 5 spirit enhancements in a row, causing the tree to grow larger and larger. By now, it seemed to fill most of the workshop, and even seemed like it might break through the walls to continue its growth. Upon looking up, Xiaochun couldn't even see the top of the tree. Thankfully, there was still some room inside of the turtle walk to continue performing spirit enhancements. 10 golden designs covered the surface of the tree, dazzling and eye-catching. Furthermore, the deva power the tree radiated caused Xiaochun to tremble physically. To him, it almost felt like there was an actual deva standing in front of him, a deva far more powerful than either Chen Hutian or Mistress Red Dust. Apparently, this level of power was the peak of the deva realm. It was like a brooding thunderstorm that, if it touched Xiaochun, would kill him in body and soul, regardless of how powerful his fleshly body was. In fact, Xiaochun was fairly certain that it was even strong enough to render Chen Hutian and Mistress Red Dust completely powerless. Even more exciting to Xiaochun was the fact that the tree still had his mark on it. With a single thought and the wave of a finger, he could make it into a magical item of his own possession. With a magical item like that, he was completely confident in being able to dominate Chen Hutian or Mistress Red Dust. I created this treasure because of my turtle walk. I wonder if there are any other precious treasures in the world that have 20-fold spirit enhancements? If I can take this tree with me, then I've definitely struck gold. I could go back to the river-defying sect immediately. However, his excitement quickly devolved into concern of what was at stake. Considering how powerful the tree was, he couldn't imagine that he would actually be able to take it out of this place. Therefore, he reached out to the newest tongue of flame and put it into the turtle walk. 21-fold. Meanwhile, on the outside, Xiaochun felt his hair standing on end. Earlier, he had decided which trial by fire to select, and was just about to enter it, when Xiaochun's glowing sphere began to shine even more brightly. The truth was that Xiaochun's sphere really was increasing in brightness far too quickly. Xiaochun's eyes went wide as he watched it rapidly surpass almost all of the other glowing spheres in the area. All of the people in those spheres had arrived in this area before Xiaochun, and yet now, didn't measure up to him at all. He was even catching up to Mistress Red Dust, who had once been the clear leader. Although he hadn't caught up yet, from the way the light of his sphere emanated boundless brightness, it didn't seem impossible for him to catch up to Mistress Red Dust. Xiaochun's eyes couldn't have been wider, and his mind was spinning. Convinced he must be seeing things, he rubbed his eyes, and yet, upon opening them, nothing had changed. How could this be happening? He muttered through angrily gritted teeth, his jealousy rising. Damn it, don't tell me he's actually going to take first place? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555, The Pinnacle. Chapter 555, The Pinnacle. 21-fold. Rumbling sounds echoed about within the workshop, causing the walls to shake to the point where they were beginning to break apart. However, the 3 stone daisies remained in place. As for Xiaochun, he grabbed one of the tree branches for stability. As he did, the 10 golden designs on the surface of the tree began to converge together. Xiaochun was panting, and forced himself not to blink as he waited to see what transformation would occur with a 21-fold spirit enhancement. This was an opportunity for him to get a glimpse of the power of spirit enhancement that he would never be able to see on the outside. Currently, the intense rumbling sounds weren't just affecting the area around the tree, the huge stone steel on the outside was also shaking. The process lasted for about a dozen breaths of time, whereupon Xiaochun's eyes went wide as the 10 golden designs began to turn violet. In the end, they became a single violet design. When the violet design was complete, the tree didn't continue to grow larger. Instead, blinding violet light shone out, and a face suddenly became visible on its surface, as if it were turning into a living being. There was something profoundly ancient about the face, and yet, when it opened its eyes, they shone like that of an infant as they looked around curiously. The Deva aura of the tree faded away, and was replaced with a pressure that was even more terrifying. Although the pressure remained mostly inside of the tree, Xiaochun was still able to sense it, and could tell that if it were unleashed, it could do mind-boggling things. Xiaochun's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. Mind spinning, he cautiously checked to see if his branding mark was still on the tree. When he saw that the mark was still there, unchanged by the 21-fold spirit enhancement, he sighed in relief. After the 10th enhancement, the leaf became a tree. After the 20th, the tree became a spirit. A tree spirit? A plant spirit? Swallowing hard, and wiping the sweat from his brow, he looked at the tree in face, which still had a blank look at its eyes. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Whatever it is, my mark is still there." Considering the 21-fold enhancement is completely heaven-defying, I wonder what will happen after the 30th enhancement. As Xiaochun considered all these matters, his anticipation regarding a 30-fold enhancement grew keener than ever. Looking over at the stone pedestal and the new flame, his eyes shone with madness as he began to perform more spirit enhancements. 22. With every spirit enhancement after the 20th, heaven-shaking, earth-shattering rumbling sounds rocked the area. The workshop had long since been destroyed, and as for the tree, it was trembling violently. At the same time, the light in its eyes grew more profound, and it even began to show signs of intelligence. It was almost as if it were growing profoundly older with each passing moment. Outside, the stone steel was shaking, almost as if it were unable to withstand the spirit enhancements that Bai Xiaochun was performing. And as for Bai Xiaochun's glowing sphere, it was so bright that it had long since outshone Mistress Red Dust's, and was almost the only thing visible in the entire void. By this point, Zhou Yixing was in complete despair, especially after he calculated how much time had passed. This Bai Xiaochun is completely inhuman. I hope I never meet him in person ever again. What was happening was a huge blow to Zhou Yixing, and had him completely downhearted. Bai Xiaochun's spirit enhancement session was causing the stone steel to shake so violently that many of the trial takers in the surrounding glowing spheres found their trials interrupted. Apparently, the stone steel didn't have the power to sustain all of the trials by fire, and therefore, people soon began to regain consciousness. At first, those who recovered looked around blankly, but soon cries of alarm began to ring out. What's going on? Hey, what am I doing out here? I wasn't finished with my trial by fire. Heavens! Look at how badly the stone steel is shaking. What's happening? And whose sphere is glowing so brightly? Bai Xiaochun. The stone steel was still shaking, but hadn't collapsed. Although more and more trial takers were being ejected, Bai Xiaochun wasn't showing any signs of stopping in his mad burst of spirit enhancement. 23. When the 3 violet designs appeared, the stone steel began to shake even harder, and had no choice but to eject hundreds more of the trial takers. And yet, after a moment, even that wasn't enough, and soon everyone other than Mistress Red Dust and Bai Xiaochun was interrupted. It didn't matter how the other people were progressing in their trials by fire, they were all removed. Over 1,000 people were now awake, and the buzz of conversation was louder than ever. Of course, as all of the other trial takers were interrupted, their glowing spheres went dark, until there were only 2 that glowed with blinding light. One belonged to Bai Xiaochun, and the other, to Mistress Red Dust. Bai Xiaochun's glowing sphere was completely radiant, with Mistress Red Dust's being significantly less bright. And yet, hers was still bright enough to attract quite a bit of attention. It's Bai Xiaochun. Heavens! Which trial did Devil Bai go into? Not even a deva can compare to him. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun's hair was in complete disarray, and he was shouting in excitement. 24. With the 4th violet design, even more intelligence gleamed in the tree's eyes, and it even looked down at Bai Xiaochun. That was when a crack appeared on the stone steel outside, causing widespread astonishment among the onlookers. And yet, things weren't over yet. Bai Xiaochun madly yelled, 25. He couldn't even determine the color of the fire he had just thrown into the wok, but as soon as it entered, intense violet light streamed out, and a 5th violet design appeared on the tree. At that point, the face on the tree let out a sigh that seemed to originate in the most ancient of times. The echoing sigh also seemed to be filled with the evidence of countless other living beings, lives that were constantly multiplying. At the same time, the tree itself was evolving in a direction that seemed almost completely outrageous to Bai Xiaochun. Unfortunately, it was still missing something to be complete, and what it was missing was more spirit enhancements. A world! Don't tell me that after the 30th spirit enhancement, this tree will become its own world? Bai Xiaochun's mind spun with unprecedented enlightenment, and his body trembled. However, he still reached out to get the new fire from the stone dais. Sadly, the dais was incapable of producing a 26th flame, and instead, crumbled into dust. In addition, the other 2 daisies in the tree also crumbled away. Bai Xiaochun felt like his mind was being struck by countless bolts of lightning. This trial by fire had been of incredible benefit to him, and was definitely unprecedented good fortune. Not only had his own spirit enhancement abilities improved, but it was likely that he now knew more about spirit enhancement than almost anyone else in the lands of Heavenspan. It would be easier to find a phoenix feather or a qilin horn than to find someone as knowledgeable as him. What left him most shaken of all was that he now realized how much he had overlooked spirit enhancement. Spirit enhancement could turn what was useless into something miraculous. Essentially, it was the greatest source of good fortune in the entire world. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding, and deep inside of him, he suddenly had a profound desire to focus on spirit enhancement, for much the same reason he had developed his desire to learn how to concoct medicine. Spirit enhancement could help him live forever. Live forever? It can even turn you into a world. From what he could tell, the path of spirit enhancement could possibly be a more direct route to his goal, and that was because of the turtle walk. Just where exactly did my turtle walk come from? The incredible spirit enhancement powers of the turtle walk left by Xiaochun even more curious about its origins. Even as he was shaken by all of these things, a voice echoed out that seemed to come from beyond the heavens. You have taken first place. At the same time, a profound darkness spread out over the realm of the trials by fire, seemingly sealing it in place. As for Bai Xiaochun, before he could even react to anything, he found himself being sucked into a vortex. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 556, Third Level. Chapter 556, Third Level. Outside of the stone steel, in the glowing sphere of light, Bai Xiaochun's eyes opened. A blank look could be seen in them, and before he could react, the glowing sphere became another vortex which sucked him inside. Then the vortex vanished. At that point, the stone steel finally stopped shaking, although the crack on its surface remained. Furthermore, the spirit enhancement trial vanished from among the list of available trials. When the more than 1,000 spectators saw that, their jaws dropped, and their minds began to spin. Bai Xiaochun vanished. Did he really take first place? That means he must have just gone to the third level to get the Deva soul. How could it be him? Damn that devil Bai. Why did it have to be him? Humph. Actually, it's good that he's getting the Deva soul. If a Deva won it, none of us would ever have a chance of taking it away. But there's no way Devil Bai will be able to keep his hands on it. That's right. Now Bai Xiaochun is worth more than ever. Kill him, and not only will you get a full set of 5 elements Deva beast souls, but you'll also get a Deva soul. However, even as the discussion raged, people realized that Mistress Red Dust's glowing sphere was still lit up, making it even more eye-catching than before. Not only had she not been ejected from the trial by fire, but she was apparently very close to completing it. At that point, it became obvious that Bai Xiaochun might not be the one to get the Deva soul. If he didn't move quickly enough in the third level, then not only would he fail to get the Deva soul, but he might also lose his life. After all, he would be stuck alone with a Deva who wanted him dead. As for how that scenario would end, few people even needed to wonder. Zhou Yixing was trembling, his eyes shining with rabid excitement. Go, Matriarch Red Dust, go! Get to that third level and slaughter the damned Bai Xiaochun. In the third level of the labyrinth, which was the location of the Deva soul, there was a huge, octagonal sepulchre. Not only were there brightly shining lamps illuminating the entire area, but there were also 8 statues, one in each corner. The statues were fully 300 meters tall, and yet, compared to the overall size of the sepulchre, seemed insignificant. The floor was made up of overlapping tiles that resembled dragon scales, and in fact, closer examination revealed an inlaid depiction of 9 golden dragons. All 9 of those dragons were situated around an altar, as if that altar were their revered leader. And that was only the floor. The walls of the sepulchre were covered with innumerable openings, from which erupted beams of multicolored light, which swirled together in midair to form the shape of an enormous golden dragon. It was extremely lifelike, as though it were real and corporeal, coiled about on the ceiling, with its head resting just above the altar, its eyes closed as if sleeping. The way that everything in the sepulchre seemed to point to the altar truly made it stand out. As for the altar, there was no coffin on top of it, only a green stone stele. It seemed ancient, as if it had existed for countless years, and was covered with lines of script that had obviously been left behind for later generations to read. However, anyone who got close enough would instantly realize that the stone stele was actually floating above the surface of the altar. There was some mysterious power holding the stone stele up, and ensuring that it floated there completely unmoving. Furthermore, floating in the space between the stone stele and the surface of the altar was a blue and white jade bracelet. Within the jade bracelet was a wisp of green mist that was apparently a distillation of the quintessence of heaven and earth. Occasionally, the swirling mist would form together into a drop of water, which would emanate the soul fluctuations of the Deva realm. This was the Deva soul, and a water-type Deva soul at that. Currently, golden light was flickering above the golden floor roughly 3,000 meters to the right of the altar, which was where Bai Xiaochun was materializing. At first, Bai Xiaochun looked confused, which was no wonder considering how many teleportations he'd just gone through. He had been completely focused on spirit enhancement, only to have his soul whisked back into the glowing sphere. Then, just when he had opened his eyes, he was taken to this place. He looked around blankly for a moment, then noticed the golden dragon's head above the altar. At that point, his eyes went wide, and he gasped and took a few steps back. Then he looked around at all the holes in the wall which were projecting the light that formed the dragon. "Oh, I thought it was a real dragon, but turns out it's fake. Trying to scare Lord Bai, huh?" Even as he breathed a sigh of relief, his thoughts began to clear, and as he recalled everything which had just occurred, he realized that he must be in the 3rd level. "I took first place." Eyes shining with excitement at the thought of how much he was benefiting from all of this, he looked around and then prepared to fly toward the altar. However, that was when his face suddenly fell. My walk. Unsure of whether or not he had left his walk behind during this sudden teleportation, he quickly attempted to summon it. Thankfully, the black light appeared, and the walk popped out. Sighing in relief, he put it away. Then he remembered his mask, and looked down to find it stuck to his chest. After putting it back on, he hurried toward the altar. After looking up at the shining dragon, he reached out to see if he could touch it, only to find that his hand passed through it. Finally, he relaxed a bit. This place is decorated very nicely. It has a glowing dragon in the air, and even the floor is made of dragons. You know, it actually reminds me of a tomb, except that there isn't a coffin. By this point, he was standing right in front of the stone stele, and could see that right beneath it was a white and blue jade bracelet, filled with mist. Many people would never even have the chance to see a single Deva soul in their entire life, and would thus have difficulty identifying one. But Bai Xiaochun already had 2 in his bag of holding, and therefore, he instantly realized that the mist in the bracelet was a Deva soul. Clearly, the Deva soul was being suppressed by the power of the stone stele, which would also make it difficult to take it away. Looking up at the stone stele, Bai Xiaochun began to read the script, whereupon his eyes widened, and he subconsciously took a few steps back, his eyes shining with disbelief. "I am the 2nd generation Archemperor, and this is one of 9 of my sepulchres that do not contain my fleshly remains. My cultivation base came from my father, the emperor before me. In accord with his wishes, upon my death, I did not hesitate to split apart my 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls, and send them into the sepulchres for my descendants to acquire as good fortune. All people in this world are of my blood, and thus, any who reach this point will be one of my descendants. Located here is my 7th physical soul, which is also a Deva soul." Bai Xiaochun was shaken by what he read, and could only speculate at what further secrets were hidden in this place. Panting, he continued to read the script, which left him even more shocked, as it described how to use Deva souls. After he finished reading all the text, Bai Xiaochun was shocked to find that, before, he had been completely unaware of how to properly use Deva souls. Before, he had been under the impression that all you had to do was collect 5 Deva souls and put them together in much the same way that you would put together a set of 5 elements Deva beast souls, then absorb them internally. At that point, you could break out of core formation and step into the nascent soul stage. The truth was that there was much more to it than that. It was true that 5 Deva souls were needed to reach the heaven-down nascent soul stage. However, it wasn't necessary to wait until collecting a set of 5 before beginning to absorb them. Each Deva soul could be absorbed individually, and then used to produce a clone with exactly the same cultivation base as one's true self. This was Bai Xiaochun's first time hearing about such a thing. Perhaps no one had ever told him because, no one else knew about this either. This bit of information was something which had been erased by the passage of countless years of time. If one could absorb 5 different Deva souls of different types, not only would the 5 clones give one indescribable battle prowess, but all one had to do was fuse the clones with one's true self, and then use that incredible power to instantly reach the nascent soul stage without any chance of failure. From the process of reaching the heaven-down nascent soul stage, it was possible to see how incredibly powerful it was. Of course, there was a downside. Upon absorbing even a single Deva soul, it became impossible to ever again attempt to use Deva beast souls to form a nascent soul. Once one started down the path of the heaven-down nascent soul, one could never go back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557, Deva Soul in Hand. Chapter 557, Deva Soul in Hand. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding from the fact that, if he counted this Deva soul right in front of him, he now had 3 in his collection. Furthermore, all of them were different types of souls. Deva souls were very rare to begin with, and was impossible to say if or when he would be able to find 2 more of different types. After a bit of thought, he sighed. Forget it. Going with Deva beast souls is definitely the safest bet. Although he was a bit disappointed that there was basically no way for him to reach the heaven-down nascent soul stage, he was fairly certain that no one outside of this sepulchre was aware of the other usages of Deva souls. That was a bit of information that he might be able to profit from later. With such thoughts on his mind, he reached out to see if he could erase the script from the stone stele. That way, if someone else ever came along, Bai Xiaochun would still remain the only person privy to the secrets he had just learned. To his delight, a quick test proved that the words on the stone stele had been there for so long that it took almost no effort on his part to wipe some of them away. Just when he was preparing to erase the entire body of text, he suddenly saw one line off to the side that he hadn't noticed before. I have intentionally left these words behind, and thus, anyone who defaces them shall be cursed. Cursed! Bai Xiaochun exclaimed, his eyes going wide and his hair standing on end. He pulled his hand away from the stone stele as if it were a hot iron. How sinister, this second-generation archemperor. Why did he have to make the warning so small you can't see it unless you stick your nose right up to the stele? If he didn't want people to erase the text, he should have used some magic to make sure people couldn't. Gritting his teeth, he decided he couldn't take any more risks. The idea of a curse left him completely jumpy, and looking around in fear. I only erased a few words, that's all. Plus it wasn't on purpose. Shouldn't be a problem. Following the method described in the text he had just erased, he carefully performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and then waved his finger at the stone stele. Instantly, the stele began to vibrate, and then move backward, freeing the light blue bracelet. Even as it began to fly into the air, Bai Xiaochun reached out and grabbed it. Deva soul in hand. In the moment that Bai Xiaochun grabbed the bracelet, something happened in the realm of trials by fire in the second level. Mistress Red Dust's eyes snapped open. Instantly, her glowing sphere became a vortex which sucked her away, and the crowd broke out into a huge commotion. Matriarch Red Dust just disappeared. She finished her trial by fire. She's being teleported to the Deva soul. What a pity. Now none of us have any hope of getting the Deva soul. Xiaochun couldn't have looked more excited, and started laughing loudly. This time, you're definitely dead, Bai Xiaochun. Maybe I can't handle you, but I refuse to believe that you'll have any other choice than to flee from Matriarch Red Dust and her Deva cultivation base. At the same time, another loud cracking sound rang out from the huge stone stele, as the fissure which had opened up because of Bai Xiaochun's spirit enhancement activities widened. In fact, 7 or 8 smaller fissures spread out from the main one. At the same time, enormous, thundering rumbling sounds began to ring out into the void, almost as if some invisible giant were striking the stele. Everything began to shake, and a sensation of imminent collapse filled the entire area. Everyone present looked around in shock and fear. What's going on? Is this place gonna collapse or something? Let's get out of here. We're underground. If the place collapses, we'll be buried alive. The cultivators in the glowing spheres were getting very nervous. As the stone steel began to crack, the glowing spheres started to twist and distort, and some of them even began to crack just like the stone steel. Some of the cultivators managed to blast open the spheres and fly out from inside. Although none of them knew why the imminent collapse was occurring, it seemed likely to them that someone had triggered the destruction of the labyrinth, which meant that they were in danger of being killed. There was little time for contemplation. After breaking free from the glowing spheres, people began to speed here and there in an attempt to find an exit. Zhou Yixing also broke free and began to join the search. However, the more than 1,000 people quickly discovered that, to their despair, there were no exits. Chen Hetian was among them. Eyes shining brightly, he flew high up in an attempt to use his Deva cultivation base to break free. Booms rang out, and the area where Chen Hetian had attacked rippled and distorted. However, the depression he had formed with his attack quickly restored itself, and the signs of imminent self-destruction did not lessen. If anything, they grew more pronounced. Destructive bubbles even began to appear, which would instantly shred any cultivator too slow to avoid them to pieces. Chen Hetian's face fell at the realization that not even he with his incredible battle prowess could break the barriers leading out of this place. Without any hesitation, he called out in a booming voice, "Listen up everyone. I don't care if you're from the Great Wall or the Wildlands, join me in attacking the barrier. Let's get out of here." Everyone knew that time was limited, and therefore, regardless of which side of the war they came from, they all joined forces under Chen Hetian, unleashing divine abilities and magical attacks to try to break out. As they did, the bulge created in the barrier grew more pronounced. As the realm of trials by fire shook, drastic events were playing out in the rest of the labyrinth. The previously indestructible walls were now cracking and crumbling. Countless faces appeared on them, screaming as they attempted to flee, and yet, they were incapable of doing so. The labyrinth as a whole was rocking as violently as if it were being held in someone's hand, and shook back and forth. The cultivators who were still searching for exits within the main part of the labyrinth were completely shaken, and it was all they could do just to stay on their feet. Everyone could tell that a major crisis was developing, and that the entire area was about to collapse. How could this be happening? Damn it, I still haven't found the exit. Don't tell me I'm going to die in here. Bitter howls of grief and anger filled every corner of the labyrinth. Master God Diviner was still making his way through the tunnels when he saw, to his despair, that the walls were falling apart around him. He even saw a whole group of red hats flying through the air, screaming. "It's all over. I'm finished," he moaned. In another area not too far from the realm of trials by fire, Song Ke was laughing bitterly as the labyrinth fell apart around him. He could tell that the exit was just up ahead, and yet, before he could reach it, drastic upheaval struck. Could it be that I, Song Ke, will end up buried in this labyrinth? Unwilling to give in, and yet bereft of any other options, he threw his head back and roared bitterly. Dramatic events were unfolding outside of the labyrinth as well. There were many people gathered outside. Bai Lin and two of the other generals had summoned large armies to camp outside the entrance. There were large groups of wildlanders on the other side of the entrance, with hundreds of thousands of savages and soul cultivators, as well as quite a few necromancers. Both sides were waiting to find out who would get the Deva soul, and in order to prevent a large-scale conflict from breaking out, had encamped in the area. However, before anyone could even emerge from the labyrinth, intense rumbling sounds began to echo out. Shocked expressions could be seen on the faces of Bai Lin and the generals, as well as the wildlander necromancers. As of this moment, the entire area for 500 kilometers around the labyrinth was shining with bright light. At the same time, the land was beginning to cave in, causing a mushroom cloud of dust to rise high into the sky. The effects only continued to spread. Mountains collapsed, and the lands quaked as surely as if earth dragons were thrashing about beneath its surface. Everyone began to back away nervously from the expanding area of collapse. Something's happening. Bai Lin's heart was pounding, and he considered going to investigate. However, as the lands collapsed, an aura erupted out that destabilized the souls of everyone present. It seemed obvious that anyone who got too close would get sucked into the destruction. Clearly, the area of collapse was transforming into a huge spell formation, the size of which only continued to grow larger. But if you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558, Big Sis Red Dust, Let Me Explain. Chapter 558, Big Sis Red Dust, Let Me Explain. What's going on in there? On the Wildlands side, the high-ranking necromancers were all shocked, and began to edge backward nervously. Compared to the pressure radiating out from the area of collapse, the cultivators in the area were like bugs. Meanwhile, as everyone outside looked on anxiously, the third level where Bai Xiaochun stood was also collapsing. But apparently, the sepulchre itself was the reason why the entire labyrinth was collapsing. The instant Bai Xiaochun grabbed the bracelet, everything began to shake violently. Even the statues were starting to fall apart. The head of one of the statues fell off, slamming into the ground and causing a spider web of cracks to spread out. It was the same with the walls, and even the altar seemed to be crumbling. The golden light dragon was distorting, and slabs of stone were falling down from the dome-like roof up above, causing booms to ring out when the pieces hit the ground. At the same time, dust rose up everywhere, making it difficult to see. Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered. All of these sudden developments had come completely without warning, leaving him totally unprepared. Just when he was about to start backing up from the altar. In an area to the left of the altar, near one of the corners of the sepulchre, the light of teleportation glimmered, and a red, shadowy figure emerged. Moments later, the nearest statue began to fall over, causing the shadowy figure to flick a sleeve and reduce the statue to rubble. As the dust flew about, the shadowy figure began to speed in the direction of Bai Xiaochun and the altar. Bai Xiaochun immediately recognized who it was that had teleported into the room. Mistress Red Dust. Mistress Red Dust's expression was grim, and her eyes burned with anger. Just as Bai Xiaochun before, she was a bit disoriented. She had just finished her trial by fire, and then been teleported to this place to find everything collapsing. Although she wasn't sure of exactly what was happening, when she saw Bai Xiaochun and the bracelet he was about to put into his bag of holding, she knew it was the Deva Soul. At that point, everything clicked. She had not taken first place, Bai Xiaochun had. And he had reached the Deva Soul before her. How impudent! She yelled. You don't even qualify to speak the name Mistress Red Dust. How dare you steal the treasure of the sepulchre, Bai Xiaochun? Do you have a death wish or something? Her eyes burned with killing intent, and when her piercing voice stabbed into Bai Xiaochun's ears, it felt like a sword was ripping into his brain. He staggered backward as if he had been struck with a hammer, blood oozing out of the corners of his mouth. He suddenly felt frigid qi boring into him, causing his spine to arch, shivering, and pupils constricting. He realized in that moment that he was only moments away from dying. I'm finished. Kaput. He knew exactly how much the Wildlanders hated him, and remembered Mistress Red Dust herself proclaiming a bounty on his head right outside the Great Wall. The way she was looking at him now, it almost seemed like she wanted to eat him alive. In that moment of deadly crisis, his mind spun to come up with an idea. That idea came almost instantly, and without hesitation, he reached out with his right hand to wipe some of the text off of the stone stele. His goal was to wipe away the text about the curse, but from what Mistress Red Dust could tell, he was urgently trying to wipe away all of the words. Her eyes widened, and she waved her hand, sending a gust of wind out to slam into him. Big Sis Red Dust, let me explain. However, blood sprayed out of his mouth as he tumbled away from the stone stele. However, because he had been so close, he still managed to wipe away that one line of text. It seemed obvious that he was trying to win her favor, which was really the only option he had at the moment. In almost the same moment that Bai Xiaochun flew away from the altar, Mistress Red Dust's blow landed, and the altar was blasted into bits, leaving the steel hovering there alone. Some of the flying rubble hit Bai Xiaochun, causing more blood to spray out of his mouth. "She's trying to kill me." Bai Xiaochun trembled as he fled, unable to stop thinking about the fact that he was essentially stuck in a small room with Mistress Red Dust. She was like a raging, explosive dragon, and he was like a tiny bunny rabbit. There was no way she would calm down, and if she hit him with a deadly blow, he would be killed instantly. He already regretted taking the Deva soul, and regretted everything he had done in the trial of spirit enhancement. How could he have known that he would take first place? Let's just hope that Mistress Red Dust's curiosity gets the better of her, and that she picks up on the fact that I was going to erase the script on the text, then finishes the job. Over and over again, he prayed inwardly for that very thing to happen. "I really didn't take first place on purpose," he called out in a quavering voice. "Big Sis Red Dust, you have to believe me." Even as the altar was destroyed, and cracks spread out into the floating stone steel, Mistress Red Dust appeared in front of it. As she began to read what was left of the text, her eyes went wide, and she seemed to forget about drawing on the power of her cultivation base. Seeing that Mistress Red Dust had been distracted by the stone steel, Bai Xiaochun urgently began to speed around, looking for an exit. However, even as the sepulchre collapsed around him, no exit was there to be found. "Damn it! Where's the exit? There's got to be one around here somewhere." If the second-generation Archemperor went to the trouble of giving someone a Deva soul, he had to provide a way out too. Otherwise, what would be the point? Bai Xiaochun's eyes were completely bloodshot. Finally, he let out a shout and used his Undying Hex. The power of the Undying Hex could pierce through both spell formations and land alike, and although it hadn't worked in the labyrinth, considering that everything was collapsing, he had to give it a shot here. And yet, just as he was about to take a step, Mistress Red Dust let out a cold snort, looked over at him, and waved her hand. "Trying to run?" she growled. Incredible power filled the sepulchre, sealing the entire place down and locking Bai Xiaochun in place. It felt like a mountain was crushing down on him, his bones creaked and cracked, and he coughed up a massive mouthful of blood as the Undying Hex was interrupted. Thankfully, he had a tough fleshly body. Before anything else could happen, he tossed out a heap of spirit-enhanced magical items. There were dozens, some of them with 3-fold spirit enhancements, some with 6-fold enhancements. All at once, he detonated them, creating a huge blast that pushed away the forces crushing against him. Without any hesitation, he fell back, moving away from that area as quickly as possible, feeling like he had just stepped away from the gates of hell. "Big Sis Red Dust," he cried, "just take the Deva soul, alright? Why don't we just talk things?" Mistress Red Dust turned to look at him. At the moment, there was no time for protracted consideration. She knew that Bai Xiaochun had wiped away some of the words on the stone steel, which would make it very difficult to completely understand the rest of the contents. That was especially so concerning she had seen the extra information about how to use Deva souls, which was something even she had never heard of. Clearly, that was information that could not be left behind for others to read. Without another moment of hesitation, she waved her hand, shattering the stone steel and destroying any words which remained upon it. "Too late," she said coolly. Then, she burst into motion, heading directly toward Bai Xiaochun. As of this moment, she had 3 reasons to kill him. One was the Deva soul. The second was to prevent him from spreading word about the information on the stone steel. And the third was because she hated him. Therefore, it was without the slightest hesitation that she unleashed a deadly attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559, Beaten but not to death. Chapter 559, Beaten but not to death. In the same moment that Mistress Red Dust destroyed the stone steel, it activated some unseen restrictive spell. The slowly fading golden light dragon suddenly opened its eyes, causing all of the light shooting out of the holes in the walls to suddenly change direction and sweep through the crumbling sepulchre. The golden dragon vanished, and in the blink of an eye, the entire sepulchre was filled with dazzling, colorful shafts of light. Most of them landed on Mistress Red Dust, causing her face to fall. The light possessed some corrosive power that instantly dissolved Mistress Red Dust's clothing, revealing her milky white skin. Then, glowing red dots appeared on her that began to eat down into her skin, a corrosive attack that required cultivation base power to fight against. Magical items were useless against it, and therefore, Mistress Red Dust waved her hand in an attempt to destroy the light-emitting holes. However, nothing worked, and she was forced to simply try to evade the touch of the light. Xiaochun was shocked by all of this, but was in no mood to ogle Mistress Red Dust's lithe body. Some of the light flying around the room landed on him as well, although the effects seemed rather mild. The curse. It's the curse. I wiped away a line of text, but Mistress Red Dust is far guiltier. Ha, the Archemperor is a smart one after all. Xiaochun was feeling very proud of himself, and yet, before he had much time to gloat, a red mist sprang up around Mistress Red Dust. She threw another set of clothing on, and then began to speed in his direction. The mist was rapidly being whittled away by the shooting light, and yet, Mistress Red Dust seemed to think she had plenty of time to kill Xiaochun. Xiaochun's eyes widened, and he let out a yelp of fright. Your curse isn't working, second-generation Archemperor. With that, he shot forward with another burst of speed, becoming a series of afterimages as he fled from Mistress Red Dust. However, Mistress Red Dust was a deva, and even a casual effort on her part was something that a person like Xiaochun, in the great circle of the gold core stage, would be powerless to fight against. A boom rang out, and blood sprayed out of Xiaochun's mouth. Despair filled his eyes. If he couldn't find the exit, he would be killed beyond the shadow of a doubt. You're too slow, Mistress Red Dust said coldly. She took a step forward that seemed to simultaneously stretch and shrink the space around her. Clearly, she was about to place herself right in front of Xiaochun. Xiaochun's hair stood on end as he backed up, letting out another shriek. However, it was in that moment that the sepulchre began to sway back and forth even more dramatically than before. Virtually all the statues along the walls were now falling to pieces. Furthermore, a burst of teleportation power suddenly appeared. Clearly, a teleportation spell formation was activating. Its effects weren't limited to the sepulchre. In the realm of trials by fire, as well as in the tunnels of the labyrinth, teleportation power began to build up. Obviously, the teleportation was only moments away. When that happened, everyone inside would be teleported away. As of this moment, the exit was opening. To everyone else, the chance to leave meant a chance to survive. But that wasn't the case for Xiaochun. Considering how Mistress Red Dust was attacking him, he wouldn't be able to hold out until the teleportation formation activated. However, the teleportation power interfered with Mistress Red Dust's technique, leaving her in exactly the same place she had been in moments ago. Aware that a teleportation was imminent, her eyes flashed with determination as she began to stride toward Xiaochun. The shafts of light didn't seem to be hurting her very much at this point, and although the red dots on her skin were painful, she was able to suppress their effects with her cultivation base. Having no other options available, she summoned another cloud of red mist, and then attacked Xiaochun again. Xiaochun was like a trapped animal. In the moment he had in which Mistress Red Dust was delayed, he quickly pulled out a godly vestige pill and popped it into his mouth, then continued to fall back. However, all Mistress Red Dust had to do was take a single step, and his speed was useless. In the blink of an eye, she was right in front of him, whereupon she waved her right index finger in his direction. Although she moved her finger casually through the air, it contained wildly destructive power. A sense of profound deadly crisis immediately caused Xiaochun's bloodshot eyes to go wide. Considering he had no options left, he decided to throw caution to the wind and simply attack her with everything he had. Xiaochun knew that his only chance now was to buy some time for the teleportation spell formation to finish activating. Let's finish this. he roared, unleashing all of the potential of his undying live forever technique. Utilizing his undying gold skin, undying heavenly king, and undying tendons, he reached out toward Mistress Red Dust and pinched his fingers together. It was none other than the throat-crushing grasp. But then, a boom echoed out, along with a scream from Bai Xiaochun, as Mistress Red Dust simply grabbed his hand. With a slight gleam of disdain in her eye, she tossed him to the side. Cracking sounds could be heard as his fingers were broken, and a massive force sent him flying away. Thankfully, his cultivation base and undying live forever technique made him extremely tough. Despite not being killed, he slammed over and over again into the ground, bones shattering and blood spurting out everywhere. His undying live forever technique had been completely routed, but it took only the shortest of moments for Bai Xiaochun to be severely injured. Chuckling coldly, Mistress Red Dust said, "Aren't we the tough one? Got anything else left in you?" Then she flickered into motion to eradicate the last bit of Bai Xiaochun's life force. Bai Xiaochun could tell how badly he had been injured, and could sense that the flame of his life force was on the verge of being extinguished. Groaning, he stuffed his mouth full of godly vestige pills, but swallowed only one of them. Waves of heat washed through him, repairing his body with incredible speed. However, that was all the time it took Mistress Red Dust to reach him. Eyes bloodshot, he released the power of his cultivation base, causing frigid chi to shoot out with reckless abandon. He even drew upon his spiritual power, not holding back even the smallest bit. In the blink of an eye, the entire sepulchre filled with cracking sounds as it froze into a world of ice. There was no time for thought or planning. Bai Xiaochun immediately turned and fled. Although all of this takes a bit of time to describe, it took place in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. Mistress Red Dust's eyes flickered with scorn. She could tell that Bai Xiaochun was trying to buy time, and yet, was still confident that even still, she would be able to crush him to death. As the frigid chi bore down on her, she waved her hand, causing it to crumble and disperse. Then she reached out with her finger, piercing through the air to appear right in front of Bai Xiaochun. She was planning to end Bai Xiaochun's life in that moment, but before she could, the shafts of light destroyed her red mist, forcing her to summon it again. Before she could, the red dots on her skin corroded her even further, forcing her to combat the effects with her cultivation base. Because of all of those distractions, she could only spare 30 to 40% of her power to attack Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was spattered with blood, but could do nothing to dodge or evade her. Howling with rage, he resorted to the mountain-shaking bash. A boom rang out, along with a miserable howl as Bai Xiaochun was flung off to the side again, where he slammed into the crumbling wall. Virtually all of the bones in his body were broken, and the flame of his life force was once again pushed to the edge of being extinguished. However, almost no time passed before he bit down onto one of the godly vestige pills he'd put into his mouth earlier. Warmth spread through him again, healing him almost instantly. Even as Mistress Red Dust closed in him again, he danced to the side in lively fashion, causing her brow to furrow. Snorting coldly, she momentarily stopped worrying about the dots on her skin or the red mist, and unleashing a mighty blow onto Bai Xiaochun. "I refuse to believe that you can recover from a true killing blow, Ut." The massive image of an illusory hand closed in on Bai Xiaochun, causing the air to twist and distort and releasing explosive energy in all directions. Lord Bai isn't the kind of guy you can just kill whenever you want, Granny Red Dust. Even as the huge hand bore down on him, Bai Xiaochun whipped out his eternal parasol. 9 silver designs shone on its surface as he snapped it open. Then, the bizarre face appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560, What was that thing? Chapter 560, What was that thing? In the same moment that he produced the eternal parasol, he also pulled out countless paper talismans, which he plastered all over himself. At the moment, his mind was empty of anything other than thinking of ways to buy time. When Mistress Red Dust's palm attack hit the eternal parasol, a massive boom filled the air. Cracking sounds could be heard, as if the eternal parasol couldn't sustain the force. Fissures appeared on its surface, and the ghost face twisted as if in agony. The parasol was then ripped out of Bai Xiaochun's hand and sent tumbling to the side. There was no time for him to think about retrieving it as he was sent flying backward, blood spraying out of his mouth. The shield layers created by his paper talismans were so thick that they almost didn't fit inside of the sepulchre, and when Mistress Red Dust's palm slammed into them, the result was astonishing. Rouyuyunbul. One by one, the paper talismans were destroyed, and the shield layers fell apart. However, Mistress Red Dust's palm attack also began to fade. Within the space of a few breaths of time, both the shields and the talismans were spent, and Bai Xiaochun was still falling back, the power of a godly vestige pill sweeping through him and healing him. Although this exchange seemed relatively simple, if Bai Lin had been there to see it, his heart would have twinged with pain. It was as if Bai Xiaochun had just defended himself with a big stack of money. Bai Xiaochun's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Even as he backed away from Mistress Red Dust, and did everything he could to buy time, he continued to pepper her with insults. "Hey harlot Red Dust, do you see now how hard it is to kill Lord Bai? You just wait until I become a demigod, then I'll come for revenge." Damn it! Mistress Red Dust cursed angrily. She had already attacked multiple times, and had not been able to kill Bai Xiaochun. Furthermore, the teleportation power in the area was building up to a peak. Eyes flashing with the desire to kill, she sent red mist swirling around to form a tempest that began to block up the holes in the walls of the sepulchre. Although the mist was rapidly corroded, it gave Mistress Red Dust the few breaths of time free from the shafts of light that she needed to build up the full power of her cultivation base. Then, she prepared to unleash a blow that she was sure would kill Bai Xiaochun. She had long since noticed that the shafts of light didn't affect Bai Xiaochun, and yet were extremely bothersome and dangerous to her. Obviously, she had fallen into a trap laid by Bai Xiaochun, all of which centered around the script on the stone stele. After blocking the holes on the walls, Mistress Red Dust's eyes glittered, and she took a step toward Bai Xiaochun. As her foot fell, the air around her sunk in, creating something that looked like a huge, sinister mouth. Then, a powerful gravitational force sprang out, grabbing onto Bai Xiaochun and dragging him toward the mouth. Bai Xiaochun was scared out of his mind, and quickly performed an incantation gesture with both hands. Then he waved his finger toward the mouth and shouted, "Water swamp!" Suddenly, the entire sepulchre twisted and distorted as water vapor roiled out everywhere, turning the entire area into a watery swamp. Next, a terrifying aura erupted out, something that seemed to come from primordial times. Time and space both seemed affected, as if the entire area within that swamp now existed in ancient times. Mistress Red Dust's pupils constricted. Before she could do anything, though, Bai Xiaochun shouted, "Kingdom." Instantly, 5 mountain-like spikes began to rise up from within the watery swamp, shooting straight toward Mistress Red Dust. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't even pause for a moment. Leaping into the air, he roared, "Living mountain incantation." After directly transforming into a 30-meter tall stone golem, he joined the Water Swamp Kingdom spikes in a merciless attack on Mistress Red Dust. In response to the Water Swamp Kingdom, Mistress Red Dust's eyes shone with a curious light. And yet, a moment later she chuckled coldly. A very mysterious magical technique. I'm not sure which sect you come from to have a divine spirit beast guardian like that. It's too bad that you can't fully summon it. And even if you could, I wouldn't give you the time to do so. First, I'm going to kill this creature, then I'm going to kill you. Even as the words left her mouth, Mistress Red Dust performed an incantation gesture and sent red mist roiling out from her palm. In the briefest of moments, it transformed into a long red spear that she thrust, not toward the incoming spikes, but toward the ground where the actual watery swamp was located. The red spear stabbed down toward the space below, piercing into whatever world lay beneath, and the creature inside, the creature which even Bai Xiaochun had never seen. Subsequently, a roar of rage echoed out from below, causing Mistress Red Dust's spear to shatter. Even the sinister mouth she had formed with her magical technique collapsed. At the same time, the 5 mountain-like spikes continued to shoot up from below. They were not straight, but rather curved, and if one looked at them for more than a moment, one would be struck by how they resembled the claws of some beast. However, they were so enormous that those mere claws were like mountains. Furthermore, the creature appeared to be enraged by Mistress Red Dust, and was trying to get out of the watery swamp to reach her. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun's cultivation base wasn't strong enough to support the water swamp kingdom. As the clawed hand stretched out, blood sprayed out of his mouth, and he let out a shriek as he felt his cultivation base and life force being ripped at violently. Clearly, the power required to fully allow the clawed hand to appear in the open was enough to completely wither him to death. Terrified, he had no choice but to dispel his own magical technique and dissipate the power of the water swamp kingdom. Mistress Red Dust's expression flickered into one of shock as she staggered backward. What was that thing? Bai Xiaochun's face was just as ashen as Mistress Red Dust's. He knew that his water swamp kingdom was powerful, but had never realized it was this powerful. The claws on one of the creature's hands had been enough to nearly kill him. As he contemplated the fact that if he wasn't careful using the water swamp kingdom, he could get himself killed, he shivered. Even more depressing was how fanatically crazy Mistress Red Dust was acting. What was the deal with that? All she had to do was follow through with his plan and attack the mountain like spikes, whereupon he could have blocked her path and even used his living mountain incantation. Instead, the water swamp kingdom was now gone, and he was stuck out in the open in his stone golem form. The only upside was that by this point, the holes in the wall had destroyed the red mist, and the shafts of light were now shooting toward Mistress Red Dust. Bai Xiaochun knew that time was running out for him. Therefore, he let out a shout and sped toward Mistress Red Dust like a meteor, but just as Mistress Red Dust was recovering from her shock at the enormous creature she had just had a brush with, the shafts of light returned. Anger immediately burned in her heart. Were it not for those shafts of light, she would never have had so much difficulty killing Bai Xiaochun. However, the shafts of light, and the red welts they left on her skin, caused intense pain, and required significant effort to suppress. Furthermore, the slightest lapse of attention on her part could lead to permanent consequences. Bai Xiaochun was turning out to be incredibly resilient. Plus, he had all sorts of random items and techniques to keep him going. Finally, Mistress Red Dust barked out a cold laugh, and then glared at Bai Xiaochun with more killing intent than ever. You're running out of time. Taking a deep breath, she yet again ignored the red welts and abandoned the use of the red mist to defend herself. Performing an incantation gesture, she summoned another long, red spear, and hurled it toward Bai Xiaochun. That spear contained the true power of a deva. In the same instant that the spear flew out into the air, Bai Xiaochun produced an arrow. It was the Fire Soul arrow that had received an 11-fold spirit enhancement. Treating his body like the bow and his arm like the bowstring, he viciously hurled the arrow toward Mistress Red Dust. The Fire Soul arrow pierced through the air with numerous cracking sounds, the shocking golden designs on its surface shining brightly. In the blink of an eye, it reached the red spear, and the two of them collided, unleashing a deafening boom. Normally speaking, the red spear would have been far too powerful for the Fire Soul arrow to deal with. However, it was in that moment that Bai Xiaochun shouted, "Detonate!" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561, Deva Soul Merger. Chapter 561, Deva Soul Merger. When the Fire Soul arrow exploded, it sent a huge shockwave out in all directions. The long red spear slowed down for a moment, but after completely destroying the arrow, continued on toward Bai Xiaochun. In the blink of an eye, it slammed into him, causing a boom that shook the entire sepulchre. The walls cracked, the floor shattered, and Bai Xiaochun's 30-meter-tall stone golem form collapsed, revealing his true form. He was holding his turtle walk in front of him, coughing up blood as he was flung violently backward. Although he wasn't dead, his internal organs had been crushed, and his bones shattered. Skin and muscle were shredded, and he was left hovering on the brink of death. Bai Xiaochun chuckled bitterly, his eyes flickering with despair. He was well aware that without his turtle walk, he would have been killed moments ago. After all, he was facing a deva. The restorative warmth of the last godly vestige pill he had placed into his mouth earlier was already fading away. He only had one more pill in his bag of holding, which he produced now and put into his mouth. As of this moment, he was out of tricks. If he was injured again, there would be no recovery. And since he was facing repeated attacks at the hands of Mistress Red Dust, that meant that he now had no chances at survival. He had used just about every trick he could think of so far, and all of them were weak at best when used against the power of a deva. And clearly, this Mistress Red Dust was very insistent on seeing him dead. Whether it was the deva soul itself, the knowledge he possessed of how to use such souls, or just the general Wildlands hatred toward him, she had more than enough reasons to want him killed. The teleportation power was still building up in the sepulchre, but from what Xiaochun could tell, if the battle continued on as it had so far, he wouldn't last until it finished. I can't believe he's not dead, Mistress Red Dust thought. She was really starting to go crazy because of how this fight was progressing. She was a deva, and although there were some mitigating factors to explain why she couldn't kill someone in the great circle of the gold core stage, if news spread that he had stood up to her over and over again, it would turn her into a laughingstock. The fact that the walk he had pulled out was capable of blocking her red spear caused Mistress Red Dust's eyes to glitter. However, she didn't hesitate to once again advance on by Xiaochun, her cultivation base surging as she summoned a Dharma idol into being behind her. It was an enormous head that bore Mistress Red Dust's features. Devas were vastly more powerful than people beneath them, even without Dharma idols. To summon a Dharma idol would draw significantly on the Deva's cultivation base, and would normally only be used when fighting another Deva. And yet here, Mistress Red Dust was so anxious to kill Xiaochun that she didn't hesitate to resort to that method. When Xiaochun saw the Dharma idol, his eyes turned even more bloodshot than before, and he smiled a mad smile. I guess there are no more options now, There is only one thing left to do to buy time, one chance to hold out until the teleportation begins and I can flee this death trap. It's going to force me down a one-way path that I'll never be able to come back from, but I have to protect my poor little life. Time to go all out. The madness in Xiaochun's eyes grew as the idea swirled in his mind. As of this moment, he really didn't have any other options available. As Mistress Red Dust closed in with murder in her eyes, Xiaochun let out a shout and slapped his bag of holding, producing a blue and white jade bracelet. Immediately, the Deva soul inside the bracelet began to shine with scintillating light. Almost as soon as the bracelet appeared in the open, Mistress Red Dust seemed to realize what he was thinking of doing, and roared, "How dare you, Xiaochun!" At the same time, she picked up speed, reaching back with her right hand to deliver a fierce palm strike. That simple motion caused all of the energy in the entire sepulchre to surge into her palm, which she would then use to crush Xiaochun. Behind her, the Dharma idol's eyes glared menacingly, and it began to race toward him. "You're forcing me to do this, harlot Red Dust!" he yelled angrily. Even as she neared, he unhesitatingly crushed the jade bracelet. As the Deva soul floated out, a look of despair could be seen in Xiaochun's eyes as his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture. Deva soul merger. Instantly, the Deva soul shot toward him, merging into his chest. However, that was when Mistress Red Dust's palm arrived, collapsing the air around him, shattering everything, and shoving him backward, blood spraying from his mouth, hair flying around wildly. His chest caved in, instantly revealing the flesh and blood beneath his flayed skin. At the same time, shocking fluctuations began to spread out from inside of Xiaochun, and then a double image of himself appeared, which stepped out in front of him. It looked exactly like him, as if a second Xiaochun had suddenly appeared. Deva soul clone. Mistress Red Dust exclaimed, the killing intent in her eyes growing stronger. It most definitely was a Deva soul clone of Xiaochun, with a complete cultivation base that was virtually exactly the same as Xiaochun's. His first action was to protectively grab his own true self and flee from Mistress Red Dust. The clone was also bleeding and injured, but he gritted his teeth and unleashed all the speed he could muster. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun's true self didn't hesitate at all about what to do next. It was a moment of deadly crisis, and Mistress Red Dust's fury was blazing, and therefore, he yet again slapped his bag of holding. Fudge! Alright, if I'm gonna absorb Deva souls, what's the difference between 1 and 2? Alright, Red Dust, you pushed Lord Bai, so he's gonna push you back. To death. Gritting his teeth, he produced the Deva soul that Du Lingfei had given him and slammed it down onto his chest, using the prescribed method to instantly absorb it. You! Impossible! Mistress Red Dust's eyes were wide and her mind was reeling. She almost couldn't believe what was happening. Bai Xiaochun actually had an additional Deva soul. Damn it! She growled, her madness growing. She had just unleashed power sufficient to destroy Bai Xiaochun's true self and clone, and yet, that was when another double image appeared and stepped out. Just when the true self and the water clone were on the verge of being shredded to pieces, the flames of their life force flickering on the verge of eradication, a second clone appeared. This was Bai Xiaochun's fire clone, The fire clone stood directly in front of the water clone, roaring as he drew upon the full power of his cultivation base and battle prowess to fight back against Mistress Red Dust. Only a moment later, blood was spraying out of the fire clone's mouth, and he was bloody and battered. Even his bones were visible, many of them shattered. However, the time he had bought ensured that Bai Xiaochun's true self was still alive. So what if you have 2 clones? You're still dead. Mistress Red Dust was feeling quite humiliated. The battle so far had been quite a blow to her, and she even regretted how she had conducted herself so far. If she had known before that Bai Xiaochun had 2 Deva souls, she would simply have allowed the shafts of light to injure her in exchange for the ability to crush him with her full might. What left her more flabbergasted than anything, though, was what happened next. Even as the 2 clones fought back against her with all their power, Bai Xiaochun's true self pulled out another Deva soul, this one in the form of a green, jade walnut, which he crushed into his chest. As soon as he merged with the Deva soul, a third clone stepped out. It was none other than a wood clone. 3 clones stood with Bai Xiaochun's true self to defend against Mistress Red Dust, howling and fighting back with unyielding defiance. Mistress Red Dust was herself on the verge of collapsing mentally at the absurd sight in front of her. To her, Bai Xiaochun was like some sort of freak. Not even in her dreams could she ever have imagined that a person like him would have so many Deva souls. Impossible. Why you have how many Deva souls? Mistress Red Dust's heart was in physical pain, and the regret she currently felt went all the way to the deepest level of her being. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562, Beast Claw Shreds All. Chapter 562, Beast Claw Shreds All. I don't care how many Deva souls you have, Mistress Red Dust shrieked. I wouldn't care if you had a heaven-down nascent soul cultivation base. Today is the day you're going to die. Mistress Red Dust's face was distorted with such madness that it seemed even her aura was negatively affected. As she yelled, her Dharma idol grew larger, transforming into a sun which began to rumble toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's true self was joined by 3 clones to fight back against a single Deva-level palm strike being delivered by Mistress Red Dust. With even one less clone, all of them would have been killed in body and soul. Although death still seemed to be an inevitability, at least they were able to delay the dismal outcome for a bit longer than before. Thankfully, it was in that very moment that, as the sepulchre collapsed into nothing around them, the teleportation spell formation was completely and fully activated within the sepulchre. The glow of teleportation began to rise up around everyone present, whether they were in the tunnels, the area surrounding the trials by fire, or in the sepulchre itself. Anyone and everyone that was still alive was being wrapped up in the teleportation power. Back in the realm of the trials by fire, the combined efforts of Chen Hetan and everyone else present had resulted in them being able to break the barrier surrounding the void they were in. And yet, to their surprise, the only thing they found beyond that barrier was another void. However, despair was not in order, as the light of teleportation began to build up around them, leading to sighs of relief on the part of all present. We can finally get out of here. Yeah, but considering how enormous the spell formation must be, who knows where we'll end up afterward? What are you scared of? We're all members of the holy people, we'll be fine as long as we end up somewhere in the wildlands. Ha. How do you know we won't be transported into the lands of Heavenspan? Such talk rose up everywhere within the labyrinth. Everyone was feeling much more relaxed now that the teleportation was beginning. Of course, the light of teleportation was also there around by Xiaochun and Mistress Red Dust, causing by Xiaochun's expression to brighten, but Mistress Red Dust's eyes to blaze with fury. If Bai Xiaochun got away now, before she had used all the power she had at her disposal, it would be the greatest humiliation of her life. That in itself caused her fury to burn hotter than ever. You're not going anywhere, Bai Xiaochun, she screamed. Then her Dharma idol began to pick up speed, causing rumbling sounds to echo out as it closed in on Bai Xiaochun, threatening to turn him and everything around him into nothing more than ash. The moment that the teleportation light had appeared, Bai Xiaochun had assumed that he'd held out long enough, and finally had hope of surviving. But when he saw the Dharma idol speeding toward him, he suddenly realized that his hope was like a candle flickering in the wind, with that wind being imminent destruction. How could I possibly die in this place? His eyes were so bloodshot that they were pure crimson, and that included his 3 clones in addition to his true self. Bai Xiaochun's true self threw his head back and roared, disregarding all matters of safety pertaining to his cultivation base or his spiritual power. As if this moment, none of that mattered. If he didn't get past this moment, he would be dead forever. Living mountain incantation, shouted his true self. Despite being seriously injured, rumbling sounds surrounded him as he transformed into a 30-meter-tall giant. At the same time, his 3 clones echoed his words. Living mountain incantation. Living mountain incantation. Living mountain incantation. All 3 of the clones transformed into 30-meter-tall stone golems. Then, even as the 4 stone golems prepared to defend against the incoming attack, the clones joined their voices with his true selves to shout, Water Swamp. Kingdom. 4 stone golems performed incantation gestures and then shoved their hands down toward the sepulchre floor, causing the entire area to turn into a watery swamp. In fact, the borders of the swamp seemed to go past the edges of the sepulchre and out into the void beyond, as though this weren't a single water swamp kingdom, but rather 4, but. As the 4 water swamp kingdoms expanded and then merged into each other, they became a watery swamp that was 4 times larger than the original. That was a huge difference. Almost immediately, a roar erupted out from the water swamp kingdom, as if from ancient times. The sound alone caused Mistress Red Dust's face to fall, and was so loud that it reached the locations outside the trials by fire, and the labyrinth as a whole. Come forth, my life essence spirit! Bai Xiaochun shouted, throwing his head back and laughing madly. His voice was a bit hoarse, and he was physically shaking. His cultivation base and life force were being drained madly, and it was the same with the 3 clones, and yet, that was when something came out of the watery swamp that did not look like the spikes from before. 5 twisted mountains could be seen, and yet, closer examination would reveal that they were no mountains. It was the clawed hand of some enormous beast, with talons as pitch black as night. As the 5 talons stretched up, it was possible to see further down into the watery swamp, to what appeared to be a forest-like stretch of pitch-black hair, beneath which was green skin. However, because of the incredible size of the clawed hand, even a water swamp kingdom that was quadruple its normal size was still not large enough for it to fit through. Only the claws could emerge into the open, where they shot toward the incoming palm and Dharma idol. Were anyone capable of illustrating this scene, it would have been completely shocking to behold. When the 5 talons touched the Dharma idol and the palm, it was the palm which began to tremble first, and then collapse into pieces. As for the sun-like Dharma idol, it erupted with radiant light and a powerful shockwave that rippled out in all directions. Anything that remained of the sepulchre was smashed into rubble and sent spinning into the pitch-black void beyond. In fact, that made it possible to see Chen Hetian and the others far off in the distance, who had long since noticed what was happening, and were looking on in complete shock. The shockwave sent by Xiaochun stumbling backward, his stone golem form crumbling to reveal his true form. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as his 3 clones became white motes of light that spun back into his true self. Bai Xiaochun could tell that all of the clones were seriously injured. Half of his water clone's body had been destroyed, his fire clone's chest was completely caved in, and worst off was his wood clone, of whom only half a head remained. Although his true self remained completely intact, he was also severely injured. Most of his bones were crushed, and the majority of his flesh and blood had been destroyed. Even his skull was cracked and on the verge of shattering. Thankfully, he had used his living mountain incantation right before summoning the Water Swamp Kingdom, otherwise he would have been killed, and not just injured. He and all of his clones would have been rendered into nothing more than dust. Bai Xiaochun didn't even have the energy to smile bitterly. His vision was fading, and he couldn't move. He could also sense the flame of his life force teetering on the verge of being extinguished. If he had plenty of time to rest, the power of his fleshly body would ensure that he could recover. But at the moment, he had used every trick in his book, and had nothing left. Off in the distance, Chen Hetian and the others looked on with gaping jaws. Zhao Qianzhou and Shen Yuishan were completely wrapped up in their anxiety, and Shen Hetian's pupils were tiny dots. As for Zhou Yixing, he looked quite excited. "Your comeuppance is at hand, Bai Xiaochun." Zhou Yixing hadn't seen Bai Xiaochun's clones, nor had anyone else. Nobody had really been able to see clearly everything that just happened. It was in that very moment that an incredible rumbling sound filled the entire area. The light of teleportation grew dazzlingly bright, and even before Zhou Yixing could laugh out loud, he began to fade away. So did everyone else. Bai Xiaochun was finally completely gripped by the power of teleportation, and began to disappear. "Bai Xiaochun!" Mistress Red Dust screamed, her hair whipping around her as she took a step forward. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563, Vanished Without a Trace. Chapter 563, Vanished Without a Trace. Usually, Mistress Red Dust was beautiful, with a curvaceous body, the fairest of skin, and entrancing eyes. But right now, she was bedraggled, shaking, and seriously injured. On top of that, she was furious. Never before could she possibly have imagined that Bai Xiaochun would turn out to be so difficult to kill. She was covered with red welts, the result of trying to fight in the middle of dealing with a curse. For a beautiful woman like her, such a thing was a heavy price to pay. Although she was confident in being able to dispel the effects of the curse eventually, the pain and numbness she felt because of it right now had her going mad with fury. "Bai Xiaochun!" She screamed, her hatred for him taking root in the very marrow of her bones. As of this moment, she could not live under the same sky with him. It didn't matter that they were still surrounded by the dazzling light of teleportation, the fact that he wasn't dead yet caused her eyes to shine with insanity as she took another step forward toward him. She had to kill him before he teleported away. She could never rest easy with him alive. Before, she had disliked him because of his soul convergence pills and exploding pill furnaces, as well as the general humiliation and pain he had caused to the wildlands. Furthermore, the actions of the soul tide in the true spirit in Great Wall City had put a significant dent in her years of accomplishments in the war, which caused further hatred in her heart toward Bai Xiaochun. However, considering the level of her cultivation base, and the fact that Bai Xiaochun was like a bug beneath her, none of those things had really mattered very much. He would be killed eventually, and his meddling wouldn't cause any permanent problems for the war effort. But now, things were different. If it had been anyone else in that sepulchre, even a nascent soul cultivator, they would never have survived in a fight against her. And yet Bai Xiaochun had. Not only had he survived, he had left her bruised and injured. Plus, he had revealed the fact that he had 3 Deva souls, a fact that left her completely unsettled. He's keeping some big secret, and if he brings it to fruition, then given enough time, he'll be so terrifying that today's events will seem like nothing. He'll bring about disaster after disaster. I've already reached the point where I can't live under the same sky as him. How could I possibly let him get away now? Gritting her teeth and ignoring the fact that she was already starting to fade away because of the teleportation power, she edged closer to Bai Xiaochun. Then she reached out with her hand. This was the moment in which she would eradicate him, ending his life once and for all. Only then would she feel at ease. After all, considering how difficult it had been to kill him in this state, if he grew stronger, he would be even more terrifying. It was a moment of critical danger for Bai Xiaochun. Despite being in the middle of teleportation, with his body fading away, at the current speed with which Mistress Red Dust was moving, it seemed highly likely that she would strike him before he vanished. Then, it wouldn't matter that he was teleported away, the only thing to be teleported would be a corpse. In that moment, Bai Xiaochun's listless eyes suddenly sparkled, and he drew upon the last little bit of life force he had left. He couldn't move his body, and his cultivation base was completely stagnant. The injuries to his fleshly body were severe. However, he didn't want to die. He wanted to live. There were so many things he had yet to do in life, and to accomplish them, he needed to live forever. I want to live forever. I can't die. Roaring inwardly, he closed his two eyes and opened the third eye on his forehead, his heaven-span Dharma eye. Furthermore, it wasn't just his true self who did it. Inside of him, his three clones also opened their heaven-span Dharma eyes. The power of 4 heaven-span Dharma eyes merged together and shot out toward Mistress Red Dust. Ru Yu Umbul. Instantly, control power surged out. Despite the fact that it filled his entire body with intense pain, he ignored that and focused his gaze fully on Mistress Red Dust. Rumbling sounds continued as she lurched to a halt. Although she recovered a moment later, that moment was all the time that was needed. Blood oozed out of Bai Xiaochun's heaven-span Dharma eye as the power of teleportation surged. Grabbing the eternal parasol just in the nick of time, he vanished. As for the magical technique that Mistress Red Dust had just been preparing, it shot through the space that had previously been occupied by Bai Xiaochun, and did absolutely nothing. Bai Xiaochun! She screamed shrilly, her eyes burning with hatred. Then, a moment later, she also vanished. At the same time, teleportation light swept through the rest of the labyrinth, causing everyone else to disappear, including Master God Diviner, Zhao Long, Song Ke, and others. Great Wall cultivators, soul cultivators, and savage giants alike were all whisked away as the labyrinth collapsed, leaving behind nothing but a huge, sinking crater. Within that enormous area, the space that had once been created by the 9 black pillars of light was replaced by a single white pillar that shot into the sky and then sent ripples out in all directions. Bai Lin and the Great Wall forces, as well as all the people from the wildlands, all clearly saw what was happening, and were shaken. Furthermore, all of them very much wanted to know what occurred within the labyrinth. It wasn't until a month later that everyone came to know about the teleportation spell formation which had been activated, and how everyone inside had been teleported to different parts of the wildlands. Some people ended up in areas relatively close to the labyrinth, others were sent deep into the wildlands, to places where transmission jade slips were useless. As more and more Great Wall cultivators managed to make it back to Great Wall City, news began to spread about what happened in the trials by fire. Stories of Bai Xiaochun began to be told again, causing the news to resound in Great Wall City and the wildlands alike. He had taken first place in the trials by fire. He had been the first to enter the sepulchre. Later, Mistress Red Dust also entered the sepulchre, where the two had fought a bitter battle. After the sepulchre collapsed, it was revealed that Bai Xiaochun had apparently survived the fight up to that point. But then the teleportation began, and as for whether or not he made out it alive, nobody knew. After a second month passed, Mistress Red Dust increased the reward on Bai Xiaochun's head to an unheard-of level. 5 Deva beast souls and 1 Deva soul. Both the wildlands and the Great Wall forces were completely shaken. Not even the Great Wall's execution list had a reward so high. Bai Xiaochun was now in first place on the Wildlands execution list. It was also in that fashion that the Great Wall forces came to realize that Bai Xiaochun was not dead. Currently, Bai Lin sat in Great Wall City, a melancholy look on his face and an alcohol flagon in hand. Sighing emotionally, he murmured, "As long as you're not dead, Xiaochun, I'm happy. I really let you down this time. Where are you?" End of Book 4, A Different Kind of Hostage. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 564, A Fated Pair. Book 5, The Peak of Life. The wildlands were huge, so huge that few people even knew their true extent. However, most cultivators who understood a thing or two about them were able to guess. If the entire world were circular, then the heavenspan sea would be in the very middle, with 4 enormous rivers stretching out from it in each of the cardinal directions. The tributaries, streams, and even the deltas were all like tree branches that grew out from the rivers. The areas in which the Heavenspan River existed were the Heavenspan realm. The places where that river didn't exist occupied roughly half of the circle that made up the world. And those locations were known as the Wildlands. There was even a well-known saying, "Everything beyond the Great Wall is the Wildlands." In the areas between the 4 major rivers were the 4 major sections of the Great Wall, which acted like gates, keeping the Wildlands locked on the outside, and the Heavenspan realm sealed on the inside. If one could look down from high enough, the 4 sections of the Great Wall would make something like a large circle. More precisely, there were 2 circles. The inner circle was the Heavenspan realm, and the outer circle was the Wildlands. Theoretically speaking, if one kept walking for long enough, they could walk in a huge circle through the Wildlands. As such, it was also possible to reach any of the 4 major rivers without even setting foot on a boat. 1. Somewhere deep in the Wildlands, there was a boundless jungle, dense to the extreme, filled with countless towering trees that formed an enormous canopy overhead. Because of that canopy, only scattered bits of sunlight made it through to the rotting marshlands below. Enormous jungles like this existed in numerous locations within the Wildlands. Although such areas were devoid of the spiritual power of the Heavenspan River, they still teemed with life. In fact, whether it was the plant life or the local savages, everything seemed to be free of certain constraints that spiritual power brought, and thus were especially large and tough. One particularly large tree in this jungle had bones littering the ground beneath it, many of which had bite marks on them. There were also the scattered feathers of flying creatures. In the middle of all the bones, leaning up against the tree itself, was a person. His hair was messy and knotted, and he was devouring the carcass of some small creature. The crunching sounds of his chewing were terrifying as they echoed out into the jungle. Apparently, he was so hungry that he didn't care whether or not he was eating the flesh or the bones, or both. Considering all the bones surrounding this person, it seemed that he had eaten quite a bit during this meal. It was a really frightening scene. Not too far away, beneath another large tree, was a corpse. Clearly, that corpse had been laying there rotting for many weeks. It was so withered up that it was difficult to make out its facial features, but based on the clothing, it had been a cultivator in life. There was even a bag of holding laying off to the side next to the corpse. The living person devouring the raw meat was none other than Bai Xiaochun. As for the corpse, not even Bai Xiaochun had any idea who it was. Bai Xiaochun had been teleported to this location on a stormy night roughly 2 months before. Considering how badly injured he had struggled just to crawl over to the base of the tree. Using his last scrap of spiritual power, he had pulled out his damaged eternal parasol and stabbed it into the ground next to him, relying on the pressure it emanated to protect himself. Having been completely drained of spiritual power, he simply lay there, unmoving. Eventually, Bai Xiaochun noticed a young man lying on the ground at the base of another nearby tree. At that point, the young man had not been dead. He had stared in disbelief at Bai Xiaochun for a long moment, neither of them talking, until he finally leaned his head down onto the ground and died. Seeing the young man die had frightened Bai Xiaochun, but at that moment, he had been too weak to even move. The emotion of the moment, combined with his exhaustion, had shoved him into unconsciousness. He didn't wake up for almost a week. Unfortunately, he was still too weak to move at that time. His injuries were truly severe, and he had been pushed to the very brink of death, leaving him completely empty of any sort of spiritual power. To recover would definitely require time. After all, he didn't even have enough spiritual power to open his bag of holding. He was surrounded by the corpses of various wild animals, which he didn't remember seeing there when he had passed out earlier. Clearly, the animals had come too close to the eternal parasol, and had been killed by the pressure it emitted. Furthermore, the power of the parasol had also protected the corpse of the young man at the other nearby tree. It's a good thing that I ended up pulling the eternal parasol out of my bag of holding instead of something else. Otherwise, I would have woken up to find myself eaten. He sighed bitterly, his heart filled with anger. To think that a magnificent major general like myself would fall to this level. You'll get what's coming to you one of these days, Granny Red Dust. I'll show you how awesome Lord Bai is. And as for you Chen Hatian, you and I are now archenemies. AI. I really got hurt badly this time. Bai Xiaochun wanted to cry, and at the same time, felt his fury building. However, he couldn't even turn his head, only move his eyes around to examine his unfamiliar surroundings. Eventually, he forced himself to accept his current situation, and also realized that since there was no spiritual energy, he was obviously not near the Heavenspan River. Clearly, he had been teleported out into the wildlands. After a while, he sighed. Feeling bored, he rolled his eyes over to look at the corpse lying beneath the tree. Earlier, it had been impossible to determine what had caused the young man's death. But now his skin was pitch black, leading to the obvious conclusion that he had been hit with a poisonous magical technique that had burned his heart and blood vessels until he died. Suddenly, another wave of exhaustion swept through Bai Xiaochun, and he passed out again. Another week or so went by before we woke up, but this time, he could move his head a bit. Furthermore, he didn't feel completely numb. In fact, he felt little stabs of pain all over himself, almost like needles. It was a somewhat unbearable feeling, and yet, he could do little more than sigh. Well, at least I can feel pain. That means I'm slowly recovering. There were more animal corpses piled up in the area now, and he was so hungry he felt dizzy. Unfortunately, he could only move his head, nothing else. Swallowing, he lay there blankly for a bit before looking back at the corpse to analyze it a bit further. It looks like he was in early Foundation establishment. Doesn't look like he was teleported here from the labyrinth. More like a local soul cultivator. Seems like he was fleeing for his life from somebody or something. Bai Xiaochun wasn't too worried about that fact. After all, he had already been laying in one place for about half a month without anyone passing by. As time passed, and Bai Xiaochun continued to watch the corpse rotting away, he picked up on more and more clues. Doesn't seem like a rogue cultivator. Must be from some local cultivator clan. I remember looking at him right before he died. He looked haggard and defiant. He must have had some aspirations in life that he never fulfilled. Seems pretty young. Smart and good-looking, although not as much as me. He often muttered things like this to himself. After all, as he was slowly recovering, he literally had nothing to do except study the corpse. When he got tired, he would go back to sleep. Eventually, 2 months later, he was excited to discover that he could move again. The first thing he did was crawl over one of the animals that had been killed because of the eternal parasol. He devoured the entire thing in a single mouthful. Over the course of the past 2 months, he had become so hungry he could barely see straight. That was compounded by the fact that his recovery was rapidly emptying him out. Therefore, he ate all of the nearby animals in a single sitting. He even ate the tiny birds, feathers, and all. The more he ate, the warmer he felt, and the more energy he had. In the end, after devouring everything in sight, he rubbed the back of his neck and finally felt alive again. "I'm back!" he yelled excitedly. It was a wonderful feeling to escape with one's life against all odds. As he thought back to everything which had happened in the labyrinth, it truly felt as if he had ended up stepping halfway through the gates of the underworld. Sighing, he walked over to the corpse. "Thank you for keeping me company these past 2 months, my brother," he said softly. "I guess it was fate that we met here. If I ever have the chance, I'll do my best to pay you back." Reaching down, he picked up the bag of holding lying next to the corpse. Meanwhile, on a barren mountain some distance away from the jungle, someone was sitting cross-legged in meditation, in a cave. There were 7 or 8 corpses laid out in front of him, all of them belonging to Foundation Establishment cultivators. They were little more than skin and bones, with their flesh and blood having been absorbed. Eventually, the cross-legged figure's eyes opened, although instead of shining brightly, they glimmered with faded life, as if this person had received significant injuries. Ignoring the corpses, he rubbed his forehead and gritted his teeth. "Even if you're dead, by Xiaochun, one of these days I'll pay you back for the humiliation you brought upon me. I'll avenge myself upon your friends and family, 1,000 times over." He was none other than Zhou Yixing. 1. Early descriptions of the lands of Heavenspan refer to how the areas between the rivers are devoid of spiritual energy. I think that the idea is that those areas are within the Great Wall, and are more like dead zones as opposed to being part of the wildlands. If anyone remembers any specific passages which seem to contradict this, or contradict the description in this chapter, please let me know so that I can go back to clarify and adjust the narrative. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 565, Necromancers. Chapter 565, Necromancers. Bai Xiaochun stood there in the jungle, holding the bag of holding and looking down at the corpse of the young man. For some reason, he really felt as if it had been destiny which teleported him to this location, where this corpse had accompanied him for 2 months. He sighed. "Allow me to give you a proper burial, my brother." Bai Xiaochun could tell that he was recovering rapidly now. However, his spiritual power was still so depleted that he couldn't even open his bag of holding. Therefore, he used the eternal parasol to dig a pit, into which he lowered the corpse of the young man. Patting the soil he had filled the grave back in with, he said, "Don't worry, in a few more days I should have enough spiritual power built up to open your bag of holding. Then we can see what's inside, and maybe I'll even learn your name. Then I can put up a proper grave marker for you." Then he walked back over to the tree he had spent the last 2 months under and sat down cross-legged to try out some breathing exercises. Unfortunately, there wasn't any spiritual power in this part of the wildlands, so he was forced to rely only on the restorative powers of his own body, and the bits of spiritual energy which had built up in his flesh and blood over the years. A few days passed. It was early evening, but because of the darkness that blanketed the jungle floor, it seemed like the middle of the night. As Bai Xiaochun sat there meditating, he slowly opened his eyes, and a brief flicker of light could be seen. Got some spiritual power back. His heart was pounding with excitement. After all, he was in a strange land bereft of spiritual power, and that left him feeling very uneasy. Panting a bit, he slapped his bag of holding, which flashed with light as a bottle flew out. It was a bottle of spirit alcohol. He excitedly poured the spirit alcohol down his throat, whereupon it turned into warm currents that flowed through his chi passageways in a very pleasing fashion. He was like a dried, parched land that was finally receiving rain, and it caused prickling sensations to fill him. "That's the feeling," he murmured, tears welling up in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he rotated his cultivation base, not allowing a bit of the spiritual power from the spirit alcohol to go to waste. A few hours later, Bai Xiaochun was laughing madly, his eyes glittering at the small fraction of spiritual power which he had built up, which was only about 5% of his total limit. Although it was only a small amount, it was enough to open his bag of holding numerous times. Therefore, he opened the bag again to pull out a dozen or so bottles of spirit alcohol, consumed them all, and then sat quietly to perform breathing exercises. For the following 3 days, rumbling sounds filled him as spiritual power poured through his body. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes, and tears flowed out. "I've finally recovered completely. Man, that was hard. Whether it's in terms of body or cultivation base, I'm back to normal. You just wait for Lord Bai to get his hands on you, Granny Red Dust." Laughing loudly, he stood up and assessed his spiritual power levels. To his delight, he found that he was actually a bit stronger than before. Thanks to the deadly battle he had fought, his position within the great circle of the gold core stage had advanced, both in terms of fleshly body power and cultivation base. In fact, when it came to his fleshly body, he felt more than ever that he was on the verge of being able to break through the next shackle. He couldn't help but sigh, especially when he thought back to how closely he had brushed with death during his fight with Mistress Red Dust. Taking a deep breath, he looked around a bit, which was when his excitement began to wane, and he even started to feel a bit anxious. "I don't even have any idea where I am in the wildlands. Wherever I am, it's too dangerous here. I need to get back to the Great Wall." Now that he thought about it, if any of the soul cultivators or savages found out that he was Bai Xiaochun, they would surely skin him alive. The mere thought of what that would be like left him shivering. Finally, he looked over at the simple grave he had erected, and finally decided to open the bag of holding that had belonged to the young man. It contained a variety of miscellaneous items, few of which were of any interest to Bai Xiaochun. After all, it was the bag of holding of a mere early foundation establishment cultivator. However, what did interest Bai Xiaochun was the collection of bone slips. Much like jade slips, they could store information, and after skimming through the group in the bag of holding, Bai Xiaochun found 3 that were of particular interest. The first bone slip contained a map of the immediate area. After studying it for a while, Bai Xiaochun still had no idea where he was. There was absolutely nothing on the map that indicated how far away the Great Wall was. "Well, that doesn't help much," he thought nervously. With that, he moved on to the second bone slip, after which his eyes glittered, and he looked over at the grave mound. "Your name is Bai Hao," he murmured. The second bone slip had some detailed information about the identity of the dead young man, including some dying words he had inscribed. 1. His name was Bai Hao, and was a bastard son from one of the local aristocratic necromancer clans. Apparently, he wasn't very well liked in the clan, and had provoked the ire of the wrong people, who plotted against him. That was what led to him perishing when and how he did. From what Bai Xiaochun could tell, the necromancer clan in question wasn't considered to be spectacularly famous. Aristocratic necromancer clan. After some more thought, he moved on to the third bone slip, which contained the most intriguing information so far. It was a detailed description of necromancers, with information he had wondered about back at the Great Wall. Essentially, it was a basic primer to necromancy. Even the first few sentences left Bai Xiaochun completely shaken. Necromancy is an amalgamation. Necromancers used the foundation of spirit enhancement, medicine concocting, and equipment forging as the basis of necromancy. Bai Xiaochun had long since noticed that there was something strange about the spirit-enhanced treasures wielded by the Wildlanders, and had come to his own conclusions about why that was. Now, the information in this bone slip corroborated his previous speculations. After going on to read through the rest of the information, he was left stunned. At that point, the Wildlands didn't seem as profoundly mysterious as they had before. All of the various clues suddenly fit together to form a complete picture. The lowest of the low in the Wildlands were the savage tribes. The giants had been the last to become civilized, and were treated mostly like servants. They actually worshipped the soul cultivators, and viewed them as protectors of sorts. Soul cultivators occupied a much higher position than the savages, and were not very different from ordinary cultivators. The only difference was that they couldn't practice cultivation with the spiritual power of the Heavenspan River, and instead had to rely on the soul vitality provided by the necromancers. In the sprawling wildlands, there were far more savages than soul cultivators, and yet, the soul cultivators couldn't be described as few and far between. They had their clans and powerful organizations, and there were also many who were like rogue cultivators. As for the necromancers, they were like the nobility of the wildlands. Any necromancer of any sort occupied a very high position. Not only could they produce the soul vitality that soul cultivators needed to advance their cultivation, but they could also forge magical items and bless such items with spirit enhancements. Because of that, necromancers were extremely important to the wildlands as a whole. Of course, necromancers had their own ranking system based on fire. The truth was that although wildlands necromancers resembled the spirit enhancers from the lands of Heavenspan in some ways, they were actually very different. In the lands of Heavenspan, spirit enhancers would search for fuel to make multicolored flame. However, the necromancers didn't need any fuel. Although they also experienced a similar issue of having a high failure rate, they didn't need to rely on fuel, they worked directly with the flame itself. Of course, such flames didn't exist on their own. Necromancers used different types of souls and special methods to conjure them. Anyone who could conjure one colored flame was considered an initiate necromancer. Upon being able to conjure four-colored flame, one was promoted to the journeyman rank. 7-colored flame was the standard to become a master necromancer. Most necromancers in the wildlands fell into those 3 ranks. 10-colored flame was the absolute peak for master necromancers, and not very many necromancers could reach such a level. After going beyond that level, necromancers would experience a period of transformation, after which, they were ranked according to the denominations of terrestrial, celestial, earthly, and heavenly. Being able to conjure 11-colored flame made one a terrestrial necromancer. In the wildlands, any terrestrial necromancer was a person who could dominate the lands wherever he went. The next level beyond that was the celestial necromancer, of which there were even fewer. In any of the necromancer clans, a celestial necromancer occupied the highest of positions, similar to that of a Grand Elder or the reserve powers. After all, the hallmark of celestial necromancers was the ability to conjure 15-colored flame. Earthly necromancers were legendary, and in all of the wildlands, there were only 3. To become an earthly necromancer, one had to conjure 18-colored flame. The highest level of all was that of the heavenly necromancer. From ancient times until now, not a single one had ever appeared, and they were considered only a theoretical rank. After all, to reach the heavenly rank, one had to conjure 21-colored flame. 1, by house surname is the same as by Xiaochun's, which means white. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 566, Necromancy and Spirit Enhancement are the same. Chapter 566, Necromancy and Spirit Enhancement are the same. Necromancy and Spirit Enhancement are basically the same thing. By Xiaochun murmured to himself as he looked at the information in the bone slip. From what he was reading, all of the various types of multicolored flame in the wildlands were produced by necromancers, a fact which caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to leap with excitement. After generations of experimentation and research, the formulas for everything from 1 to 14-colored flame had been well established. In fact, there were multiple variations on how to conjure each of those types of flame. Such formulas weren't exactly secret within the wildlands. Although not every necromancer had the skill to use all of the formulas, all of the aristocratic necromancer clans had the formulas in their records. However, the formula for 15-colored flame was a tightly kept secret that not even mid-level necromancer clans had access to. Only the large clans and other major powers had them. As for 16-colored flame, that was a secret among secrets. In any case, because of all these factors, when it came to spirit enhancement, the wildlands existed on a far higher level than the lands of Heavenspan. The information in the bone slip made it clear that simply possessing a certain level of flame didn't guarantee success in using it to perform a spirit enhancement. The more colors in the flame, the higher the chances of failure. That was one area in which there was no difference between the wildlands and heavenspan cultivators. Also similar was how failure led to complete destruction of all the materials involved. From what Bai Xiaochun could tell, that was a sort of equalizer between the two sides. However, what he had learned about how the necromancers could conjure their own flame was still very shocking. If I could learn the formulas for producing multicolored flame. Bai Xiaochun was aware that his biggest advantage was his turtle walk. After all, just because someone could conjure 14-colored flame didn't mean that they could successfully perform a 14-fold spirit enhancement. But for Bai Xiaochun, it was the exact opposite. As a result, he felt completely and utterly shaken. The bone slip also had information about so-called soul vitality, which was really just soul medicine. Soul medicines were much like spirit stones in that the soul cultivator not only used them for cultivation, but as currency. In terms of how to make soul medicine, it wasn't very difficult. The initial process was the same as when conjuring multicolored flame, except that in the end, the final result became soul medicine instead. Soul medicines made from 10-colored flame or less were considered low-grade, and were further classified according to how many flames had been used to make them. For example, soul medicine made from 1-colored flame was a level 1 low-grade soul medicine. If it was made from 10-colored flame, it was a level 10 low-grade soul medicine. Soul medicine made from 11-colored flame was known as mid-grade, and was much more expensive. Furthermore, mid-grade soul medicine could only be conjured by terrestrial necromancers. In terms of high-grade soul medicines, they were very rare, and could only be produced with 15-colored flame or higher. They were what was referred to as soul vitality. There was also a type of soul medicine referred to as supreme grade, but was mostly something of a legend that was conjured using 21-colored flame. Soul medicine and soul vitality were the main reasons that necromancers had risen to prominence in the wildlands. In terms of services they performed for others, they could conjure soul medicine for use in cultivation, and could use their necromancy to place spirit designs onto magical items, transforming them into spirit-enhanced soul treasures. In terms of their own powers, there was one thing that necromancers could do that no one else could, and that was use their necromancy to create soul slaves. By transforming large groups of vengeful souls into slaves, and then directing their movements and actions, they could use them as powerful weapons to kill the enemy. Furthermore, they could use their soul slaves as a basis with which to conjure soul medicine and make multicolored flame. After reading all of the information in the bone slip, Bai Xiaochun realized that necromancers truly were strong in all areas. Necromancers can do just about everything. He couldn't help but think back to everything that had happened when he was performing spirit enhancements back in the trial by fire. Then he thought about how all-encompassing the powers of the necromancers were. From what he could tell, necromancers weren't just nobility in the wildlands, they were like the direct descendants of the land itself. I have to become a necromancer. Eyes burning with passion, he gripped the bone slip hard in his hand and reviewed the information therein. Then he searched through Bai Hao's bag of holding again. However, there were no bone slips which had formulas for multicolored flame. I guess Bai Hao's cultivation base wasn't high enough to have formulas like that. Or perhaps his position in the clan was too low? Looking over at the grave mound, he reached out and inscribed some words into the tree above it. Here lies Bai Hao. Then he clasped hands and bowed to the grave. After that, he turned and burst into motion. Although he was moved by what he had learned about necromancers, he knew that the most important thing for him to do at the moment was to get back to the distant Great Wall. I guess I have to rely on my appearance-changing trick again. With that, he used his mask to change his appearance to that of Bai Hao. I'll use Bai Hao's identity temporarily. With that, he picked up speed. There are some odd things about this mask, though, he thought with a frown. After all, the mask itself came from the wildlands, where there was some powerful group that could theoretically track him down by means of it. The fact that they could locate me with the mask before indicates that there is some branding mark on it that I can't detect. Although that powerful group had never shown much hostility toward him, Bai Xiaochun didn't want to bet his life on their lack of interest. A moment later, his eyes glittered as he recalled the change which had occurred back in the trial by fire, when he performed an 11-fold spirit enhancement on the leaf. Not only had its appearance changed, but his own branding mark had been wiped away from it, forcing him to bond it again. That sounds like a good way to handle the situation. Having made up his mind, he continued onward, using the map and the bone slip to navigate his way toward the edge of the jungle. Not long after he had left, a mysterious gray mist began to build up in the area surrounding the grave mound. Then, sounds could be heard like someone walking along a bed of brittle leaves. Soon, a figure appeared, walking slowly through the mists to come to stand in front of Bai Hao's grave. It was an old man in a long gray robe, with an expressionless face. If Bai Xiaochun had been there, he would have recognized him immediately. He was the grave keeper. The old man looked at the grave mound for a long moment, then turned to look in the direction Bai Xiaochun had taken before. A moment passed, and then the old man turned and walked away. As Bai Xiaochun sped through the jungle toward its border, Zhou Yixing walked out of the cave on the mountain some distance away. He looked much healthier than before, and his eyes shone brightly. Although he wasn't completely back to normal, he was mostly recovered. However, when he thought back to the losses he had sustained in the labyrinth, depression gripped his heart, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. It's all the fault of that Bai Xiaochun. The world will be a better place with him dead. Snorting coldly, he looked around, and then began to reinforce the spell formations he had set up in the area. Despite the 2 months that had passed, he still wasn't fully recovered from the injuries he had suffered in the labyrinth. However, after being teleported to this place, he was lucky enough to encounter a few wandering Foundation establishment soul cultivators. After killing them, he used a secret magic to consume their flesh, blood, and cultivation bases, which helped him recover quite a bit. However, as a necromancer, he was well aware that this location was far beyond his own clan's territory, and that he was a stranger here. Even he was in great danger here. During the 2 months in which he had stayed in place, he had used spell formations to trap a few more soul cultivators, who provided nourishment for his recovery. If I'm not mistaken, this is the jungle of lost souls, which would mean I'm very, very far away from home. Frowning, Zhou Yixing looked around again, and then sighed. That means I'm in the territory of the giant Ghost King, one of the 4 great kings of the wildlands, a demigod with 5 devas under his command. If I want to get home, I'm going to have to pass through Giant Ghost City at some point. That's where the teleportation portal will be. After some thought, he finished his work with the spell formations. There won't be as many soul cultivators out in the open once I leave the region of the jungle of lost souls. I'll capture a few more and restore my cultivation base, then head to Giant Ghost City. Having made his decision, he was just about to go back into the cave when his expression flickered as he noticed a figure speeding through the jungle some distance away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567, I hate people named Bai. Chapter 567, I hate people named Bai. Not a bad cultivation base, this core formation soul cultivator. Eyes widening and heart beginning to race, Zhou Yixing looked at the figure speeding out from the jungle and licked his lips. After weighing matters, his eyes shone with determination. If he goes in a different direction, then I'll ignore him. But if he enters the range of my restrictive spells, I can consume him with ease. Absorbing him would be the equivalent of consuming over 100 Foundation establishment soul cultivators. Not only would that completely heal me, but it would push my cultivation base to the peak. He quickly backed up into the darkness of the cave, keeping his attention focused on the incoming figure, who was none other than Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun followed the map out of the jungle, and upon emerging into the open, he saw the evening sky up above, and a barren landscape stretching out in front of him. There were mountains everywhere, all of them the completely inhospitable type that left one with a choking sensation. Occasionally, spheres of mist that were vengeful souls could be seen floating here and there. The entire area seemed very sinister. This place looks wilder than the places I visited outside the Great Wall. Sighing, he proceeded forward. Meanwhile, Zhou Yixing was crouching in his cave on the barren mountain. When he realized that the cultivator who had just flown out of the jungle wasn't heading in his direction, he hesitated for a moment, after which a brutal gleam appeared in his eyes. I'm thinking too much into it. I just need to consume him, and then I'll be back to normal. Considering that I'm a necromancer, and he's just a soul cultivator, I should be able to crush him with ease. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Zhou Yixing's expression turned even more fierce. Waving his hand, he summoned his ninefold enhanced black greatbow, and then leaped out from the cave, shooting 18 arrows in quick succession at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun sensed him as soon as he leapt out in the open. Spinning, he looked in Zhou Yixing's direction, and when he saw him, his jaw dropped. The 18 soul arrows screamed through the air, 18 beams of light that bore down so quickly on Bai Xiaochun that, before he could react, they were right in front of him. Zhou Yixing? He thought. Almost immediately, excitement rose up in his heart. How could he have possibly imagined that he would actually run into a familiar face here? Even more surprising was that the familiar face was none other than his lucky star. Bai Xiaochun was already exuberant at how considerate Zhou Yixing was to show up in such a way. However, he quickly came to a decision. I can't let him figure out who I am. Not hesitating any further, he waved his right index finger at the 18 soul arrows. Instantly, a vortex sprang up to meet the arrows, and intense rumbling sounds rang out as the arrows exploded. The resulting shockwave blasted out, sending dust up in all directions. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun continued forward, completely unharmed. Zhou Yixing's eyes nearly popped out of his skull, and his heart began to pound so hard he started shaking. All of a sudden, a very bad feeling filled him. Damn it, he cursed inwardly, this guy's way stronger than me. Already regretting his impulsiveness, he shot back toward the safety of his restrictive spells on the mountain. However, that was when Bai Xiaochun chuckled darkly and strode forward. As he did, his visage blurred, and in the blink of an eye, his wood clone stepped out and shot toward the barren mountain in a blur of light. At first, Bai Xiaochun hadn't noticed the restrictive spells on the mountain, but now that they had caught his attention, he could see how deadly they were. And yet, that didn't bother him. Waving his hand, he sent another clone speeding toward the mountain. Because he was currently wearing his mask, the clones he produced also looked like Bai Hao. When Zhou Yixing saw all of this happening, his face fell dramatically. Clones. From what Zhou Yixing understood, anyone with a clone was an extraordinary individual, and shockingly, this person had two. Then he remembered whose territory he was currently in, and came to the conclusion that this person must somehow be connected to the giant Ghost King. It probably wouldn't have mattered if he absorbed him, but now that it was obvious he wasn't a match, his regret only continued to grow more profound. Stay your hand, fellow Taoist. I'm Zhou Yixing from the Eastern Zhou clan. This was just a misunderstanding. I mistook you for an old enemy of mine. Bai Xiaochun chuckled. Intentionally keeping his voice a bit raspy, he said, misunderstanding? Is that what you say to everyone surnamed Bai? I was just passing through here, and I'm supposed to believe this little ambush of yours was a mere misunderstanding? Then he waved his hand, sending his two clones slamming down onto the mountain peak, where they began to batter the restrictive spells into oblivion. However, these were no ordinary restrictive spells, so the two clones couldn't accomplish the task immediately. Overall, it took them the time it takes half an incense stick to burn before breaking through them all. From Bai Xiaochun's perspective, things were going very slowly, but to Zhou Yixing, it was the opposite. The restrictive spells he had used were a specialty of his clan, and were particularly powerful. The fact that this person could break the formations so easily left him completely shocked. Even as he tried to keep his restrictive spells operational despite the onslaught of the two clones, he nervously called out, "Fellow Taoist Bai, please, just listen. I'm a necromancer, and a master necromancer at that. I can compensate you with some soul medicine." At the moment, the fact that this person was surnamed Bai didn't really make him pause for thought. After all, Bai was a relatively common surname. Inwardly, Bai Xiaochun was smiling broadly. Dealing with Zhou Yixing actually gave him a warm feeling of familiarity. On the outside, however, he maintained a proud expression as he waved his hand and caused shocking soul power fluctuations to roil out. The fluctuations were so domineering that it was instantly obvious that they weren't from a soul cultivator, but rather, a necromancer. "I'm a necromancer too," he said in a cool voice that abounded with dignity. When Zhou Yixing heard it, he shivered, and his eyes turned more bloodshot than before. "You think I'm scared of you or something?" he roared. Performing a double-handed incantation gesture, he sent a black mist pouring out of his great bow, which formed into a black arrow with a vicious ghost face on it. Then, Zhou Yixing pulled back the bowstring. "Feeling a bit cocky, huh?" Bai Xiaochun responded loftily. He blurred again as his water clone stepped out, transforming into a third beam of light that shot toward the mountain. "You have another clone," Zhou Yixing blurted. With 3 clones battering at the restrictive spells, it was obvious they wouldn't last for much longer. Finally, Zhou Yixing let out a shout as he unleashed a black arrow toward Bai Xiaochun. The ghost face arrow howled as it closed in. As it did, Bai Xiaochun proudly lifted his chin, fully confident that even Zhou Yixing in his peak state wouldn't be a match for him. Considering that he was currently injured, he was even less in a place to fight him. After all, Bai Xiaochun was now even stronger than he had been back in the labyrinth. As such, he didn't even pay attention to the arrow. He simply reached out and grabbed it forcefully. The arrow lurched to a halt, and the ghost face screamed miserably. However, no struggles on its part did any good. Zhou Yixing's mind was already spinning by this point. Impossible. Even as he gaped in shock, a series of explosions rang out as the 3 clones finally broke through the last of the restrictive spells, and then surrounded Zhou Yixing. Zhou Yixing struggled a bit, but within moments, had been subdued, and his cultivation base sealed. Then, Bai Xiaochun's true self stepped over into the cave, clearing his throat as he looked him up and down. Zhou Yixing's heart immediately began to beat wildly. Glaring up at Bai Xiaochun, he gritted his teeth and said, "My Zhou clan has served the 9 Serenities King to stand guard over the east for years. Plus, I'm from the clan's direct bloodline. If you kill me, the Zhou clan will definitely avenge my death." Smiling faintly, Bai Xiaochun ignored Zhou Yixing's threats and picked up his bag of holding. After erasing the branding mark, he opened it and looked inside. Unfortunately, it was mostly empty except for some miscellaneous objects. There were 4 tons of 7-colored flame, which Bai Xiaochun was happy to collect, along with the great bow. Zhou Yixing stared angrily at Bai Xiaochun as he rifled through his bag of holding, grief pulsing in his heart. He simply couldn't figure out why he would be bullied by Bai Xiaochun in the labyrinth, only to escape and be bullied by someone else named Bai. "I hate people named Bai," he wailed inwardly, tears streaming down his cheeks. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568, Bring It On. Let's see who's scared of whom. Chapter 568, Bring It On. Let's see who's scared of whom. After looking through Zhou Yixing's bag of holding inside and out for quite a bit, he found little else of interest. Glaring in irritation, Bai Xiaochun said, "If you're a direct bloodline clan member of the Zhou clan, what's the deal with your bag of holding? It's virtually empty. You're too late." Zhou Yixing replied angrily. "Before I ran into you, some other damned brute took away all my stuff." To have someone rob him and then look down on him with disdain was pushing him to the brink of madness. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined ending up this poor state. Once upon a time, his bag of holding had contained 9-colored flame, a fire soul arrow, plenty of soul slaves, and a huge collection of soul medicine. However, all of that had either been stolen from him or used up in the labyrinth. When Bai Xiaochun saw how angry Zhou Yixing was getting, he narrowed his eyes. He had noticed Zhou Yixing's use of the term damned brute, and was fairly certain who he was referring to. Clearing his throat, he ignored Zhou Yixing and then began to examine a few bone slips that he had found in his bag of holding. There was quite a bit of information, but most of it was already known to Bai Xiaochun. After quite a bit of searching, he didn't find any formulas for multicolored flame, which was the main thing he was interested in at the moment. However, what he found in the last bone slip left him feeling a bit better. It had a map much larger than the one he currently possessed, which showed almost the entire wildlands. Although it wasn't very detailed, it at least made his current situation a bit clearer. One thing he noticed was that there were 5 enormous cities marked on the map. 4 of the cities were located in the cardinal directions of east, west, south, and north. Those 4 cities were Nine Serenities City, Giant Ghost City, War Champion City, and Spirit Advent City. Those 4 huge cities controlled large areas within the wildlands. Furthermore, far away in a location between War Champion City and Spirit Advent City was a 5th city, which was listed as the Imperial City. Lost in thought, he put the bone slip away. After a moment, he looked back at Zhou Yixing. Seeing the look in his eye, Zhou Yixing knew that his life or death would be decided within the next few moments. Glaring back angrily at Bai Xiaochun, he snarled, "If you're gonna kill me, kill me." Chuckling, Bai Xiaochun squatted down in front of Zhou Yixing and said, "Calm down, I just want to ask you some questions. If you answer them well, then I might be pleased enough to spare your life." Worried that his clones might be frightening Zhou Yixing too much, he waved his hand, and they faded away into motes of white light that merged back into his body. "If you think I'm going to tell you anything, you might as well stop dreaming right now," Zhou Yixing shouted, spraying a bit of spittle out of his mouth as he did. "If you've got what it takes, just kill me. The necromancers from my clan will definitely avenge my death." Zhou Yixing knew that this necromancer would likely want to use his soul for necromantic purposes. Therefore, he didn't believe at all that his life would be spared. Bitterness filled Zhou Yixing's heart, but he was ready to die, and therefore, decided to throw caution to the wind and take a stand. Zhou Yixing's raving reaction actually startled Bai Xiaochun, but when spittle almost landed on his face, he started to get mad. "You really think you're tough stuff, don't you, Zhou Yixing? I didn't even ask you any questions, you fool, and you've already refused to answer." Bai Xiaochun almost couldn't believe how brazen Zhou Yixing was acting. Here he was, a prisoner of war, and yet he dared to act like a bully. Zhou Yixing chuckled coldly. Convinced that he was about to die, he didn't even attempt to conceal the scorn in his eyes as he said, "Humph. I don't care what questions you have. You can forget about getting even a scrap of information out of me. By the way, I might as well tell you that the Zhou clan has made interrogation and torture into an art. People like me train in that kind of thing from childhood. If you have what it takes, go ahead and see if you can get me to open my mouth. I can't wait to see you try." That scorn touched a nerve in Bai Xiaochun, whose eyes widened as he slapped his bag of holding. Suddenly, an aphrodisiac pill appeared in his hand, and before Zhou Yixing could even see what it was, he shoved it into his mouth. Then he bopped him on his chest, whereupon the pill slid down Zhou Yixing's throat. "I'll show you what true terror means," Bai Xiaochun raged, "and then we'll see if you talk or not." Zhou Yixing was immediately alarmed at the warm currents of energy that began to flow through him. Although he maintained a calm front, inside he began to get nervous. However, he managed to maintain his angry glare at Bai Xiaochun. It didn't take long for an unnatural expression to appear on Zhou Yixing's face as he felt himself growing hotter and hotter. At the same time, an explosively impulsive urge began to fill him, causing his eyes to turn red. He also began to pant heavily. The torturous feeling caused him to start shaking, and yet, he seemed to possess incredible tenacity that allowed him to endure the feeling. He even managed to continue to stare hatefully at Bai Xiaochun. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, Zhou Yixing seemed like he was about to catch on fire, and yet, he hadn't uttered a peep. Bai Xiaochun was actually somewhat moved. "Why are you being like this? I just want to ask you a few questions." Sighing, Bai Xiaochun was just about to try to talk some sense into him when Zhou Yixing suddenly began to cackle madly. "Cut the crap! Is this all you can do? What else you got? Bring it on!" Although his voice quavered a bit, he seemed to brim with self-confidence, and even went so far as to spit a glob of spittle at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun dodged out of the way, his fury burning. The two of them faced off angrily for a long moment, until finally Bai Xiaochun pointed at him and said, "All right, you're forcing my hand, Mr. Zhou." Even as he spoke the words, his wood clone stepped out and flew down the mountain toward the nearby jungle. He returned moments later, whereupon he waved his sleeve, sending a 3-meter-long pig-like creature flying toward Zhou Yixing. Its skin was covered with long, thick fur, and it was clearly male. The pig creature looked around warily, and even let out a few squeals, but underneath the pressure that emanated from Bai Xiaochun, it couldn't even move. Zhou Yixing stared at the creature in shock, unsure of exactly what Bai Xiaochun was planning to do. Next, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand, removing Zhou Yixing's bonds but leaving his cultivation base sealed. Zhou Yixing's expression flickered at the sudden return of mobility, but then his eyes fell onto the pig creature, and he almost couldn't hold back from pouncing onto it. As he stood there, his eyes crimson, his entire body shaking, beads of sweat popped out all over him. He looked like he was burning up inside, to a degree that far surpassed anything from before. "Talk," Bai Xiaochun said with a sigh. "There's no reason to be like this. Don't worry, all you have to do is tell me what I want to know, and I won't kill you. I'll die before I talk. You might as well forget about learning anything from me." Zhou Yixing felt like he might explode at any moment. His expression was distorted, and blue veins were bulging out all over him. The intense heat inside of him was something he had never felt in his entire life. "You've vastly underestimated Lord Zhou's willpower. It's so strong that even my clan patriarchs praised me for it." Zhou Yixing was soaked in sweat, and was clearly on the verge of burning up. However, he still managed to back up a bit, and finally, he threw his head back and laughed uproariously, more disdain in his eyes than ever. Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered in surprise, and even some heartfelt admiration for Zhou Yixing. Based on what he could tell, he really did have terrifying willpower and endurance, something that was beyond the grasp of ordinary people. "I understand, fellow Taoist Zhou. Your willpower surpasses that of common folk. Quite amazing. All I wanted to do was ask you a few questions. I really had no choice but to push things this far. Please don't hold a grudge over what happens next." Sighing deeply, he looked over at the pig creature, and then back at Zhou Yixing. "I just hope this pig creature has as much willpower as you do." Shaking his head, he pulled out an aphrodisiac pill, crushed it into powder, and prepared to feed it to the creature. When Zhou Yixing saw this, he stopped laughing and stared with eyes so wide they looked like they might explode. He began to pant and even grunt, and the blood drained from his face. His legs were shaking, as if he might collapse at any moment. Although he wasn't sure exactly what type of medicine he had been given that had driven him into this madness, the thought of the same thing happening to the pig creature caused his scalp to tingle violently. He didn't even dare to think about what might happen next. He didn't dare to bet that the pig creature had any level of willpower, and before long, the thought of what was to come filled his mind with indescribable bitterness. And yet, his lip curled. "Bring it on! Let's see who's scared of whom." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569, Make It Stop. Chapter 569, Make It Stop. Ah, a true man. Yet again, Bai Xiaochun was moved by how Zhou Yixing was still refusing to give in after things had gone so far. In Bai Xiaochun's estimation, there were few true men like this in the world, other than himself of course. It was quite a shock to find another true man, and yet that was exactly what was happening right now. Sighing, he couldn't help but feel that he and Zhou Yixing were actually quite similar in certain ways. Sighing deeply, he said, "It pains me to put a true man into a situation like this. However, in order to respect your wishes, I will comply with your request. Furthermore, I will look away so that I don't see your ignominy. After all, he simply couldn't bear to watch a true man shed tears. If you can endure what happens next, then I won't ask you any questions. Gritting his teeth, Bai Xiaochun looked at Zhou Yixing one last time, fully convinced that he deserved to be called a true man. With that, he held the powder of the crushed pill out in front of the pig creature's snout. After consuming the powder, the pig creature began to tremble, and much more quickly than Zhou Yixing had. Then its eyes turned red, and it began to squeal over and over again, as if in arousal. And then it began to look around. In response, Zhou Yixing shivered, and no matter how stiff he tried to keep his upper lip, it didn't stop him from letting out a shriek. Even more terrifying was how the pig creature suddenly turned and looked at him, its eyes shining with madness and fire. It began to stamp its hooves into the ground and squeal even louder, the sound of which intensified Zhou Yixing's shaking. Were it not for the fact that Bai Xiaochun had placed his hand restrainingly onto the pig creature's back, it would have already pounced. Because of the horrifying nature of the situation, Zhou Yixing's shriek was filled with incomparable terror. By this point, he was completely devolving into fear, to the point where he was losing control. He could very clearly imagine what would be happening in the moments to come, and knew that he wouldn't last for very long. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone with both determination and admiration as he slowly removed his hand from the pig creature's back, then turned and walked toward the mouth of the cave. He truly did admire Zhou Yixing, and was determined to keep his promise. Considering how much he respected him, if he said he wouldn't watch the outcome, then he definitely wouldn't. He sighed again, a sigh filled with no small amount of grief. I really can't bear to watch a true man cry. Why did you have to push me into doing this? Shaking his head, he walked out of the cage. As he did, he heard the pig creature squeal loudly, and heard the miserable shrieks of Zhou Yixing as he tried to dodge the thing. Lord Bai, I'm sorry. He shouted, stop this. Ask me whatever you want, I'll tell you anything you need to know. Zhou Yixing was using every scrap of energy he had to dodge back and forth, completely cognizant of the fate in store for him if the pig creature managed to pin him. By this point, he had completely abandoned any attempt to look brave, and was shrieking miserably. In response to his words, Bai Xiaochun stopped in place, a look of pride flashing through his eyes. Face lighting up, he turned to look at the scrambling Zhou Yixing. You agree to answer my questions? Zhou Yixing was so terrified that tears were already leaking out of his eyes. Scrambling backward, he shrieked, I'll talk. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Just make it stop. Pleased and yet somewhat disillusioned, Bai Xiaochun shook his head at the sadness of the world's loss of another true man. It seems that I really am the only true man in this heaven and earth. Ah, whatever. Sighing, he stepped forward and grabbed the pig creature, then gave it to one of his clones to take back to the jungle. After the pig creature left, Zhou Yixing leaned up against the cave wall and then slumped down to the ground, panting, his face completely ashen. His clothing dripped with sweat as he looked up at Bai Xiaochun, feeling very much like he had just sidestepped an utter catastrophe. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun didn't even seem human to him, but rather like one of the most evil and wicked beings in existence. Squatting in front of Zhou Yixing, Bai Xiaochun put a look of complete sincerity on his face as he placatingly said, See, Zhou Yixing? I never had any ill intentions. I just wanted to ask you some questions, that's all. Come, be a good boy and tell me all of the flame formulas you know. Let's start with one colored flame. Zhou Yixing's eyes went wide with shock. That's all you wanted to ask me? Zhou Yixing almost couldn't believe that he had heard correctly. Bai Xiaochun shot to his feet and angrily barked, Of course that's all I wanted to know. What, don't tell me you're going to go back on your word, are you? That pig creature can't have gone very far. I'll tell you. Of course I'll tell you. Zhou Yixing looked up at the cave ceiling and forced the tears of frustration and anger back into his eyes. He felt like he was going crazy, to the point where his heart was palpitating. He had assumed this necromancer wanted to ask him about top-secret information, and never even considered that he would simply want to know some flame formulas. Virtually all the aristocratic necromancer clans had formulas for everything from 1 to 11 colored flame. Furthermore, such formulas were available for purchase at the cost of soul medicine in all of the cities of the kings. If he had known that these were the questions he was to be asked, he would never have held out for so long. When he thought back to the pain he had endured, he felt like the entire world was spinning around him. But then, his mind suddenly trembled as he realized that something about the situation seemed off. If this necromancer was from one of the necromancer clans, then it would be impossible for him to be unaware of the formulas for various multicolored flames. The fact that he was asking questions about the formulas meant that he wasn't telling the complete truth about what he wanted. Obviously, he was simply playing games. Zhou Yixing's eyes flashed as he became more and more convinced that his analysis was correct. Glaring at Xiaochun, he contemplated resisting, but the mere thought of the pig creature's blazing eyes caused his heart to tremble. Gritting his teeth, he began with the formula for 1 colored flame, and explained everything up to 14 colored flame. Xiaochun was in very high spirits as he took out a jade slip and took notes about everything. After Zhou Yixing finished, he even had quite a few detailed follow-up questions. Zhou Yixing's explanation seemed quite satisfactory, and in the end, Xiaochun was beaming with joy. Of course, this caused Zhou Yixing to curse inwardly. All of the formulas he had explained were genuine, he didn't dare to give any false information. After all, this was a necromancer he was dealing with. And yet, this fellow seemed completely immersed in his little act. Fudge, this guy sure can put on a good show. Zhou Yixing thought, grinding his teeth. The humiliation he was enduring had him completely seething with anger. Xiaochun happily put the jade slip away and asked a few more questions, each of which further convinced Zhou Yixing that he was being cruelly toyed with. After all, many of the questions seemed completely random and superfluous, to the point where Zhou Yixing couldn't even imagine why they were being asked. His humiliation continued to fester. Finally, Xiaochun asked, "Hey, wait a second, Zhou Yixing. What about the formula for 15 colored flame? Spit it out." With that, he stared expectantly at Zhou Yixing. At this point, Zhou Yixing couldn't take it anymore. Eyes burning with flames of anger, he shouted, "Enough with the act, bye. What's going on here? You expect me to believe you don't know we're in Giant Ghost City territory? You really don't know that the Giant Ghost King is one of the 4 great kings. You really don't know that the teleportation portal is in the city itself. Is this some kind of game to you? I can't believe you asked me how old I am and how many Taoist partners I have. What's the point? You're a necromancer, but you don't know that only the great clans have the formula for 15 colored flame? Damn it! How long are you going to keep toying with me?" Zhou Yixing was so angry he was weeping. His outburst left Xiaochun feeling a bit embarrassed. Many of the questions he had asked were just things he was randomly curious about, with others being completely inane and pointless. Seeing how angry Zhou Yixing was, Xiaochun chuckled and then smacked the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. Ignoring him, he walked to the entrance of the cave and stood there, looking solemnly out at the lands in front of him. "At long last I understand how the Wildlands forces are organized," he murmured. Strange. Why didn't the information back at the Great Wall make this clear? A lot of these things are obviously not secret. I wonder if someone intentionally got rid of some of the details. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570, Flame Conjuring Techniques. Chapter 570, Flame Conjuring Techniques. In the Wildlands, the 5 great powers were split among 5 enormous cities. Of those 5 cities, 4 were the cities of the kings, and 1 was the imperial city. Those cities were 9 Serenities City, Giant Ghost City, War Champion City, Spirit Advent City, and lastly, Arch-Emperor City. The Wildlands was structured in the same ancient fashion as the lands of Heavenspan. At the peak of everything was the current Arch-Emperor, and beneath him were the four kings. The four kings were like feudal vassals, who controlled the four major cities, and raised and kept armies. In the imperial city, there were also lords and marquis who were ranked lower than the kings. Essentially, the Wildlands was structured very much like a feudal empire. Xiaochun had learned all of this information by asking one question after another of Zhou Yixing earlier. Although he was surprised by some of the new things he had learned, it all made sense based on what he had known before. After all, he had long since come to understand that the soul cultivators and the necromancers were the true rulers of the Wildlands. However, what he hadn't known was that years and years ago, the Celestial from Heavenspan Island had overthrown the current empire. Afterward, the surviving members of the overthrown dynasty had fled to the Wildlands, which led to the current situation. He was currently in territory ruled by one of the four great kings, the giant Ghost King. As for the jungle behind him, it was called the Jungle of Lost Souls, and was relatively close to Giant Ghost City. Furthermore, Giant Ghost City lay in the western regions of the lands of Heavenspan, whereas the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect was in the east. That put him very, very far away from home. If he wanted to get back to the eastern branch of the Heavenspan River, he would have to cross the Heavenspan Sea, which was something that not even nascent soul cultivators could do. Only people with Deva realm cultivation bases could do such a thing. Of course, there were other methods of travel, such as using teleportation portals. It wouldn't be extremely difficult to get to the eastern Heavenspan region via that method. Unfortunately, by means of a very vague line of questioning, Xiaochun was able to learn from Zhou Yixing that only people born in the Wildlands could use those teleportation portals. The foundation of such teleportation portals was soul power, which gave them many other strange properties. And yet, not even Zhou Yixing had been absolutely sure about all of that. Most of the information he provided was based on things he had heard but couldn't personally verify. In the end, Xiaochun lapsed into silence for a bit, staring out at the sky outside the cave. Ah, whatever, he thought with a sigh. I might as well give it a shot. Who knows, maybe I'll get lucky and be able to teleport out of here. Shaking his head, he looked back at Zhou Yixing, who was lying there unconscious after being bopped in the head. Despite the fact that Zhou Yixing had tried to kill him 3 times, simply ending his life here didn't seem like the right thing to do. If they were back at the Great Wall, it would have been a different story, but out here all alone in an unfamiliar place, it seemed like a better choice to keep him as a traveling companion. Besides, Xiaochun was absolutely convinced that Zhou Yixing was truly his lucky star. With him to lead the way, the Wildlands didn't seem like such a perilous place after all. That thought left Xiaochun even less inclined to kill him. After a bit more thought, his hand flashed in an incantation gesture, and he put a few hundred restrictive spells onto Zhou Yixing. Having accomplished that, he held Zhou Yixing's life in his hands, and could kill him with a mere thought. It wouldn't be good to keep him completely cut away from his cultivation base. What would happen if we ran into some trouble and he got killed? That wouldn't do. After some more thought, he unsealed 10% of Zhou Yixing's cultivation base. However, that still left him feeling a bit uneasy, so he reduced him to only half of that. With only 5% of his cultivation base, he's essentially a foundation establishment cultivator. That gives him a bit of freedom, but will ensure that he doesn't try to escape. Marveling at how well he treated his lucky star, he ignored him, settling down cross-legged to experiment with one of the flame formulas Zhou Yixing had explained to him. In order to make sure nothing unexpected happened, he summoned his 3 clones, sending one to the cave entrance, and having the other 2 sit on either side of him as Dharma protectors. 3 days went by in a flash. Zhou Yixing had long since regained consciousness, and was lying there motionless. He could sense that 95% of his cultivation base was sealed away, and yet, was still very relieved. Obviously, his captor didn't plan on killing him, and had instead sealed his cultivation base. For the moment, he was safe. However, when he thought of how unlucky he had been since going to the labyrinth, he couldn't stop the grief from welling up inside of him, and simply lay there, staring at the cave ceiling. As Zhou Yixing lay there in a daze, Bai Xiaochun was fully immersed in studying the flame formulas. The more he did, the more shocked he grew, to the point where he began muttering to himself. So that's how you conjure multicolored flame. Different types of flame require different types of souls as the ingredients. Actually, there are very strict requirements in that regard. To make two-colored flame, you need to start out with one-colored flame. After you get two-colored flame, you can put more souls into it and thus conjure three-colored flame. The more he studied, the more his eyes began to sparkle with interest. There were many differences between conjuring flame and concocting medicine, but there were enough similarities that it made it easy for him to gain a basic understanding of the process. Interesting, he thought, licking his lips. He knew that concocting medicine was one of his best skills, and therefore, the idea of getting good at conjuring flame was very enticing. For the moment, he decided to forget about two-colored flame and focus on one-colored flame. He even decided to do some tests to see if he could perform a conjuring himself. After carefully studying the formula, he had his water clone take his bag of holding outside to capture some vengeful souls. Zhou Yixing watched all of this happen with flashing eyes. He was especially shocked by Bai Xiaochun's clones, and couldn't stop thinking about how they had crushed his restrictive spells as easily as dried weeds. Just what kind of divine ability does this Bai guy cultivate? It's not like I've never seen clones before, but most of the time they're illusory, and usually only have about 10% of the true self's cultivation base. Even that is extraordinary. But this guy's clones seem to be just as powerful as his true self. It's completely impossible. Zhou Yixing pondered the subject for a couple of hours, until it was dark outside. Then, a figure suddenly burst into the cave, startling him. However, it turned out to be the clone which had left earlier. The clone walked over to Bai Xiaochun's true self and handed him the bag of holding, then sat down cross-legged next to him and continued meditating. Bai Xiaochun's eyes opened, and he waved his hand, causing 8 vengeful souls to emerge from his bag of holding. They were blurry balls of mist that occasionally took the shape of savages or beasts that growled at Bai Xiaochun. After studying them briefly, a very serious expression overtook Bai Xiaochun's face as he sank into the same state he often did when concocting medicine. Reaching out, he grabbed all 8 of the souls and crushed them down into his palm. Almost immediately, it felt as if some natural law were at work. To his surprise, streams of fiery light began to seep out of the cracks between his fingers, which quickly faded away. When he opened his hand a moment later, it was completely empty. Off to the side, Zhou Yixing's lip curled into a sneer. He's using Zhou clan flame conjuring techniques. Humph. The techniques of our clan were bestowed upon us by the 9 Serenities King. Although we don't have the best techniques available, they're still incredible. Most people need to practice for a decade to use them with skill, and sometimes even a few 60-year cycles. Even one-colored flame usually takes people a year to master. The clan chief praised my abilities as being exceptional, and I took 3 months and thousands of sessions to succeed. This guy is obviously used to other techniques, but is still trying to master Zhou methods. Doesn't know his own limits. Bai Xiaochun frowned as he looked down thoughtfully at his palm. After analyzing matters a bit, he pulled out 8 more souls, and then grabbed them into his hand to try again. The same thing happened as before, as fiery streams of light escaped his hand. However, this time, they didn't fade away. They actually began to glow more brightly, and then, transformed into a tongue of one-colored flame, burning right there in his palm. Zhou Yixing's eyes went wide with shock, and his jaw dropped. He was very well aware of how different the various flame conjuring techniques were. It was a very difficult thing for a necromancer familiar with one system to master the techniques of another, and would usually require a lot of fine-tuning in the process. But this necromancer Bai had used the time it takes an incense stick to burn to master it on the second try. Zhou Yixing was so shocked he started panting. Beginner's luck, that's all. This guy is just lucky. Despite the way he comforted himself, he swallowed hard and stared at the one-colored flame Bai Xiaochun had conjured. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 571, Just Who Exactly Are You? Chapter 571, Just Who Exactly Are You? It's not that hard, Bai Xiaochun said proudly, looking at the one-colored flame. Conjuring flame and concocting medicine really were similar in a lot of ways. Although the specific techniques were different, there were plenty of commonalities. For example, when conjuring flame, one mixed together certain types of souls, and then made adjustments based on the subsequent transformations. The main difficulty lay in the fact that all the adjustments needed to be made in one fell swoop, when the souls were crushed together into the palm. The slightest mistake at that point would lead to a failure. Of course, the process also required the use of one's cultivation base. Both spiritual power and soul power counted as energy of heaven and earth, and were a required element. To a novice, all of those different factors would require time to get used to. But Bai Xiaochun's first failure had only been because he didn't make the proper adjustments in the necessary moment. Afterward, he had analyzed the situation, and then decided to simply think of the souls as medicinal plants with unique properties, his hand as the pill furnace, and his spiritual power as the fire to heat the furnace. After that, everything became clear. Therefore, he succeeded on his second try. The sight of the one-colored flame in his hand got him very excited, as if a huge door had been opened, leading to a new road to follow. Necromancers are like the direct descendants of heaven and earth. And I'm a necromancer. He laughed heartily, aware that his ability to conjure one-colored flame made him an initiate necromancer in the wildlands. Next up, two-colored flame. Eyes glittering, he produced some more souls from his bag of holding, then followed the formula. Treating the souls like medicinal plants, he combined them according to the required ratios, adjusted his spiritual power, and then closed his hand over the souls to act as the pill furnace. It might have seemed complicated, but Bai Xiaochun had been concocting medicine for years, and was very familiar with such tasks. His eyes shone as he immersed himself in his work, and soon, the one-colored flame and the various souls combined, and a second color appeared within the flames. Xiaochun couldn't help but rise to a sitting position, his eyes wider than ever as he stared at the two-colored flame forming in Bai Xiaochun's palm. He almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. Impossible. It took me a full 3 years to succeed at conjuring two-colored flame. Xiaochun almost looked like he'd seen a ghost, and the disappointment in his heart was very uncomfortable. Well, it's not like it's that amazing. It's just two-colored flame, right? Not really a big deal. This Bai guy is just really lucky, that's all. Even as Xiaochun stewed in his irritation, the two-colored flame finished forming. However, things weren't over yet. Bai Xiaochun pulled out some more souls, roughly 50 this time, and used what seemed to be an even more complicated method to feed them into the two-colored flame. Gradually, a third color appeared, and he had a three-colored flame. Bai Xiaochun didn't seem very impressed with the three-colored flame. Without even pausing, he waved his sleeve to produce a few hundred vengeful souls. Then, eyes glittering, he fed the souls into the three-colored flame, which roiled like a sea of fire. Although it seemed like he was simply throwing them in, he actually put them in according to a very specific order, making adjustments the entire time. However, the overall process happened in a flash. A moment later, the sea of fire shrank back down into a tongue of flame, this time, with 4 colors. How is this possible? Xiaochun exclaimed inwardly, his eyes wider than before as he stared at the 4-colored flame. Before, he had chalked everything up to luck, but by now, he couldn't continue to convince himself that it was mere chance. The fact that Bai Xiaochun had produced 4-colored flame in almost one smooth action indicated to Xiaochun that he was actually dealing with a journeyman necromancer. However, everything was happening so quickly that Xiaochun began to wonder if this was someone from his clan that he didn't know. But he quickly quashed the idea. Glaring at Bai Xiaochun, he gritted his teeth, unable to conceal the envy which flickered in his eyes. I refuse to believe that this guy is really this amazing. That's nothing but a trifling 4-colored flame. There's no way he's going to be able to conjure a 5-colored flame using Xiaochun techniques. After all, when trying to conjure 5-colored flame, there is an extremely difficult factor that most people before he could finish the thought, by Xiaochun produced over 1,000 vengeful souls, combined them, and fed them into the 4-colored flame. The flame danced wildly as though it were about to wink out, and yet, Bai Xiaochun somberly closed his hand over it. Then, moments later, he opened his fist to reveal a 5th color. Zhou Yixing was struck numb, and his scalp started tingling madly. I don't care how amazing his guy is, there's no way he can conjure 9-colored flame. He can't. I don't care how awesome he thinks he is, or how talented, he still needs time to stabilize the flame. Bai Xiaochun had no way of knowing that Zhou Yixing was virtually going crazy. Had he known, he would have been very pleased, but at the moment, he was fully focused on the 5-colored flame in his palm. Instead of continuing on to try to conjure more flames, he spent time pondering why the 5-colored flame had almost winked out earlier. After a bit of time passed, he reached a conclusion. There was a conflict with the soul ingredients. The formula isn't perfect. When 5-colored flame forms, some of the souls clash with each other. If the disturbance is contained, the flame is conjured. If not, then it's a failure. So, it seems that I can't really trust the formulas after all. After some more thought, he proceeded to try to conjure 6-colored flame, and did just as the formula required, which was produce 3,000 souls. Generally speaking, it was very important to maintain the proper ratio of souls, and also mix them together at the right time. For many journeyman necromancers, that was a very difficult thing to do, but for Bai Xiaochun, it was a simple thing, even with 3,000 souls. Before long, the 3,000 souls were all arranged and adjusted properly, and were pouring into the 5-colored flame. Before long, he had his 6-colored flame. Next was 7-colored flame. By this point, Zhou Yixing couldn't have been any more shocked, and was in fact racked with feelings of intense jealousy, and at the same time, despair. It was simply impossible for him to imagine how someone could be so talented that they could use his clan's flame formulas to conjure everything up to a 7-colored flame in one single session. It was simply inhuman. What was even more amazing was that Zhou Yixing had been the one to tell him the formulas, and yet, hadn't mentioned the most important things to pay attention to. One example was how important it was to contain the disturbances that arose in 5-colored flame. And yet, despite leaving such things out, this necromancer Bai had figured everything out on his own. Zhou Yixing couldn't help but be a bit terrified. When 8-colored flame appeared in Bai Xiaochun's palm, Zhou Yixing felt a bit numb, and simply stared in shock, unsure if he was seeing things or not. But then, rumbling sounds echoed out as a 9-colored flame appeared, and Zhou Yixing shrieked involuntarily. Leaping to his feet, he pointed at Bai Xiaochun, his face as ashen as if he had just seen a ghost, his heart filled with such astonishment that he was about to faint. This is impossible! Zhou Yixing shrieked hysterically. It's simply impossible. You failed on your first try at 1-colored flame, but after that, succeeded with everything up to 9-colored flame. I don't know a single master necromancer who would dare to claim to be able to do that. Only terrestrial necromancers are capable of such a thing. Just who exactly are you? The miraculous performance he had just witnessed seemed unbelievably preposterous. Bai Xiaochun frowned at being interrupted, and looked over at Zhou Yixing with an angry glare. Of course, at the same time, he was feeling very pleased at having just conjured 9-colored flame. Pipe down, he said in his best imitation of someone from the senior generation. Trying to suppress his excitement at having a 9-colored flame in his palm, he calmed himself and pulled out 30,000 souls. Then he opened his fingers, allowing the 9-colored flame to transform into a sea of fire. Carefully arranging the 30,000 souls, and pouring in his spiritual power in just the right way, he began to feed the souls into the fire. Some went in alone, others in groups of 3 to 5. Before long, they were all inside. Of course, the speed at which he did all of that defied description. Within about 10 breaths of time, the souls were merged into the fire, whereupon Xiaochun extended his hand and closed his fist. Rumble! His hand became like a black hole that sucked in all the surrounding flame. Then, when he opened his fingers, he saw a 10-colored flame. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 572, I refuse to believe. Chapter 572, I refuse to believe. The instant the 10-colored flame appeared, the entire cave was illuminated by brightly colored light. In fact, the light even pierced through the walls of the cave, making the entire mountain light up brightly. An intensely strong pressure emanated out from the flame, causing Xiaochun's eyes to go wide with excitement. He even started to tremble visibly. I did it! I concocted 10-colored flame. He even felt more excited about personally conjuring multicolored flame than he usually did when concocting medicine. In contrast to Xiaochun's excitement, Zhou Yixing's mind was struck as if by lightning. He simply stood there gaping, his thoughts wiped clean by the sight of the 10-colored flame. He wanted to believe that he was simply hallucinating, but unfortunately, wasn't able to fool himself in such a way. He had just witnessed his own clan's formulas used to conjure everything from 1 to 10-colored flame. It was a matter that had already turned his world upside down. Back home, even patriarchs who were terrestrial necromancers wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Even more shocking was that this necromancer had only just learned his clan's formulas. Despite that, he had still succeeded, something that left Zhou Yixing feeling completely lost. This is impossible, impossible. How could this be happening? His face was as white as a sheet of paper as he muttered crazily to himself. It was a huge blow to him, after all, and when he compared himself to this necromancer he couldn't help but feel like he himself was little more than trash. Inhuman. He's really and truly inhuman. Disappointment surged through him, washing away the jealousy from before. The difference between him and this necromancer was like the difference between the clouds and the mud beneath them. He didn't even qualify to be jealous. 10-colored flame marked the absolute peak of the master necromancer rank. In all of the wildlands, the number of necromancers who could conjure 10-colored flame was very limited. Any person like that was capable of dominating the field virtually anywhere they went. Master necromancers at the peak of their level could attract other large numbers of soul cultivator followers. Furthermore, considering that they could conjure 10-colored flame, when they made soul medicine, it would be considered level 10 low-grade soul medicine. Most necromancers welcomed soul cultivator followers. After all, it took a lot of souls to conjure flame. For example, 10-colored flame required 30,000 vengeful souls. For a necromancer to get all those souls single-handedly would be quite troublesome. Therefore, having followers to help was the natural way of things. Although, not all necromancers liked having followers. A few of them liked to do things on their own for various reasons. In terms of getting souls, it was also possible to go to the cities of the kings, or the necromancer clans, and trade soul medicine for what they needed. In any case, necromancers who reached the master rank were generally well known if not famous. If destiny was on their side, they could achieve a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling advance and become terrestrial necromancers. Terrestrial necromancers were even more famous, and were high above master necromancers in terms of standing. Xiaochun took a deep breath as he tore his gaze away from the 10-colored flame to look over at Zhou Yixing. When their eyes met, all of Zhou Yixing's pride and defiance crumbled, completely destroyed by the 10-colored flame. Mumbling bitterly, he didn't even dare to hold Xiaochun's gaze. Xiaochun's heart thumped happily. Clearly, it would be much easier to get Zhou Yixing to do what he said in the future. Well, since I've already scared him this much, I might as well keep going. I bet that when I conjure an 11-colored flame and become a terrestrial necromancer, Zhou Yixing will be so shocked he'll end up half dead. Filled with anticipation, Bai Xiaochun chuckled darkly to himself and then pulled out the jade slip with the information about the flame formulas. Even as Zhou Yixing stood there watching, he reviewed the 11-colored flame formula. Zhou Yixing hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Fellow Daoist Bai, there's a big difference between 10-colored flame and 11-colored. You just sit quietly and watch," Bai Xiaochun interrupted proudly. His previous 10 successes left him feeling very confident. From what he could tell, conjuring flame was actually a very simple matter. The way Bai Xiaochun responded to Zhou Yixing caused his heart to begin to pound. The truth was that if he could actually personally witness an 11-colored flame being conjured, it would be a good thing for him. That was especially true considering that the techniques being used were his own clan's. To Zhou Yixing, it would be almost the same as watching one of his clan's patriarchs conjuring flame. Zhou Yixing sucked in a breath and sat there stock still, gaze fixed on Bai Xiaochun's hand. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased by Zhou Yixing's reaction. Making sure to look very impressive, he contemplated the formula for 11-colored flame, then slapped his bag of holding to produce 60,000 vengeful souls, which erupted like a tempest into the cave. Then, he waved his right hand and sent the souls into the fire. After about 10 breaths of time passed, his expression flickered. Although he was able to control the way the 60,000 souls merged together, as they poured into the 10-colored flame, he realized that an unforeseen transformation was underway. The pressure of the flame power was too intense. Bai Xiaochun wasn't too familiar with the fluctuations of flame conjuring, but could clearly sense them. Not good. Bai Xiaochun's face fell. Losing control of even one of the souls meant losing control of the entire 10-colored flame. The souls suddenly all poured into the fire at the same time, causing the flame to flicker wildly. Then, a popping sound could be heard, as the flame winked out. A green wisp of smoke rose up and then faded away. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped, and Zhou Yixing was equally stunned. Bai Xiaochun's breath caught in his throat. To have just finished bragging only to fail dramatically caused his face to burn as if with fire. Roaring angrily, he slapped his bag of holding to produce more souls, and then began to conjure flame, starting from the 1-colored variety and going all the way back up to 10. Then he stared at the 10-colored flame and reviewed everything that he had done so far, and then started another attempt at 11-colored flame. Soon, rumbling sounds could be heard as he failed again. "I refuse to believe that I can't succeed." Bai Xiaochun furiously smacked his back of holding, only to realize that he was running out of souls. Then he slowly looked over to Zhou Yixing, who had recovered from his earlier shock and was staring at Bai Xiaochun with a strange expression on his face. Feeling both humiliated and even more angered, Bai Xiaochun said, "What are you looking at? Go get me some more souls. If you don't come back with at least 100,000, then don't come back." Giving Zhou Yixing one last good glare, he waved his sleeve, sending him flying out of the cave. Once outside, Zhou Yixing gnashed his teeth in anger at the domineering ways of this necromancer Bai. Clearly, he just wasn't skilled enough to conjure 11-colored flame, and Zhou Yixing had even tried to warn him. Not only had he ignored him, but he had even started bragging. Then when he failed, he vented his anger on Zhou Yixing. Chuckling coldly, he said, "Humph. You really think it's that simple to become a terrestrial necromancer?" Unfortunately, because of the restrictive spells Bai Xiaochun had placed on his cultivation base, he had no choice other than to follow orders and go catch some souls. Unfortunately, Bai Xiaochun's clone had already captured all of the nearby souls, so no matter where he searched in the area, he couldn't find a single one. Gritting his teeth, he expanded his search. As he walked along, evening began to fall. At the same time, dark clouds filled the sky, and rain began to fall, rain that was acrid in odor and hurt when it touched his skin. Occasionally, green bolts of lightning would crackle across the sky above. At any other time, Zhou Yixing would simply have rotated his cultivation base and ignored the rain. But having 95% of it sealed, he was forced to endure it in misery and cursing. "I hate people named Bai. If only the Hell Emperor would notice what was happening," send down a bolt of hell lightning and wipe that guy off the map. After sending Zhou Yixing out to hunt for souls, Xiaochun sent his 3 clones out to do the same thing, except that he told them to search in the jungle. His clones had the same cultivation base as he did, and were also equipped with soul convergence pills, which made things a bit easier for them than it was for Zhou Yixing. As for Xiaochun himself, he sat there silently, analyzing his previous failures and working on some more conjurings. 1 day, 2 days, 3. Soon, 7 days had gone by, and Xiaochun had successfully conjured more than 10 tongues of 10-colored flame. However, he hadn't been able to push a single one to the 11-colored level. Every time, he met with failure. As his fury and humiliation grew, his eyes became more bloodshot. His hair was disheveled, and he seemed bedeviled as he madly tried to determine the reason for his failure. As more time passed, he began to change the formula he was using for 11-colored flame, even though he didn't realize it. Thanks to the changes, his skill in flame conjuring advanced steadily. However, he continued to face difficulties at every turn, the reason being that there was actually a bottleneck between 10 and 11-colored flame. Not only did one need to adjust the formula, but one also had to have perfect control over 10-colored flame. Days passed, and Xiaochun continued to descend into a state of bedevilment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, Help Me, Fellow Taoist by. Chapter 573, Help Me, Fellow Taoist by, not. As Xiaochun went about his flame conjuring, 8 days went by. Meanwhile, some distance away, Zhou Yixing was flying along through the air, his hair disheveled, coughing up blood. Chasing him was a group of more than 100 savage giants. You people push things too far. Zhou Yixing howled in frustration. Xiaochun had asked him to bring back 100,000 souls, but with his cultivation base sealed, that was an almost impossible task. Although he was actually in late core formation, he had never recovered completely from the labyrinth, and that meant that the 5% of his cultivation base he had access to gave him battle prowess roughly equivalent to early foundation establishment. At one point, he had considered taking advantage of his relative freedom to flee. However, he soon discovered that if he went too far away from Xiaochun, the restrictive spell inside of him would begin to show signs of detonation. As such, he had no choice but to abandon such thoughts of fleeing, and continue to curse Xiaochun even more than before. At one point, he realized that he was being stalked, or perhaps even hunted. Just when he had turned to flee, he found that a group of savage giants had appeared to block his path. He fought and killed some, but their numbers continued to grow until he was virtually surrounded. As of that moment, he realized that he was like a weak animal being assaulted by vicious predators. Because of the dangerous crisis, he finally resorted to using his secret magic to break free, something that drained him of some of his life force but gave him a huge burst of speed. Unfortunately, his use of the secret magic only got the savage giants more interested in him, and they began to dog him relentlessly. Zhou Yixing couldn't have been more frustrated. If his cultivation base wasn't sealed, then he would never have let these foundation establishment giants off the hook. He would have cut them all down with a mere thought. But now, his soul power was sealed, and most of his magical techniques were unusable. The predicament had tears leaking out of his eyes as he realized that if the giants caught him, he would definitely die. I'm a master necromancer, he shouted. How dare you do this to me? Even as Zhou Yixing's voice rang out, 2 soul blades suddenly screamed through the air toward him, a powerful attack that slammed into him and sent him staggering to the side, coughing up blood. The more than 100 savages behind him were all completely focused on chasing him, and there were even 2 soul cultivators with them, who were eyeing Zhou Yixing as if he were some sort of treasure. However, once they heard him call himself a master necromancer, their expressions flickered with hesitation. A similar reaction could be seen among the savages. Necromancer? One of the soul cultivators said. His soul power fluctuations are weak, so even if he's a necromancer, we should still be able to take him. But what if he's hiding his true cultivation base level? What if he's really in core formation, but injured? That means that if we don't kill him now, we could be bringing a huge disaster on us in the future. After a long moment of hesitation, the two soul cultivators exchanged a glance, and then one of them called out, "If you're really a master necromancer, then make some 7-colored flame. Then we'll believe you. In fact, we'll even offer an apology and give you some gifts of compensation." Zhou Yixing was instantly more frustrated than before. He had no 7-colored flame on him, and because his cultivation base was sealed, he couldn't conjure any. Having no way to prove who he was, he simply roared in fury and then used his secret magic to flee again. To see Zhou Yixing flee actually left the two soul cultivators feeling quite relieved. How dare he impersonate a necromancer? He can't get far. Chase him down. If we kill him, the current crisis our Black Mountain tribe is facing can be solved. Besides, he's injured and only in the foundation establishment stage. He's a gift from the Hell Emperor to our Black Mountain tribe to help us pass this difficult time. With that, they began to chase after him again. The chase continued, with Zhou Yixing using all the power he could muster to flee. Soon, he was so angry and tired that he felt like he was going to explode. "I hate people named Bai," he cursed inwardly. "Everyone in the world named Bai is on my hate list now." I kindly told him that 11-colored flame was very hard to summon. If he wanted to ignore my warning, fine, but why did he have to get so angry when he failed? If it weren't for him getting pissed off and forcing me to go find souls, I would never be in this situation. More and more enemies were joining the chase, giving the infuriated Zhou Yixing no other choice than to continue to use his secret magic to race back toward Xiaochun in the cave, coughing up blood the entire time. This was a day that Zhou Yixing would never be able to forget for his entire life. Only by repeatedly drawing on his life force to fuel his secret magic was he able to stay alive. By now, some of his hair was turning white, revealing the true price he was paying to flee. Eventually, he caught sight of the barren mountain where Xiaochun was located. Never could he have imagined that he would be so overjoyed at the prospect of returning. Tears leaking out of his eyes, he looked back at his pursuers and shouted, "You people just wait." The two soul cultivators, and the giants they led, got a bad feeling when they looked at the mountain that was Zhou Yixing's destination, but didn't stop chasing him. The soul cultivators even gritted their teeth and performed incantation gestures to unleash a joint soul power attack. Instantly, 2 soul blades appeared, each one a dozen meters long or more. Even as they appeared, they fused together, becoming a 30-meter-long weapon. At the same time, the savages howled in fury, causing streams of chi and blood to erupt from their bodies, a black mist that merged with the soul blade, causing it to grow even larger. By this point, it was fully 150 meters long as it slashed toward Zhou Yixing. As a result, the 2 soul cultivators were significantly drained, and the more than 100 savages all had ashen faces. And yet, they were looking toward Zhou Yixing with keen anticipation. "Tribal secret magic!" Zhou Yixing exclaimed, shocked. Racked with anxiety, he coughed up 8 mouthfuls of blood as he again unleashed his secret magic, narrowly staying ahead of the soul blade as he shot toward the mountain. "Help me, fellow Taoist Bai!" he shouted. At the same time, the 150-meter-long soul blade bore down on both Zhou Yixing and the mountain itself, clearly moments away from reducing everything to dust. Xiaochun's 3 clones were still out collecting souls, so his true self sat alone inside the cave on top of the mountain. Currently, a vicious expression could be seen on his face, his hair was wildly disheveled, and his eyes were completely bloodshot, as if with madness. Right in the middle of his palm was a tongue of 10-colored flame, into which he was feeding a seemingly endless stream of vengeful souls. He was completely and utterly focused, and didn't dare to allow himself to be distracted. His eyes were bloodshot, and he didn't even know how much time had passed. All he knew was that his repeated failures had come at incredible cost. Because of all that, he had no idea what was happening outside the cave. This time it's definitely going to work. It has to. The 10-colored flame gobbled up all the souls, and an 11th color was just about to appear in the flames, when all of a sudden, the flame destabilized. Bai Xiaochun's face fell, and he quickly performed an incantation gesture with his left hand and then pushed his finger into the flame. However, the flame only flickered more wildly, and then powerful fluctuations began to roll out of it that caused Bai Xiaochun's expression to flicker. It was in that moment that Zhou Yixing's scream reached his ears, as did the howling of the more than 100 savage giants. Then, all such sounds were drowned out by the massive explosion which occurred when the 10-colored flame completely destabilized and detonated. Shrieking, Bai Xiaochun shot backward, pulling out his eternal parasol to protect himself as the entire mountain shook violently. Before the soul blade could even reach the mountain, the top blew off, and massive flames shot out in all directions. Flaming rubble and even lava spewed out, completely destroying the soul blade as if it had never even existed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 574, Successor of the Hell Emperor. Chapter 574, Successor of the Hell Emperor. Everything was happening too quickly. Whether it was Zhou Yixing or his pursuers, none of them even had a chance to react before the entire mountain in front of them erupted like a volcano. The way the mountain collapsed, even to the point where lava was streaming out of it, made them feel as if they were suddenly facing some vicious monster. Shrieking, everyone began to back up. Thankfully, the flame and lava didn't shoot out very far, and soon began to fade away. Zhou Yixing had been blackened a bit, and that was even after he had shot backward at full speed for fear of being incinerated. Everyone was completely shocked, and all hearts began to pound in astonishment. It was then that an enraged voice echoed out from within the remaining sea of flames. "How dare you people! I can't believe you would actually interrupt my flame conjuring." Even as the fury of the words continued to float in the air, the last of the fire faded away, and Bai Xiaochun appeared, a very unsightly expression on his face as he strode forward. His robes were in tatters, but the rage in his heart couldn't have been more intense. He had been absolutely convinced that he was about to succeed, and was sure that the only reason he had failed was because he had been interrupted. As soon as his bloodshot eyes caught sight of the savages and soul cultivators, Bai Xiaochun slapped his bag of holding to produce a 7-colored flame. A master necromancer. As soon as the savages saw the 7-colored flame, they began to instinctively tremble and pant in fear. As for the 2 soul cultivators, they were in the great circle of foundation establishment, but even they were staring at Bai Xiaochun with pale-faced astonishment. They knew that 7-colored flame was the hallmark of master necromancers, and that people such as that were the type who could gather large groups of soul cultivator followers. Furthermore, it was now obvious that the person they were chasing must be the follower of this master necromancer. Not only had they tried to kill the follower of a master necromancer, but they had interrupted that very master necromancer when he was conjuring flame. The 2 soul cultivators, who were already sweating profusely, then noticed how bloodshot Bai Xiaochun's eyes were, and that he was clearly enraged. Immediately, they clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Please quell your anger, Master Necromancer. We really didn't know that you were here conjuring flame, Master Necromancer. Please, quell your anger. We can offer compensation." After hearing the soul cultivators' trembling words, and seeing them bowing, the savages behind them all dropped down to kowtow. When Bai Xiaochun saw all of that, his fury began to subside. After all, the interference during the critical moment of flame conjuring was not the main reason his 11-colored flame had failed. The biggest fault lay in his lack of control. Although he had solved all the previous problems he had encountered, a new problem had suddenly arisen, which led to the explosion moments ago that had shocked even him. There were obviously some internal instabilities. But there were instabilities before, and never such an explosion. Muttering thoughtfully to himself, he pondered the situation in search of an answer. Meanwhile, the 2 panicked soul cultivators offered profuse apologies. However, then they considered the crisis their tribe was facing, and suddenly exchanged a glance. "Grandmaster," one of them said, Now that your immortal's cave is destroyed, could it be that you are temporarily without a place of residence? If so, why not come to our tribe to rest up a bit? Xiaochun glanced back at the destroyed mountain cave and then nodded. What he needed right now was exactly that, a quiet place to analyze the problem with the 11-colored flame. Considering how the soul cultivators and the savages were treating him, Xiaochun finally understood what kind of a position necromancers occupied in the wildlands. It was definitely beyond anything he had imagined before. Off to the side, Zhou Yixing was stewing in his own anger. After all, he had mentioned that he was a master necromancer, and yet the savages and soul cultivators had refused to believe him. Soon, the soul cultivators and savages were cautiously leading Xiaochun back to their tribe. It wasn't a very large tribe, with only about 1,000 members, who made their home in one of the local mountain valleys. The tribe was fortified, but in a very primitive fashion, with immortals' caves dug into the sides of the mountains. Xiaochun was immediately treated as an honored guest, and was personally given immortals' cave that had previously belonged to one of the two soul cultivators. Even better, they constantly provided him tribute in the form of vengeful souls. There were other forms of compensation as well. Yet again, Xiaochun was struck by how important necromancers were in the wildlands. Whenever he ran into any of the savage giants, they looked at him with a mixture of fear and respect. Xiaochun was quite sure that if he asked them to, they would do anything he wanted. As for the two soul cultivators, they clearly respected and feared him, but at the same time, wanted something of him, although they seemed hesitant to speak of it openly. Everyone assumed that Zhou Yixing was one of Xiaochun's followers, and therefore, they also treated him with great respect, and gave him handsome compensation, although not quite to the same level as Xiaochun. After being in the tribe for only about half a month, his daily usage of souls ensured that the two soul cultivators couldn't prevent from gritting their teeth when they handed them over. Finally, Xiaochun started to feel bad about it. The next time they came to deliver souls, he sighed and said, "All right, spit it out. What do you want my help with?" The two soul cultivators couldn't conceal their excitement. They had been holding back this entire time, so now that Xiaochun took the initiative to bring up the subject, they exchanged a glance and then revealed the truth. 2 months before, the Hell Emperor had issued a proclamation indicating that he would be selecting a successor to receive his legacy. Very demanding qualifications had been put in place for the successor, and virtually everyone in the wildlands was going mad to prepare, including people in the City of the Kings, as well as the necromancer clans. There was a cultivation base limitation for those who could compete to become the successor, and for many, that meant that a vast quantity of soul medicine was needed to improve their cultivation base. As a result, the 3 great clans that lived under the control of Giant Ghost City were going all out in their preparations, which included issuing strict orders to the tribes in their respective areas of influence to provide large amounts of soul medicine. Any tribe who couldn't meet the requirement would face potential execution. Because of an event which had occurred recently, the Black Mountain tribe was particularly weak, and was temporarily incapable of producing any soul medicine. As a result, they had come up with 3 ways to solve the problem: sell other products produced in their tribe, find a necromancer to help them, or resort to banditry to try to get soul medicine. They were currently utilizing all 3 different options to try to escape from this disaster. Xiaochun found the whole explanation a bit confusing. However, Zhou Yixing's eyes went wide. In fact, the news that the Hell Emperor was looking for a successor caused his eyes to shine with unprecedented brightness. Xiaochun maintained a neutral expression, and managed to casually ask for some more details in a way that didn't reveal his lack of understanding. Of course, Zhou Yixing was so excited about the whole matter that he didn't notice that at all, and proceeded to tell Xiaochun everything he knew. It was only at this point that Xiaochun finally came to understand that, in addition to the Arch-Emperor from the Imperial City, there was also a Hell Emperor in the wildlands. There was a legend about the Hell Emperor which stated that after the first-generation Arch-Emperor died, his soul didn't vanish, but instead, became the Underworld River. It went on to control the aspect of death in the world, and was the spirit of the Underworld River. That was the origin of the Hell Emperor. From generation to generation, the faith of the people ruled by the Arch-Emperor would bolster the Hell Emperor's strength. In fact, over the years, the savages had been influenced by the soul cultivators to the point where they also began to exercise faith in the Hell Emperor. Essentially, the Arch-Emperor was a physical leader who everyone could see, whereas the Hell Emperor was a symbolic luminary. Also, according to legend, the Hell Emperor's palace existed deep within the underworld river, which was where the Hell Emperor resided. Occasionally, he would send emissaries out into the world of the living, people who were always treated with the utmost respect, even by the reigning Arch-Emperor. 2 months before, the underworld river had appeared above the imperial city, and a stone stele descended with a Dharmic decree. According to that decree, a successor was to be chosen within one 60-year cycle, a successor who could become the next generation Hell Emperor. The wildlands were fully shaken. After all, this was the first time in countless years that there had ever even been mention of the Hell Emperor choosing a successor. All of the clans, marquis, and lords in the imperial city, as well as the powerful forces in the 4 kingly cities and even other influential groups, were profoundly moved. Everyone wanted the Hell Emperor's successor to come from their group. 2 prerequisites had to be met to be a potential successor. First, to have a nascent soul cultivation base. Second, to officially acquire candidacy qualifications. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575, Spirit Enhanced Nascent Soul. Chapter 575, Spirit Enhanced Nascent Soul. Of the 2 requirements, the latter was the most important. After all, even in the wildlands, nascent soul cultivators were no rarity. That was especially the case because powerful necromancers could make soul medicine that gave them an advantage over the soul cultivators. For them, it was much easier to break through from core formation into the nascent soul stage. Therefore, the most difficult of the prerequisites was to gain candidacy qualifications. How do you get the candidacy qualifications? Zhou Yixing asked, looking very serious, his heart pounding in his chest. The matter of the Hell Emperor choosing a successor was a monumental one for the entire wildlands, so even Zhou Yixing, despite not having a nascent soul cultivation base at the moment, was still thinking of trying to join the competition. Xiaochun sat there listening thoughtfully as the 2 soul cultivators explained everything they knew. After all, the matter was no secret. To get candidacy qualifications, said one of the soul cultivators, you have to be a necromancer. Most importantly, you must have performed at least a 5-fold spirit enhancement on your nascent soul. That's the only way to get candidacy qualifications. As soon as Zhou Yixing heard this explanation, his face fell. How are you supposed to do that? Nascent soul spirit enhancement is a high-level skill, legendary even among necromancers. It's true that doing such a thing can lead to explosively quick cultivation progress, and also incredible power. But, very few people can even attempt to do such a thing. And a 5-fold enhancement. Isn't that courting death? Xiaochun's eyes glittered brightly. He had never heard of anything like this before. The idea of performing a spirit enhancement on one's own nascent soul seemed unimaginable, and also incredibly difficult. After all, there was always the chance of a spirit enhancement failing, and that probability would increase with each enhancement from the 1st to the 5th. If an enhancement on a magical item failed, then the item would be destroyed, but if an enhancement on one's own nascent soul failed, then presumably, the outcome would be the same. A failure leading to the destruction of one's nascent soul would result in being obliterated from existence. Not very many people would dare to attempt such a thing. Xiaochun was shocked, and at the same time, realized why Zhou Yixing's face had drained of blood. Obviously, the only people who would make such an attempt would either be supremely self-confident, or utterly crazy. That's definitely the requirement, said the soul cultivator. Even still, the chance to become the successor of the Hell Emperor has already got many nascent soul experts preparing to compete. Don't forget that in Arch-Emperor City, there is that mysterious stone stele that came from the underworld river itself. Supposedly, it can sense if anyone in the wildlands comes close to meeting the two prerequisites, and will then list their names publicly, showing how many spirit enhancements have been performed on their nascent soul. The name list on that stone stele is right out in the open for everyone to see. I heard that the names of 7 or 8 chosen nascent soul experts are already there. After a 60-year cycle passes, whoever occupies the first place spot on that stone stele will become the successor of the Hell Emperor. After hearing this next set of information, Zhou Yixing's ambitions were instantly crushed. The entire thing seemed completely insane. The idea of performing 5 spirit enhancements on his nascent soul seemed more like trying to play chicken with death 5 times in a row. On the other hand, Bai Xiaochun blinked and said, "A 5-fold spirit enhancement on your nascent soul? That doesn't seem very hard, Not very hard?" Zhou Yixing blurted, staring at Bai Xiaochun with wide eyes, clearly having forgotten his place for the moment. By now, Zhou Yixing was convinced that there was no way he could ever participate in a competition like this, and his excitement from before began to wane. "Even if you think a 5-fold spirit enhancement isn't hard," he said tartly, "do you really think that all you have to do to stay in first place is that? The nascent soul chosen are definitely going to be fighting it out to the last man. The 5-fold spirit enhancement is just the beginning. If you want to get into first place and stay there, you'll probably have to perform more spirit enhancements than that, but when the time comes, think about the fact that all of the chosen in the competition will come from powerful organizations and groups. 5 definitely won't be the limit. I bet we'll see 7 or even 8-fold enhancements. You know, there's even a legend that if you can perform a 15-fold spirit enhancement on your nascent soul, you can break through into the mid-nascent soul stage. An 18-fold enhancement will get you into the late nascent soul stage. A 20-fold enhancement is the Great Circle. There probably isn't even a need to mention the legendary realm of a 21-fold spirit-enhanced nascent soul, which is guaranteed to push you into the Deva realm. But who would possibly dare to attempt such a thing? By this point he realized that he had just spoken a bit impetuously, and his heart began to pound. Worried that he might have pushed the boundaries too far, he said, "It's definitely a dead end." Literally. Besides, if you want to fuse with heaven and earth and reach the Deva realm, you can also use 15-fold spirit-enhanced magical items. Although there's always a chance of failure using that method, it's still a much more stable path to take. An imperceptible flicker of light ran through Bai Xiaochun's eyes as he suddenly came to a deeper understanding of how Wildlander necromancers became devas. For one thing, it had to do with the ranking of the necromancer in question. After all, the requirement to make a cultivation-based breakthrough in such a fashion was to perform a 15-fold spirit enhancement on a magical item, and to fuse with heaven and earth. And only celestial necromancers could conjure 15-colored flame. It seems that everything in the wildlands has to do with necromancers. Necromancers could progress their cultivation by performing spirit enhancements on their nascent soul. However, it was a path in which one step could lead to the heavens, but a misstep could lead to the 9 Serenities underworld. Life or death would be determined in the briefest of moments. At least, that was how it would be for most people. As for Bai Xiaochun, his heart was already racing madly as he contemplated his turtle walk and its spirit enhancement abilities. If I ever reach the nascent soul stage one day, then maybe I can use my turtle walk to advance my cultivation base by leaps and bounds. In fact, it might not even be impossible to become a deva. Of course, he knew that such matters were for the distant future. Right now, the most important thing was to get back to the Great Wall, and also, get more Deva souls. He had already formed 3 Deva soul clones, which meant that he couldn't achieve cultivation-based breakthroughs with Deva beast souls anymore. The only option he had now was to find metal and earth-type Deva souls. The more he thought about Deva souls, the more anxious he got. By this point, the 2 soul cultivators had finished all of their explanations. Looking at Bai Xiaochun with pleading eyes, they clasped hands and bowed. Exalted One, the entire wildlands has been shaken by this matter recently. Whether it's the princes in the imperial city, or the chosen from the cities of the kings, or the necromancer clans, they've all gone crazy. They're using every method they can think of to fight for the chance to become the successor of the Hell Emperor. It's the same in Giant Ghost City. Not only is the city itself demanding large amounts of soul medicine, the three great necromancer clans are also doing the same thing in the hopes of improving the cultivation bases of their clan members. Because of that, the taxes have been raised very high recently. In fact, the orders only came down recently that our soul medicine tribute requirement had been more than doubled. Our Black Mountain tribe really can't meet the requirement, so we had no choice but to try to think of some other way to pay up. The more they talked, the more the Black Mountain tribe's soul cultivators seemed to sink into despondency. Grandmaster Bai, we beg of you to help us. If you can concoct 500 portions of low-grade soul medicine for us, we would be more than willing to pay a soul-hoarding pagoda in exchange. The two soul cultivators clasped hands and bowed deeply, and then one of them pulled a small gray pagoda out of his garment and respectfully held it out toward Bai Xiaochun. A gray mist pulsed out of the little pagoda, completely surrounding it and making it difficult to see it clearly. At the same time, it emanated a feeling of ancientness, as though it had existed since primeval times. The 5 levels of the pagoda were all integrated smoothly, making it look more like a conical tower than a traditional pagoda. Even more surprising to Bai Xiaochun, he could sense the power of spatial magic within it, something very similar to bags of holding. Soul-hoarding pagoda, he murmured to himself. Although he had never seen a soul-hoarding pagoda before, at a single glance, he could tell that this was an item used in the wildlands to collect and hold vengeful souls. 1. If you put vengeful souls into a bag of holding, they would slowly deteriorate in much the same way that food would rot away if left out in the open. Only the legendary soul-hoarding pagodas could keep vengeful souls fresh indefinitely. As Bai Xiaochun examined the soul-hoarding pagoda, Zhou Yixing looked on enviously. Although soul-hoarding pagodas weren't exactly rare, they were still very valuable, and were highly prized by necromancers. As for this particular pagoda, it was clearly very well crafted, and very old. Although a 5-story soul-hoarding pagoda might not be anything particularly amazing to extremely powerful necromancers, to ordinary necromancers, they were like precious gems. However, to Bai Xiaochun, it seemed like little more than a bag of holding. What's so amazing about that? Zhou Yixing grumbled inwardly. I had one before too. And yet, he couldn't help but be a bit envious. His previous soul-hoarding pagoda, which had been gifted to him by his clan patriarch, only had 3 stories. Unfortunately, after being injured by Bai Xiaochun in the labyrinth, he had encountered another powerful enemy, and in the resulting fight, the pagoda had been destroyed. As Zhou Yixing stewed in his envy, Bai Xiaochun looked thoughtfully at the soul-hoarding pagoda. Then, his eyes flashed as if with lightning. Now I understand why I kept failing at conjuring 11-colored flame. 1. The Chinese character I'm translating as hoard is the same as the character in bag of holding. So it could also be a soul-holding pagoda. Or conversely, you could change bags of holding to bags of hoarding. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576, I'm looking at you. Chapter 576, I'm looking at you. Bai Xiaochun almost couldn't control his breathing as he reached out and made a grasping gesture, causing the soul-hoarding pagoda to fly out of the soul cultivator's hand and fly toward him. As soon as he had it in hand, he sensed some divine sense inside, and detected a strong spatial power that was uniquely designed to nourish souls. Now that his speculations were confirmed, his eyes began to shine with bright light. So, I was right. Soul-hoarding pagodas really are like bags of holding. Except, they're specifically designed to hold vengeful souls. If you put souls into a bag of holding, they slowly degenerate and eventually just fade away. But if you put them in a soul-hoarding pagoda, they'll stay in perfect condition forever. Furthermore, the reason I couldn't conjure 11-colored flame wasn't a lack of proficiency with the technique, nor any problems that cropped up during the process. The reason was because the souls I was using to try to make the 11-colored flame had already begun to degenerate, but Although they had only degenerated a small bit because they were in a bag of holding, a little bit of degeneration with such a large group of souls would eventually build up into a major instability. The instability would only get more intense until eventually, it leads to detonation. So basically, if I keep the vengeful souls inside of a soul-hoarding pagoda, then when it comes time to conjure flame, I shouldn't have any problem at all. I should definitely be able to conjure 11-colored flame. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Xiaochun was more excited than ever, and couldn't wait to test out his theory. When Zhou Yixing and the two soul cultivators saw how excited Xiaochun was, none of them were really sure what was going on. Zhou Yixing was a bit taken aback, but the two soul cultivators were starting to get excited, convinced that this Grandmaster Necromancer was going to help them. Deciding that it was best to strike while the iron was hot, they exchanged a glance, then clasped hands and bowed deeply. "Grandmaster," one of them said, "there are plenty of vengeful souls in that soul-hoarding pagoda. As for the extra beyond what it will take to concoct the soul medicine in question, please keep them as our means of apologizing for everything that happened before." Ignoring Zhou Yixing and the two soul cultivators, Xiaochun continued to examine the soul-hoarding pagoda with his divine sense, and then began to count how many souls were inside. From the number, he could tell that the Black Mountain tribe was both anxious about the matter they had brought to his attention, and also sincere in their offer. Feeling very pleased, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll help you concoct the..." Before he could finish speaking, though, he suddenly looked up into the sky. Soon, a beam of light became visible, streaking through the air at incredible speed as it headed directly toward the Black Mountain tribe. Even before it arrived, the aura of the Great Circle of Core Formation erupted from inside, causing the beam of light to shine radiantly in the evening sky. Everyone in the Black Mountain tribe was shaken, and countless savages gasped. As for the two soul cultivators standing nearby Xiaochun, their faces fell as they looked up. Zhou Yixing was clearly shocked, and his pupils constricted as he realized that whoever this newcomer was, he had a profound cultivation base that was on par with his own. Everyone watched as the beam of light reached a position above the Black Mountain tribe, and then faded away to reveal a middle-aged man with long black hair that flowed over his shoulders. He had average features, but his murderous aura was especially strong. Furthermore, he was surrounded by a black mist, within which could occasionally be seen twisted faces that were apparently vengeful souls. The fluctuations emanating off of the man were not the soul power fluctuations of a soul cultivator. No, this man was a necromancer. Everything and everyone in the area was shaken by this lofty figure who gazed out of the corner of his eye at what was happening down below. After looking at Zhou Yixing, his gaze fell onto Xiaochun for a moment, and then he noticed the soul-hoarding pagoda. At that point, a cold gleam appeared in his eyes, and he looked over at the two soul cultivators. "Are you the leaders of the Black Mountain tribe?" he said coldly. "Step forward and offer greetings." From his tone of voice, he seemed like the ultimate ruler of this area, as if his mere presence was good fortune for the Black Mountain tribe. Almost immediately, the two soul cultivators stepped forward nervously and then clasped hands and bowed deeply in formal greeting. "Greetings, exalted necromancer," they both echoed. "I, Li Feng, am here to solve the problem of your Black Mountain tribe's 500 portions of low-grade soul medicine. So hand over that soul-hoarding pagoda." Li Feng was clearly not making a request, and expected his words to be obeyed immediately. If not, he would raze the entire area to the ground. Actually, the entire reason he had come here was because he had been passing through the area and had heard the news that the Black Mountain tribe was offering a soul-hoarding pagoda in exchange for a large batch of low-grade soul medicine. The prospect of getting a soul-hoarding pagoda was very enticing to Li Feng. After all, soul-hoarding pagodas were relatively commonplace among necromancer clans, but Li Feng was a rogue cultivator. To him, paying the price of 500 portions of low-grade soul medicine to get a soul-hoarding pagoda would definitely be well worth it. As soon as he'd heard the news, he'd hurried over to the tribe's headquarters. Unfortunately, as soon as he saw that the soul-hoarding pagoda was in Xiaochun's hands, he realized that he had probably arrived a bit too late. And yet, it was too important of an opportunity for him to just give up. And besides, he was still confident that he could get the soul-hoarding pagoda for himself, regardless of whether or not he had come late. Bai Xiaochun simply stood there, blinking a few times but withholding any comment. The two Black Mountain Tribe soul cultivators were a bit stunned. Before Bai Xiaochun had shown up, they would have been ecstatic at Li Feng's arrival. But now that there were two necromancers to deal with, they weren't sure what to do. Obviously, they didn't want to offend either one of them. After a long moment of hesitation, one of them said, Exalted One, this other Grandmaster already agreed to help us. In response, Li Feng's gaze sharpened, becoming something like swordlight that shot toward Bai Xiaochun. The affairs of this region have nothing to do with you, he said. Furthermore, I want that soul-hoarding pagoda. Give it to me immediately. His glare was terrifying to behold, and his words were spoken with the utmost arrogance. From the cold look in his eye, he would obviously fly into a complete rage if Bai Xiaochun didn't do exactly as he said. There was also a certain disdain in his coldness, a disdain birthed from supreme self-confidence. Bai Xiaochun glared back up at Li Feng in irritation. As far as he was concerned, he had done the right thing by refraining from going around bullying people, and yet, here someone had come to try and bully him. That was especially true considering that the soul-hoarding pagoda was at stake. That pagoda was very important to him, and was not something he would simply abandon. What are you looking at? Li Feng said, his eyes flickering icily. I'm looking at you. Bai Xiaochun replied, popping his neck. Got a problem with that? As he stared, he mused that, in his entire life, he had never been bested in a staring contest. Considering that, he actually made his gaze look even more fierce as he stared up at Li Feng. The two soul cultivators from the Black Mountain Tribe looked at Li Feng and then Bai Xiaochun, and finally just sighed. By this point, they knew that they couldn't do anything about the situation, and would just have to wait and see how things played out. Besides, as long as they got what they were looking for out of the deal, it didn't matter to them who won out in the end. After a few breaths worth of time, Li Feng suddenly laughed out loud. However, it was an icy, disdainful laugh that seemed to say he didn't want to lower himself to the level of speaking at length with Bai Xiaochun. With that, he extended his right hand, within which appeared a 10-colored flame. Almost immediately, the 10-colored flame caused the fading evening light to grow even dimmer. The Black Mountain Tribe savages almost immediately began to cry out in surprise. 10-colored flame. Heavens, he's at the peak of the Master Necromancer rank. The savages all began to drop to their knees to kowtow. The savages weren't the only shocked ones. The two soul cultivators' minds were reeling, and they immediately rushed forward to kowtow, feeling completely shaken. The peak of the Master Necromancer rank. Necromancers like that are very rare. With only a bit of progress, he'll reach the terrestrial rank. A necromancer like that agreeing to concoct soul medicine for us is good fortune for our tribe. I can't believe that this Li Feng is at the peak of the Master Necromancer rank. Wonderful, wonderful. Looks like we have a chance to survive after all. Off to the side, Zhou Yixing was feeling very excited at the chance to gloat at Bai Xiaochun's misfortune. If Li Feng could crush this necromancer in battle, then Zhou Yixing would finally be free of his current situation. Come on, he thought, start fighting. Take him out. Li Feng was very pleased at the crowd's reaction. The truth was that he had only recently succeeded in conjuring 10-colored flame, so the feeling of being virtually worshipped for showing it in public was quite new to him. Looking down at Bai Xiaochun with a cold sneer, he said, "Screw off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 577, Bullying. Chapter 577, Bullying. Li Feng really was extremely confident in himself. He could tell that Bai Xiaochun had an extraordinary cultivation base, but he didn't care. The fact that he had the power of 10-colored flame on his side made him fully confident in being able to look down on almost anyone in the same cultivation level as himself. He was a necromancer who relied mostly on soul fire when it came to magical combat. As long as his opponent wasn't a higher-ranked necromancer than himself, and had a similar cultivation base, then he was confident in being able to secure victory. Li Feng looked down at Bai Xiaochun, chuckling coldly in his heart, completely confident that as long this opponent of his wasn't completely foolish, he wouldn't dare to cause problems. Bai Xiaochun frowned as he looked up at the openly aggressive Li Feng. At the same time, the words being spoken by the onlookers reached his ears. As far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, Li Feng was being far too overbearing. Obviously, he was pulling out a 10-colored flame in an attempt to steal Bai Xiaochun's thunder. Shaking his head inwardly, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but think that Li Feng didn't match up to him at all. This Li Feng has a core formation cultivation base, but his personality clearly doesn't match. We cultivators should emphasize inner qualities, and should refrain from bombastic showboating. Even if you want to show off, you shouldn't do it in such crude fashion. At the same time, he was wondering whether he should just exterminate him with a single blow, or show him by example what it meant to make a big scene. As he tried to decide what to do, the two soul cultivators from the Black Mountain tribe began to make vague requests of Bai Xiaochun to return the soul hoarding pagoda. Considering that he could only conjure 7-colored flame, whereas Li Feng could conjure 10-colored flame, it seemed obvious who was in the superior position. However, they kept their requests extremely vague, as they didn't want to offend Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun simply ignored them, prompting Zhou Yixing to clear his throat and whisper, "This is not the type of person you want to mess with, Exalted One. Why don't we just back off?" Bai Xiaochun's glare intensified. More displeased than ever, he decided that it was indeed time to show, not only Li Feng, but everyone else present, what it meant to make a scene. "I hated when people try to show off in front of me," he thought. Sticking his chin up and looking around with disdain, he waved his hand to produce a tongue of 7-colored flame. The instant the 7-colored flame appeared, strange looks could be seen on the faces of the savages and the two soul cultivators. As for Li Feng, he chuckled softly and said, "I think you've bitten off a bit more than you can chew." Bai Xiaochun snorted. "Li Feng, when you run into necromancers in the wildlands, you would do well to hold back from saying things like that. You should really take this advice of mine to heart." The words sounded very profound and meaningful, and coupled with the way his hair floated around him and his clothing rippled in the wind, it made him seem very elegant and beyond ordinary. There was something archaic to his voice, something that echoed about in heaven and earth. It almost seemed rueful, as though he were thinking back to memories of the past. The entire picture he presented was instantly etched deeply into the minds of those present. "Allow me to elaborate," he continued. "You see, in a situation like this, you have no idea who exactly you are dealing with, and no clue as to what incredible individual you might be facing." Shaking his head, he waved his left hand, causing a vast quantity of vengeful souls to pour out from the soul-hoarding pagoda. As soon as the souls appeared, Bai Xiaochun threw the 7-colored flame out in front of him, causing it to spread out into a sea of fire. Then, he sent the vengeful souls pouring inside. It happened very quickly. In the blink of an eye, rumbling sounds could be heard as the sea of flames rushed back into Bai Xiaochun's palm, transforming into a single entity. It was a tongue of flame with an additional color. It had become 8-colored flame. All of the savages looked over with wide eyes. 8-colored flame. He just conjured flame. The wave of a hand turned 7-colored flame into 8-colored flame. This. The two soul cultivators were completely shaken. They had seen necromancers conjure flame in the past, but had never seen anyone do it as casually as Bai Xiaochun just had. He had moved with utmost fluidity, seemingly transforming 7-colored flame into 8-colored flame with almost no effort. They weren't the only shocked ones. Up in midair, Li Feng was equally stunned. After all, when he conjured 8-colored flame, it was always a very difficult process. All of a sudden, he had a very bad feeling, and almost lost control of his facial expression. Chuckling coldly, he said, You must have had a lot of practice with 8-colored flame, right? So what if you've been stuck at that level for a long time? You still don't qualify to stand in front of me. Xiaochun looked up at Li Feng, his expression placid as he said, if 8-colored flame isn't enough for you, how about 9-colored flame? Casually waving his hand, he spread the 8-colored flame out into a sea of fire, then sent more vengeful souls pouring out of the soul-hoarding pagoda. No time passed at all before the sea of flames began to swallow up the souls. Despite the speed with which it happened, there was obviously some pattern involved in the way that the souls were fed into the sea of flames. Then, Xiaochun slowly closed his palm into a fist, causing the sea of fire to fall back in upon itself within his grasp. After the fire was all contained between his fingers, he opened his hand again, revealing a flame with 9 colors. 9-colored flame. The savages were no longer stunned, but were left gasping in shock. The two soul cultivators' eyes were popping out of their heads, and they were panting, their minds reeling out of control. Li Feng was beginning to shake as he stared at the flame in Xiaochun's hand. The casual way that he had conjured the 9-colored flame was something that Li Feng had never seen before, and left him feeling as if unprecedented levels of pressure were weighing down on him. It seemed almost unimaginable that someone could conjure 9-colored flame with such ease. If he wanted to conjure 9-colored flame, he would have to go into secluded meditation and spend significant time clearing his thoughts before making an attempt. And even then, he wouldn't succeed every time. This is impossible, he muttered, panting. Nothing is impossible, Xiaochun said with a slight shake of his head. Just because you think something is hard doesn't mean that everyone will feel the same. I mean, it's just 9-colored flame, that's all. Looking as calm as ever, he sent more vengeful souls flying out of the soul-hoarding pagoda, filling everything within a 300-meter area and forcing the crowd to back away as his 9-colored flame spread out into a raging sea. It was a shocking sight. The vengeful souls merged into the sea, a process which took a few breaths' worth of time, after which Xiaochun once again closed his palm into a fist. Within moments, the raging sea of fire had shrunk down and was hidden within his hand. Everyone was devolving into madness at Xiaochun's performance, which made him seem like the ultimate ruler of flame. It was as if all types of fire would capitulate and acknowledge allegiance to him. Even 10-colored flame isn't really a big deal, Xiaochun said, smiling faintly. When he opened his hands, all faces fell as scintillating light exploded out in all directions to reveal 10-colored flame. Furthermore, this 10-colored flame seemed particularly vibrant and lively, its heat so intense that the air rippled, almost as though it were about to ignite. Everyone in the area was forced to back up again, expressions of profound shock on their faces as they looked at Xiaochun. Clearly, Li Feng's 10-colored flame was much dimmer than Xiaochun's. Despite being of the same level, it was obviously weaker by far. Along with the appearance of the 10-colored flame came shocked exclamations from the savages, expressions of complete and utter astonishment. The peak of the Master Necromancer rank. Heavens, Grandmaster Bai is actually at the peak of the Master Necromancer rank. The two soul cultivators were completely stunned, and looked like they had seen a ghost. Never in their wildest imaginations could they have guessed that Xiaochun would conjure a 10-colored flame, the quality of which clearly surpassed that of Li Feng's. Li Feng was shaking visibly, and his hair was already disheveled. As he stared at the flame in Xiaochun's hand, his mind began to turn into a blank. Impossible. This is just impossible. Moments ago, he had been hovering there with a feeling of complete superiority, but now he suddenly found that there was someone present who was far superior to himself. Zhou Yixing was similarly shocked. He had known before that Xiaochun could conjure 10-colored flame, and yet, the flame currently dancing in his palm caused Zhou Yixing's heart to pound wildly. Is that really 10-colored flame? I've never seen 10-colored flame that dazzling. Zhou Yixing looked up at Xiaochun's face, terror written on his own. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, Terrestrial Necromancer. Chapter 578, Terrestrial Necromancer. Bai Xiaochun was quite pleased by all the looks of shock among the crowd that surrounded him. However, he didn't allow any hint of that to show on his face, and in fact, pretended as if he couldn't care less about what was going on. After glancing at the tongue of flame in his palm, he looked up at the shocked Li Feng and said, "If 10-colored flame isn't sufficient, well then, how about 11-colored flame?" In response, the savages of the Black Mountain tribe erupted into wild cheering, and the two soul cultivators let out shouts of surprise. 11-colored flame. Only terrestrial necromancers can conjure that. No wonder. Zhou Yixing gasped, and up in the air, Li Feng was trembling. Before any of them could say anything, Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered with profound light. The time had come to test out whether his previous analysis was correct or not. He sent some divine sense into the soul-hoarding pagoda, which shivered as it began to belch out large quantities of vengeful souls. As they filled the area, coldness spread out, an ill wind that made the place seem like a land of death. Even as the vengeful souls howled and attempted to flee, Bai Xiaochun said, "Flame, disperse." He waved his hand, and the 10-colored flames spread out in all directions to form a huge sea of fire. Yet again, the onlookers backed away in fear. 10-colored light filled the sky, and the wind screamed as the intense power of the flame exploded out in all directions. The sea of fire was like a cyclone whipping about as it devoured all of the vengeful souls. The mist-like strands that were the fleeing souls could not possibly have been fast enough to escape the flames, and it took only about 30 breaths of time before the entire 3,000-meter area surrounding Bai Xiaochun was completely devoid of any vengeful souls. The sea of fire raged in shocking fashion around Bai Xiaochun, making it almost impossible to see him. Everyone in the area looked on with shock and terror, their hearts battered by waves of astonishment. As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun truly looked like a sovereign of flame. That was even more the case when he extended his right hand and said, "Form, what?" It was only a single word, but it seemed to contain the power of magical law, a power that forced the fire in the area to begin to converge onto Bai Xiaochun's palm, a process which took only the briefest of moments. As he closed his fingers, every last bit of fire disappeared into his hand, after which, the entire audience looked on with bated breath and quivering hearts. No one spoke. Zhou Yixing stood there, heart pounding, almost unable to believe what he was seeing, and at the same time, more nervous than ever before. Bai Xiaochun's expression was the same as ever, as if everything which was happening was beneath his interest. Of course, the truth was that he was feeling immensely proud of himself, and was reveling in the gazes of the audience. He even intentionally slowed his movements as he opened his fingers. The moment his fist opened up, a tongue of flame appeared, the heat of which caused everything in the surrounding 3,000-meter area to ripple and distort. An intense sensation of deadly crisis filled the hearts of all present, and everyone was certain that the slightest touch of that flame would reduce them to nothing but ashes. At the same time, thunder rumbled in the sky above. The appearance of the flame had provoked a heavenly sign. All eyes were fixed dead on the flame, which had become the most dazzling and eye-catching thing in existence to the people present. At the same time, the ground beneath Bai Xiaochun's feet began to melt, as if it couldn't endure the intense heat of the flame. However, Bai Xiaochun himself wasn't harmed in the least. The numerous colors within the flame danced and leapt, making it difficult to see the number of colors clearly. However, anyone who focused the power of their cultivation base on their eyes would quickly be able to tell that the flame had 11 colors. Shockingly, it was 11-colored flame. A short silence prevailed, after which the entire audience erupted into shouts of excitement and praise, causing a sound wave to roll out in all directions. Is that really 11-colored flame? I've never seen 11-colored flame in my entire life. 11-colored flame. 11-colored flame. Grandmaster Bai isn't at the master rank, he's a terrestrial necromancer. A terrestrial necromancer. A person like that would be welcomed with full honors in any necromancer clan. In fact, it would be the same even in Giant Ghost City. The savages were completely overwhelmed, and as for the two soul cultivators, they were virtually struck mute. Shaking physically, they looked at Bai Xiaochun in disbelief, feeling like they might collapse at any moment. Terrestrial necromancer. He's a terrestrial necromancer. Upon recovering their wits to some extent, they immediately flopped down and began to kowtow, their hearts filled with awe and reverence. To them, a terrestrial necromancer was the type of grand entity that could shake all the lands with the single stomp of a foot. And just such a person was standing right in front of them. Then the two of them contemplated how they had just suggested that he return the soul-hoarding pagoda they had offered. Despite how vaguely they had made the suggestion, the mere fact that they had struck them both with deep levels of fear and panic. If they had such a reaction, it almost wasn't necessary to mention Li Feng, whose eyes were on the verge of popping out of his skull. Shivering physically, he suddenly dropped out of the air and landed onto the ground. "Grandmaster, please calm yourself," he said, ashen-faced, his fear going so deep that his soul began to tremble. The fact that he had possibly offended someone he should never have offended caused his hair to stand on end, and filled his heart with a sea of bitterness and grief. At the same time, he was stunned that an illustrious terrestrial necromancer would concoct soul medicine for a small tribe just to get a soul-hoarding pagoda. Zhou Yixing was equally flabbergasted, and was staring with brightly shining eyes at Bai Xiaochun. Earlier, he had had his doubts, and had even felt scorn for Bai Xiaochun, but now, he was fully convinced of what kind of person he was, and his heart began to burn with fervor. He knew for a fact that this necromancer hadn't been able to conjure 11-colored flame before. Then, after not much time passed at all, he conjured that very flame with complete ease, even perfection. It left Zhou Yixing completely shaken and in awe. More than that, he actually felt that it was good fortune for him to have become the follower of a terrestrial necromancer. That was especially because of the ease with which he conjured flame. Clearly, this necromancer Bai was spectacularly talented, and that meant that there was always the possibility that he would reach the celestial rank. Since Zhou Yixing was his first follower, and had no one else to compete with, that meant it would be easier to curry favor. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Zhou Yixing's zeal and devotion grew. Bai Xiaochun stood there for a moment, basking in the gazes, and then cleared his throat and looked over at Li Feng. All right, an important person like me wouldn't stoop to the level of causing problems for someone like you. Although, considering how talented you seem, you really need to listen to me when I tell you to keep a low profile. Look at how awesome I am. And yet, did you ever see me going around trying to show off? He waved his hand, storing the 11-colored flame away in his bag of holding. Then he swished his sleeve, keeping his chin stuck up as he sauntered back toward his immortal's cave. Li Feng chuckled bitterly in his heart. As far as he was concerned, if this grandmaster considered himself to be keeping a low profile, then he obviously had no idea what it meant to do the opposite. However, he didn't dare to speak such words aloud. All he did was gratefully voice his agreement. At the same time, he had similar thoughts to the ones Zhou Yixing had just had. If I could become a follower of this terrestrial necromancer, and receive some occasional pointers, that would be good fortune for me. And what if he even agreed to teach me some things? Life as a rogue cultivator was hard, and people like Li Feng would rarely get a chance to even see a terrestrial necromancer. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and decided that, no matter what happened, no matter how much fawning or fighting it took, he would become this necromancer's follower. At that point, he subconsciously glanced over at Zhou Yixing and thought, this guy must already be one of his followers. I've got to do better than him. Zhou Yixing noticed Li Feng's glance, and could guess what he was thinking. Less than pleased, he decided to keep his guard up even more than before. There's no way I'm going to let this guy surpass me as a follower. Both of them could see the hostility in each other's glances. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 579, Rebranding the Mask. Chapter 579, Rebranding the Mask. Instead of leaving, Li Feng chose to stay in the Black Mountain tribe, where he planted himself at Bai Xiaochun's side and leapt to meet his every demand, even if it meant going through hell and high water. It put a lot of pressure on Xiaochun, and also served to increase his own zeal and devotion. Bai Xiaochun didn't drive Li Feng away. Instead, he wallowed in the wonderful feeling of having two people fawning over him. I really am just too outstanding. Wherever I go, people kowtow to me left and right. It's really hard to reject such treatment. I guess I'm just too much of a softie. Of course, the savages were even more fanatical about Bai Xiaochun than before, and the soul cultivators had begun treating him as if he were some sort of god. All the energy of the tribe was focused on fulfilling any request that Bai Xiaochun made, which he found to be a wonderful thing. At the same time, he didn't forget that he had promised to concoct soul medicine for them. However, before taking on that task, there was something very important to be done, something that could not be delayed. That very night, he sent his 3 clones out into the darkness to stand guard, and then sealed his immortal's cave with numerous restrictive spells. Finally, he sat down cross-legged and carefully took off his mask. After the mask was off, he looked around vigilantly. Outside, his clones did the same thing. Only after they were all sure that the coast was clear did Bai Xiaochun relax a bit. Now that I can concoct 11-colored flame, it's time to perform a spirit enhancement on this mask and see if I can remove the branding mark inside and replace it with my own. If I do that, then nobody should be able to find me through it. Eyes sparkling, he pulled out his turtle wok and prepared everything from 1 to 11-colored flame. After performing the first 10 spirit enhancements, he put the 11-colored flame into the wok. Almost instantly, the wok began to shine with bright golden light that instantly filled the entire immortal's cave. The energy which pulsed within that golden light left Bai Xiaochun feeling completely shaken. Thankfully, this wasn't his first time using 11-colored flame. He had also done so in the illusory world of the trial by fire. Therefore, he settled his chi and calmed his mind, then waited for the turtle wok to suck in all of the golden light. When the time was right, he put the mask into the wok. It's definitely going to work. The mask was very important, so of course Bai Xiaochun was very concerned with how things could turn out. His eyes were glued to the mask as the golden light in the wok grew more dazzling and boundless, transforming into countless golden threads that converged on the mask itself. Then, they rapidly merged together, covering the mask and causing deep rumbling sounds to echo out in the immortal's cave. Finally, right before his eyes, the mask began to melt. Within moments, it had transformed into a milky white liquid that emanated a fragrant aroma, a mere whiff of which left Bai Xiaochun feeling enlivened. An 11-fold spirit enhancement returns the object to its essence. That leaf transformed into a tree, whereas this mask became a drop of essence liquid. The milky white liquid rapidly formed into a pearl that glowed with soft light. Shockingly, on the surface of that pearl was a golden design. As the turtle wok went dark, Bai Xiaochun's anxiety mounted. Finally, he picked up the pearl, whereupon he could sense an aura within it that contained the power of illusion. By merely sensing that aura, he suddenly felt as if he were surrounded by an illusory world. No longer was he in his immortal's cave, he was in a celestial paradise, filled with immortal mountains, immortal cranes, spirit flowers, and mystical mists. It was almost impossible to tell whether it was real or not. Thankfully, the sensation quickly passed, and he regained his senses. Then, he looked suspiciously at the pearl he held in his hand. This thing's powers of illusion surpassed that of the old mask by far. There are probably even more differences that I will have to discover over time. Heart pounding wildly, he examined the pearl further to ensure that there were no branding marks on it. Only then did he place his own branding mark onto it. The white pearl flickered as a link was created between him and it. It worked! I never felt anything like this with the mask. Laughing heartily, Bai Xiaochun pushed the pearl down onto his forehead, whereupon it vanished into his heaven-span Dharma eye. Moments later, his facial features blurred, and then transformed back into Bai Hao's. As of this point, there wasn't the slightest crack in his mask disguise. Whether it was his soul fluctuations or any other aspect of him, not a single shred of evidence that he was Bai Xiaochun remained. In the past, certain almighty figures such as demigods might have been able to notice some abnormalities caused by the mask. But now, not even demigods would pick up on any clues. Meanwhile, in the very moment that Xiaochun transformed the mask into a pearl by removing the previous branding mark and replacing it with his own, something happened in a location a vast distance away in the wildlands. In that location was a shocking city that was completely golden and matchlessly large. It almost looked like a golden dragon, emanating an intense pressure that would suppress anything in the area. That city was none other than Archemperor's city. In the very middle of Archemperor's city, floating high in the air, was an area filled with floating clouds that seemed to contain a city of its own within them. It was the location of the Imperial Palace. Inside the palace, in an extravagantly decorated hall, an old man sat cross-legged in meditation. He wore luxurious clothing, and was the type of person who seemed threatening without being angry. He occupied a very high position, the type who could determine the fates of tens upon tens of thousands of people with a single word. His cultivation base was profoundly enigmatic, and even from a distance, he looked like a divine, godly being. The moment the branding mark was erased from the mask, the old man's eyes opened, causing golden light to spill out. Anyone who looked into those eyes would be shaken to the core. As soon as the old man's cultivation base fluctuations began to roll out, the entire imperial palace began to shake. "It's gone," he murmured, frowning. A moment later, he waved his hand, causing the main door of the palace hall to swing open noiselessly and reveal a middle-aged man, who bowed and scraped his way inside. "Grand Heaven Master, His Excellency was startled by your cultivation base fluctuations just now. He has asked your humble servant to come and inquire as to what aroused your wrath." "It seems His Excellency is a bit too high-strung," the old man replied. "Now that I think about it, it's the perfect time for him to go into secluded meditation. That way he can increase his cultivation base a bit and build up some courage. Pass down orders that His Excellency will enter a 10-year period of secluded meditation, starting immediately." With that, the old man closed his eyes. Back in the area near Giant Ghost City, Xiaochun was in the Black Mountain tribe, feeling at his face. Pleased, he called back his 3 clones, then studied the soul-hoarding pagoda for a bit before summoning a large group of vengeful souls. Then he waved his hand and pinched his fingers together, creating something like a gravitational force that caused the cloud of souls to converge on his palm. As they formed into a one-colored flame, he spread his arms wide, causing the flame to transform into something that looked like a piece of crystal. "So, this is soul medicine?" Xiaochun grabbed the crystal, and could immediately sense the soul power fluctuations coming from it. Then he began to study it a bit more closely. "Seems simple enough. The only difficulty lies in how many colors are in the flame. So, only people who can conjure flame can concoct soul medicine. I just wonder if you can use real medicine concocting techniques to make the soul medicine even better?" After some thought, he produced a pill furnace, tossed the soul medicine inside, and began to use some of the concocting methods he knew. However, nothing happened. Xiaochun even took out some medicinal pills and tried to combine them with the soul medicine. He put quite a bit of effort into it, even adding in some plants and vegetation, and yet, in the end, got little out of it. Well, that doesn't work. It adds a bit of medicinal mist to the soul medicine, but that won't do much of anything at all. Definitely too much of a waste of resources to provide any help in cultivation. Not worth it. However, it seems I can get a bit of effect by adding toxic elements. In the end, he just gave up. Although it seemed like a pity, there really weren't any significant changes to the soul medicine. In fact, only Grandmaster alchemists would even notice the slight changes inside. However, all of this made sense considering the wildlands was a place devoid of medicinal plants and vegetation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580, Demigod Soul. Chapter 580, Demigod Soul. Even after further study, Bai Xiaochun was left with no other option than to give up on the idea of combining soul medicine with ordinary medicinal pills. Although he was a bit disappointed, there was simply no way to get these two completely different types of medicine to work together. Oh well. At least I know how to add toxic elements. Perhaps that will prove to be useful one of these days. With that, he continued on with the task of concocting soul medicine. After all, he had promised the Black Mountain tribe that he would do this for them, and he was the type of person who lived up to his promises. Therefore, the following days were focused mostly on that task. All of the work was done with the souls they provided. Considering the predicament they were in, and how soft-hearted Bai Xiaochun was, he didn't impose any further requirements on them. A few days later, Bai Xiaochun was looking at 500 full portions of low-grade soul medicine, and feeling very pleased at how impressive he was. I guess it isn't that bad that I'm stuck away from the Great Wall temporarily. Since I'm good at concocting soul medicine, I should be able to dominate the scene out in the wildlands just as well as back home. He was immeasurably self-satisfied, and couldn't help but sigh at how outstanding he was. No matter where he went, he always managed to come out on top. Perhaps that's just my biggest strong suit. He closed his eyes to revel in the feeling, but then, he couldn't help but think back to the scene back in the labyrinth when everyone was teleported away. That got him wondering about where Master God Diviner, Song Ke, and Zhao Long had ended up. I wonder where they are now. All of a sudden, he was filled with anticipation at being reunited with them somewhere in the wildlands. For some reason, that made him feel less lonely. After thinking about it for a bit longer, he cleared his throat and then reached up to feel his disguised face. In the past few days, he had come to find that, not only did the power of the pearl mask cover his own aura, but it also disguised the fluctuations that were caused by conjuring flame. Now, he could conjure flame whenever or wherever he wanted, and no one would be able to detect it. What a lovely treasure! Eventually, he put the matters of the mask aside for the time being and pulled out his soul-hoarding pagoda to examine it. After I give the 500 portions of low-grade soul medicine to the Black Mountain tribe, my task here will be accomplished. Although this place isn't bad, there's no reason to stay here. With that, he settled into contemplation. On the one hand, he really needed to figure out how to get back to the Great Wall, but on the other hand, he also wanted to acquire the formula for 15-colored flame. Most importantly, he needed to find more Deva souls. If he didn't, he would be unable to break through from the gold core stage into the nascent soul stage. It's all the fault of that damned Mistress Red Dust. The thought of who had pushed him into this predicament caused him to gnash his teeth. Furthermore, he was now determined to make sure that, one day, Mistress Red Dust and Chen Hetian knew exactly how awesome he was. Before, he had scanned the soul-hoarding pagoda a bit with divine sense, but had never taken the time to study it in detail. Now that he was finished with his soul medicine task, he calmed himself down to do just that, his goal being to figure out how soul-hoarding pagodas worked. However, after a detailed inspection, he couldn't come up with any clues. The soul-hoarding pagoda was filled with a mist that his divine sense had a hard time piercing. However, he could sense a profound sensation of age within the pagoda. There's too much of that mist. That's what's making it hard to see inside. Alright, soul-hoarding pagoda, you just watch and see how I handle you. HMMMPHH. Since you belong to me now, I'll use spirit enhancement techniques to clean you up a bit. I don't care whose branding mark is hiding inside of you, I'm going to erase it for good. What had occurred with the mask had impressed upon Bai Xiaochun what exactly he could do with magical items that had been given to him by others. Therefore, it was with great secrecy that he sent his 3 clones out to collect more vengeful souls. On top of that, he ordered Zhou Yixing and Li Feng to do the same thing, as well as the rest of the Black Mountain tribe. A few days later, his 3-pronged method of attacking the matter resulted in him having enough souls to produce everything from 1 to 11 colored flame. That very evening, he conjured the 11-colored flame he needed. Without the slightest hesitation, he then produced his turtle walk and tossed the soul-hoarding pagoda inside to give it an 11-fold spirit enhancement. Golden light flashed, and the soul-hoarding pagoda changed appearance. Instead of being gray, it was now crystalline and exquisite. Furthermore, it had a single golden design on its surface. The little pagoda was now completely different, and would be extremely enticing even to the most powerful necromancer. Xiaochun grabbed the crystalline soul-hoarding pagoda and then elatedly branded it with his mark. When he felt the invisible connection that came into being as a result, he could finally relax. Now this soul-hoarding pagoda truly belongs to me, and me alone. Laughing heartily, he sent some divine sense inside it to examine it again. This time, there was no obscuring mist blocking his ability to clearly see it through and through. But then, his expression turned very serious. He sent more power into his divine sense, causing it to fill the entire soul-hoarding pagoda. There, very deep inside, in an area which had once been covered by mist, Xiaochun could now see evidence of a restrictive sealing spell. The sealing mark was very faint, and wouldn't be detectable except upon close examination. A sealing mark. His first thought was that the members of the Black Mountain tribe must have been courting death by trying to con him. But soon, he realized that that was probably not the case. Based on what he could detect, the sealing mark seemed to be just as ancient as the soul-hoarding pagoda itself. After a bit of thought, his eyes glittered, and he attempted to open the sealing mark and see what exactly was inside. But after a few tries, he found that the mark was apparently fabricated from an aura of death. Without a massive blast of divine sense, it would be impossible to open. In fact, Xiaochun could tell that he was currently incapable of getting past it. Interesting. A seemingly ordinary soul-hoarding pagoda turns out to have an ancient sealing mark inside. He retracted his divine sense and then sat there thinking, his eyes shining brightly. If I want to open it, I have to blast it with incredible power. My cultivation base isn't strong enough at the moment, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm out of options. Alright, soul-hoarding pagoda, you just watch and see how Lord Bai does things. With that, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a large bucket. It was as tall as a person, and almost 2 meters wide, and as soon as it appeared, it erupted with powerful spiritual power. Shockingly, that bucket was filled to the brim with heaven-span river water. Back during the haunting of the river-defying sect, Xiaochun had, in his fear, submerged his mask in this very bucket. Even he had forgotten about that matter for a while. Considering that he needed a big blast of spiritual power to deal with the soul-hoarding pagoda, this was the perfect item to retrieve from his bag of holding. Heavenspan river water is a major rarity in the wildlands. This bucket might not make me the richest person here, but definitely a big money bags. Licking his lips, he looked at the bucket and then back at the crystalline soul-hoarding pagoda. With the spiritual power in this bucket, I should be able to blast open that sealing mark. Eyes sparkling, he performed a right-handed incantation gesture and then waved his finger at the soul-hoarding pagoda. Instantly, a gravitational force sprang up, causing more than half of the water in the bucket to surge toward the sealing mark in the depths of the pagoda. The soul-hoarding pagoda shook physically as Xiaochun sent his divine sense inside to watch the sealing mark falling apart under the barrage of heaven-span river water. And yet, even as it broke apart, it began to heal itself. Xiaochun quickly performed another incantation gesture, sending more water into the pagoda. The healing signs vanished, and more cracks appeared. It looked like the sealing mark would fall apart at any moment. However, it was in that very moment that suddenly, a terrifying aura leaked out that caused Xiaochun's face to immediately fall. Even just brushing against that aura with his divine sense left him utterly shaken and gasping for air. Leaping to his feet, he exclaimed, That's. He quickly performed an incantation gesture to pull all of the heavenspan river water back from inside of the pagoda. Thankfully, after he did that, the sealing mark ceased collapsing. However, it had apparently lost its ability to repair itself, and now remained in a dilapidated state, as if only a bit more power could destroy it. Xiaochun got his breathing under control and then stared back into the pagoda, his eyes shining with fear. That aura surpasses anything I've ever felt from any person, even from devas. It's very similar to the aura I sensed back in the trial by fire in the labyrinth, when I performed the 21-fold spirit enhancement on that leaf. That's an aura which surpasses devas. Don't tell me it's the demigod realm. What exactly is sealed inside of this pagoda? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581, Trump Card. Chapter 581, Trump Card. Xiaochun was so nervous his throat was completely dry. After a long moment passed, he carefully sent his divine sense back into the soul-hoarding pagoda and inched it toward the sealed area. From the perspective of his divine sense, the sealed area looked like it was covered with countless cracks, as though the slightest nudge would break it. Xiaochun remained there hesitantly, analyzing the faint pulses of energy which occasionally emerged from the other side. I'm finished. Kaput. I've caused another disaster. Depressed, he realized that it wasn't an option to just run away, and that he really needed to take a look to understand what he was dealing with. Exercising utmost caution in his control of his divine sense, he slowly sent it into one of the cracks. He didn't send much in, only a teeny bit, but that was enough to give him a general idea of what was inside the sealed area. Shockingly, there was a dimension inside. It was an empty space filled with gray light, in the depths of which could be seen an old man sitting there cross-legged in meditation. His face was a mass of wrinkles, and he had no hair. Shockingly, he was being tightly restrained by 999 chains formed from magical symbols. His aura vastly surpassed that of a deva, and to Xiaochun, he looked like some sort of god or deity. The mere pressure emanating off of him left Xiaochun trembling. Is he a demigod? Xiaochun thought, barely able to breathe. What he was seeing via his divine sense almost defied belief. Fearful of attracting the old man's attention, he carefully began to retract his divine sense. At the same time, he decided that he didn't really want this soul-hoarding pagoda after all. However, it was in that same moment that the old man's eyes snapped open to reveal light as bright as a shining sun. At the same time, he suddenly transformed into a crimson, three-headed python. Xiaochun couldn't hold back from letting out a shriek. "Spare me, Senior," he wailed as he pulled his divine sense back. However, a moment later, he stopped his divine sense from moving. He murmured. It was only at this point that he realized the chained old man didn't seem corporeal. Rather, he was partially translucent, almost as if he weren't complete. Even more telling was that his gaze, despite being fiercely powerful, was somewhat blank, almost as if he weren't conscious. He's a discarnate soul? Xiaochun gasped and looked a bit closer. A discarnate demigod soul. After confirming what he was looking at, Xiaochun carefully retracted his divine sense. Then, he sat there, heart pounding, looking at the crystalline soul-hoarding pagoda he held in his trembling hands. If there are deva souls, then it makes sense that there would be demigod souls. Although the soul in the pagoda is discarnate and incomplete, it still counts as a demigod soul. Clearly, it didn't originally belong to a cultivator, but rather, to a demigod-level beast. It must have been some almighty entity in ages past, which was killed by some cultivator. Its discarnate soul was then sealed, either by whoever killed it, or perhaps even by itself. Whatever exactly occurred, it ended up in this soul-hoarding pagoda. Xiaochun licked his lips at the thought of how precious this treasure was that he had acquired. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he sent his divine sense back into the pagoda to study it further. The following day at noon, he finally finished his inspection, whereupon his eyes shone with enlightenment. It really is an unconscious discarnate soul that was fused into the pagoda. If the pagoda were to be destroyed, the sealed soul would also be destroyed. However, that would simultaneously result in a blast of destructive energy that would probably kill even a deva, or at least inflict serious injuries. This thing is essentially a disposable magical item. The soul hoarding function is just a secondary feature, or perhaps something to disguise its true function. Xiaochun was completely shaken, and couldn't even imagine what entity would be able to turn a discarnate demigod soul into a disposable magical item. It almost didn't seem real that he could so casually acquire an item that would be threatening even to a deva. However, that wasn't necessarily a good feeling. More like a hair-raisingly terrifying one. Was it really a coincidence? He thought, recalling everything that had led up to him being teleported out into the wildlands. The more he thought about everything, the more it seemed like something fishy was going on. After a bit more thought, he put the soul-hoarding pagoda away and then summoned the 2 soul cultivators. They quickly rushed into his immortal's cave and bowed in greeting, nervous about what was going on. Looking at the 2 soul cultivators with eyes that flashed like lightning, he cut right to the chase and asked, "Where did you get this soul-hoarding pagoda?" In order to make sure they didn't lie to him, he cracked open his heaven-span dharma eye just a bit so that he could sense any changes in their auras and fluctuations. The soul cultivators were trembling under the might of the pressure weighing down on them, and didn't dare to hold anything back. They went on to tell him everything about the soul-hoarding pagoda in extreme detail. As it turned out, the pagoda was an ancient legacy heirloom in the Black Mountain tribe. Not even the 2 soul cultivators were really sure of its origins. After all, most savage tribes in the wildlands would have some object left behind by a founding ancestor. Some would be incredibly valuable, while others would be relatively insignificant. After hearing this, Xiaochun called over the leaders of the savages in the tribe and asked some detailed questions. In the end, he dismissed everyone and sat there, frowning. Clearly, the soul-hoarding pagoda was nothing more than something passed down from generation to generation in the Black Mountain tribe. It, like other similar legacy items, had been around for such a long time that no one knew much about where it came from. He still didn't feel confident based on what he knew, though, so he went back to the leaders of the savages and asked to see the other things left behind by their ancestors. After examining them all closely, he couldn't find any useful clues. Eventually, he was forced to abandon his search for information about the origin of the soul-hoarding pagoda. Late that night, he stood outside of his immortal's cave, studying the sky, the lands, and the mountains. Eventually, his eyes began to shine brightly. I hope I'm just overthinking things. Well, in any case, this soul-hoarding pagoda can at least be a powerful trump card. It's too bad I can only use it once, though. Sighing, he put the matter aside and stopped thinking about it. A few days later, he chose to leave the Black Mountain tribe. Upon his departure, all of the savages kowtowed, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. The 2 soul cultivators behaved similarly. Xiaochun looked around, heart swelling at how popular he was. Back in his home village, everyone had gathered to see him off with great fanfare. It was the same in the Spirit Stream sect, the River-defying sect, and of course Sky City in the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. Now here he was in the wildlands, where the Black Mountain tribe was similarly seeing him off with great fanfare. A moment later, he swept the crowd with divine sense to make sure that none of them had any gongs or drums hidden in their clothing, after which he was convinced that they were sincerely seeing him off. "You're all dismissed," he said with a wave of his hand. Then, he stuck his chin up and strode off, looking as grand as possible. Zhou Yixing followed close behind, his eyes shining with determination. He had long since vowed to follow this grandmaster by wherever he went. Of course, he continuously cast vigilant glances at the person who was walking next to him. That person was none other than Xiaochun's other follower, Li Feng. Li Feng could see Zhou Yixing glancing at him, and it made him just as vigilant. Considering that this grandmaster hadn't driven him away, it indicated his approval. Therefore, Li Feng knew that at the moment, his greatest competition was none other than the damnable Zhou Yixing. The 3 of them proceeded along for a bit before Zhou Yixing finally couldn't take it anymore. Spinning, he glared at Li Feng and shouted, "What are you following us for? Screw the hell off already!" Then, he turned and bowed to Xiaochun at the waist, plastering onto his face a fawning expression that he had been practicing lately. "Grandmaster," he said, "this guy is up to no good. He's obviously following us because he has some sort of nefarious plan. Bai Xiaochun gave a non-committal grunt, but nothing more. Taking out a map, he checked to see which direction Giant Ghost City was. Li Feng looked over scornfully at Zhou Yixing as he clasped hands and bowed to Bai Xiaochun. Please don't misunderstand, Grandmaster. Your humble servant has no such intentions. Because of my deep reverence for you, I sincerely wish to be your follower. Li Feng was telling the truth. He wanted so much to be Bai Xiaochun's follower that he almost had to hold back from grabbing his leg so that he wouldn't be sent away. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't pay much attention to him. Instead, he just turned to leave. Zhou Yixing, on the other hand, felt wonderful. Casting another glare at Li Feng, he hurried after Bai Xiaochun, his expression more fawning than ever. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582, Bai Clan, East Outskirts. Chapter 582, Bai Clan, East Outskirts. Li Feng was getting very, very nervous. After all, this Grandmaster Bai was a terrestrial necromancer, the most powerful necromancer Li Feng had ever met. The benefits of being a follower of a person like that defied description, and Li Feng knew that if he didn't seize this opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Aware that he had to do something to make himself valuable, he quickly cried, "Wait for me, Grandmaster Bai. I can be of a lot of use. For example, when you need souls, I can go looking for them for you. I can also." Bai Xiaochun paused mid-stride. After all, the things that Li Feng was saying made sense. As for Zhou Yixing, his heart was starting to pound with anger. Back before Bai Xiaochun had proved to be a terrestrial necromancer, he had felt that being his follower was somewhat of an insult. But now things were completely different. As far as he was concerned, Bai Xiaochun was almost like a deva. Zhou Yixing had done a lot of bootlicking to try to get Li Feng kicked away, only to have him shamelessly offer to do the same things that he himself was responsible for. "I can do that too," he shouted, worried that Bai Xiaochun would agree. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, but maintained his calm. He could tell that these two viewed each other as competition, and the truth was, he was actually pleased by that. Without saying anything, he continued along. Feeling a bit better, Zhou Yixing glared over at Li Feng and pondered how he would stomp him to death if his cultivation base were unsealed. Li Feng couldn't just sit around and let Zhou Yixing act like this. Turning anxiously toward Bai Xiaochun, he raised his voice and said, "Grandmaster Bai, I know a place where you can get a huge amount of souls." "So do I," Zhou Yixing shouted immediately. "I know lots of places like that. I can concoct soul medicine for you, Grandmaster," Li Feng said. "I'm at the peak of the Master Necromancer rank, so I can make plenty of soul medicine to keep you safe, Your Majesty." "I can concoct soul medicine too," Zhou Yixing said through gritted teeth. "You're pushing things too far, Zhou Yixing. I know a place where you can get heaven-span river water. That stuff is incredibly valuable. Even a single drop can get you tons and tons of soul medicine. Can you match that, Zhou Yixing?" Li Feng shouted. If Zhou Yixing were back home, he could definitely do that, but here, there was no way. Bai Xiaochun's eyes brightened. He had been aware that heaven-span river water was rare in the wildlands, and that it was valuable, but he had never really put much thought into exactly how valuable it would be. Seeing that Zhou Yixing appeared to be at a loss for words, Li Feng started to get excited, and immediately began to list out all his selling points in the hopes that he could get Bai Xiaochun's attention. "I know somewhere you can get a deva soul. I can gather all kinds of information from the area. I can." Eyes bloodshot, Zhou Yixing was just about to offer a retort when Bai Xiaochun suddenly stopped and turned around. Then, Zhou Yixing's heart began to pound as he realized that Bai Xiaochun was staring at Li Feng. "Did you just say that you know the location of a deva soul?" Bursting with excitement at Bai Xiaochun's reaction, Li Feng immediately clasped hands and bowed deeply. Grandmaster Bai, your humble servant absolutely has some information about a Deva soul. According to the rumors, the giant ghost king himself has one. In addition to him, each of the 3 great necromancer clans within Giant Ghost City territory also has one. Bai Xiaochun frowned. From what he could tell, this information might as well be a complete fabrication. Zhou Yixing was delighted to see Bai Xiaochun frowning, and decided that he had to counterattack. Oof! The giant ghost king is a demigod expert. How could you possibly just take a Deva soul from him? And as for what you said about the necromancer clans, that's pure speculation. Li Feng stared at him coldly for a moment, then chuckled. Putting a very respectful expression onto his face, he looked at Bai Xiaochun and said, "How could I possibly do anything to deceive Grandmaster Bai? Obviously, the Deva soul possessed by the exalted giant ghost king is not something to go after. As for the necromancer clans, there are 2 who I can't say for certain have a Deva soul. But one of them does. I'd stake my life on that fact. I was once a vassal in that very clan, and during one of their ceremonies, I had the honor of seeing that Deva soul with my own eyes. It bore the semblance of sandy soil, and instantly caused incredible pressure to weigh down in the entire area." As soon as Bai Xiaochun heard Li Feng's complete description, his eyes sparkled. Deva souls were precious treasures in the wildlands, just like they were in the lands of Heavenspan. They were the type of thing that few people could ever lay eyes on, and as such, few people knew what they would look like. However, Li Feng's description matched the description exactly. If he's telling the truth, then that means he saw an earth-type Deva soul. I already have fire, wood, and water. I'm just missing metal and earth. Bai Xiaochun's heart was palpitating in eagerness. Which clan are you talking about? Bai Xiaochun asked, his eyes sparkling. Li Feng hesitated for a moment, but considering that his chance to be Bai Xiaochun's follower was at stake, he finally said, the Bai clan, on the east outskirts of the city. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened in surprise. The clan Li Feng had just mentioned sounded very familiar, and when he realized why, his jaw dropped. The east outskirts of the city, he thought. 3 great necromancer clans, the Bai clan. Isn't that the clan Bai Hao came from? Such thoughts got his heart pounding. But a clan like that, a great clan attached to Giant Ghost City, they must have a Deva patriarch. Bai Xiaochun licked his lips, and yet, was still hesitating. However, he absolutely had to get more Deva souls, and considering that he was already masquerading as Bai Hao, it would probably make things easier. As he hesitated, the nervous Li Feng began to give more information about the Bai clan. As far as he was concerned, even offending the Bai clan would be worth it if he could be Bai Xiaochun's follower. Although he had served at the Bai clan as a vassal, he had never noticed Bai Hao during that time. After all, Bai Hao was only an early foundation establishment, and wasn't considered an outstanding member of the clan. It would only be natural for Li Feng, a master necromancer, to ignore him. Bai Xiaochun's mind spun as he considered the matter for a long moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth and thought, I might not succeed in the end, but I should at least give it a shot. After all, I do have my demigod pagoda. Even if my identity gets exposed, I shouldn't be in too much danger. At the same time, his anger toward Mistress Red Dust smoldered. After all, if it weren't for her, he wouldn't need to get Deva souls to step into the nascent soul stage. It's all the fault of that shrew Mistress Red Dust. Once I'm awesome enough, I'll definitely teach her a lesson. And the same with Chen Hutian. Finally, he made his decision, and formally agreed to let Li Feng be his follower. With that, the 3 of them flew off in the direction of the Bai clan. Along the way, Bai Xiaochun reviewed the bone slips he had found in Bai Hao's bag of holding, and also thought about the circumstances surrounding Bai Hao's death. Obviously, returning to the clan as Bai Hao would probably cause something of a stir. Very well, Bai Hao. If I get a chance, I'll figure out who's responsible for your death and get revenge. A few days later, they were closing in on the Bai clan. Obviously, it wouldn't do to take Li Feng and Zhou Yixing with him, so at a certain point he stopped and arranged for them to stay in the vicinity and work on their cultivation, ready to come the instant he called for them. He dropped his cultivation base from the great circle of core formation down to where Bai Hao's had been, an early foundation establishment, and also flew a bit slower than before, doing everything he could to make himself look like Bai Hao should. He even put a taciturn expression onto his face. Bai Hao is a bastard son, so the clan probably doesn't care about him very much. It only made sense to him that Bai Hao wouldn't look very happy to come back to the clan after almost being killed. This area was considered the outskirts of Giant Ghost City, and all of it was controlled by the Bai clan. It was a huge area, populated to the point where it was essentially a huge city. The city was violet, and almost looked like it had been imprinted into the earth itself from above. The city wall was formed by statues of dragon snakes, which formed together to make 4 huge gates, the entrances to the clan. There was clearly a spell formation at work, which emanated terrifying pressure that both filled the Bai clan and made it stand out among the lands that surrounded it. As soon as Bai Xiaochun entered the vicinity of the city, he felt eyes on him from all directions, although no one looked at him for too long. As for the power of the spell formation, it caused his heart to tremble. The Bai clan definitely has a Deva patriarch. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 583, Bai Hao, Bastard Son. Chapter 583, Bai Hao, Bastard Son. Am I still me? Bai Xiaochun thought. Even he could tell that he had changed in a fear-inspiring and dangerous way. There's a Deva patriarch here. I can't believe I'm actually attempting to steal a Deva soul right out of the tiger's mouth. He rubbed his eyes a bit, but no tears came away. He really was at the point where he wished he could cry, but there were no tears to shed. Inwardly, he sighed. There was no question that a younger version of himself wouldn't have entered this place even upon the threat of being beaten to death. Yet, here he was, taking the initiative. It's all the fault of Mistress Red Dust and Shen Hutian. They're forcing me to do this. Damn it, when I get angry, I frighten even myself. No matter how he sighed, though, there were no other options available. Settling his thoughts, he tried to make himself look even more taciturn as he headed into the city. The Bai clan is one of the 3 great necromancer clans attached to Giant Ghost City. Of course, they have a protective spell formation. It's hard to say whether or not the spell formation will check whether people have the blood of the clan in their veins. And it's also hard to say whether or not my mask will be able to deceive it if it does. I'm guessing it can. Bai Xiaochun proceeded forward nervously, prepared to flee in an instant if necessary. More and more gazes seemed to pass over him, until he was roughly 300 meters away from the city entrance. At that point, the extremely lifelike dragon snake statues opened their eyes and looked in his direction. Their sinister gazes were coupled with a terrifying aura that left Bai Xiaochun certain that if they decided he wasn't a member of the Bai clan, and tried to enter uninvited, that he would be struck with lightning-like destructive power. Bai Xiaochun stood there thoughtfully for a few breaths worth of time, then walked forward, entering the perimeter of the clan spell formation. Almost immediately, Bai Hao's identity medallion in his bag of holding began to glow with a soft light. At the same time, his mask unleashed imperceptible fluctuations that completely fooled the spell formation, ensuring that it believed him to be Bai Hao, and not Bai Xiaochun. As soon as he entered the perimeter of the spell formation, the gazes which had been resting on him vanished, and the eyes of the statues grew dark. Then, a creaking sound could be heard as the huge main gate slowly opened. A middle-aged man walked out who was in the great circle of chi condensation. He had his hands tucked into the opposite sleeves of his robe, and was extremely gaunt. Eyes anything but kind, he frowned as he looked Bai Xiaochun up and down. Bai Xiaochun was finally relaxing a bit now that he had passed the first step of entering the Bai clan. Steeling himself, he headed toward the main gate. However, the middle-aged man quickly stepped in front of him, scorn written on his face as he coolly said, "Well, you're back, young Master Bai Hao. Did you forget the madam's orders? Bastard sons are only allowed to enter through the side door. I can't believe you triggered the clan spell formation and even forced the dragon snake gate open. You've obviously forgotten your place. This gate is not for the likes of you to enter. Bai Xiaochun looked over at the man with a slight frown. He had been aware that Bai Hao wasn't well liked in the clan, but would never have guessed that even a lowly gatekeeper would treat him with such scorn. That indicated there was more to Bai Hao's low standing in the clan than Bai Xiaochun understood. This is blatant humiliation, he thought. When the sharpness of Bai Xiaochun's gaze stabbed into the gatekeeper's eyes, his mind trembled. It felt as if an intense coldness had suddenly gripped his mind and dragged him into the dead of winter. Shocked, he didn't dare to keep looking into Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and even subconsciously stepped out of the way to make room. Bai Xiaochun walked past, his face expressionless. It was only after he entered the gate and walked off that the gatekeeper recovered. How could Bai Hao's gaze be so intense? He muttered. It wasn't like that before. After entering the clan itself, Bai Xiaochun began to simply stroll around. The place was large, but it was a clan, so there weren't things like stores and shops. There were only mansions belonging to the various bloodlines of the clan. Everything was luxuriously decorated, complete with ornamental rocks and trees. Members of the clan walked about here and there, and some flew about overhead. Overall, it was a bustling place. Before he could get very far, a young woman dressed like a servant appeared up ahead, walking toward him as she talked with a friend. When she saw Bai Xiaochun, her eyes flashed with scorn, and she snorted coldly. Is anyone even awake at the Department of Visitor Affairs? Apparently, they'll let any cretin through the gates. With that, she walked past. Bai Xiaochun was just about to glare back at her angrily, but restrained himself. Just deal with it, he thought. After all, I'm not really Bai Hao. Taking a deep breath, he looked over his shoulder at the servant girl and then continued on his way. As he explored the city, he encountered quite a few servants, all of whom seemed surprised to see him. However, each one had looks of scorn and disdain in their eyes as well. Many of their looks seemed too exaggerated to be sincere, as if they were merely putting on a show. Others didn't seem intentional at all, but rather, instinctive reactions, as if they truly found him disgusting, or even dirty. Bai Xiaochun had a hard time not losing his temper, but he continued to remind himself of his purpose in coming here. Just deal with it, he thought, gritting his teeth. After looking around for a while, he still had no idea where Bai Hao lived, and obviously, he couldn't just ask people. The more time passed, the more he became aware of what Bai Hao's life must have been like. Although he had been prepared to be treated poorly, he had never imagined it would be this bad. What exactly is the reason for it all? He thought. At one point as he was walking along, an old man walked out of a temple up ahead. His clothing seemed of better quality than everyone else Bai Xiaochun had seen so far, and he had a foundation establishment cultivation base. Clearly, he was no clan member, but rather, someone who had been hired to serve as a valet. As he walked out, hands clasped behind his back, he prepared to leave, when suddenly he spotted Bai Xiaochun. Then, his eyes widened with surprise before turning extremely grim. Bai Hao! Have you forgotten your place? This isn't a place you can just come visit anytime you want. What gall you have! How dare you disregard clan rules? From the way the old man's eyes flashed, and from the impoliteness of his tone, it almost seemed like he was scolding a servant. Up till this point, Bai Xiaochun had simply endured all the dirty looks people had given him. But the fact that this old man actually went so far as to rebuke him caused Bai Xiaochun's anger to rise. However, before he could do anything, the voice of a young woman rang out. Valet Chen, this is the Bai clan, and no matter what your position, you are no member of our clan. What gives a servant like you the right to act so disrespectfully? At this point, a beautiful young woman appeared, hovering in midair. She had an icy expression and a profound cultivation base in the great circle of foundation establishment. Bai Xiaochun looked up at her and simultaneously suppressed his rising anger. The old man's face fell, and his eyes even flickered with a bit of fear. Ducking his head, he clasped hands respectfully toward the young woman. "Greetings, fifth young lady." That was just a slip of the tongue by an old servant. However, the clan chief really did establish a rule that bastards are not allowed into the inner residence district unless summoned. The young woman glanced at Bai Xiaochun, sighed, and then turned her attention back to the old man. "It doesn't matter what the circumstances are. You may not be so disrespectful to a member of the clan." With that, she shook her head and flew off into the distance. Of course, the old man said. However, after she was gone, he looked back at Bai Xiaochun with disgust. "You'll escape punishment today because the fifth young lady showed up. Get the hell back to the North District. If I see you around here again, I'll report you to the clan chief." With a cold snort, he flicked his sleeve and walked off. Bai Xiaochun felt like he was about to explode. From the moment he had entered the Bai clan, he had been forced to endure and endure. If things kept going on this way, he wasn't sure if he could keep up the act of being Bai Hao. How did Bai Hao even deal with all this? What would be the point of staying around in a clan like this? Even if he wasn't well liked, it shouldn't be this extreme. There must be more to the story. Well, whatever. I'm not Bai Hao, so I guess I'll just have to deal with it until I get that Deva soul. Gritting his teeth and doing his best to suppress his anger, he turned and headed north. It was at that point that he noticed a 7-story pagoda in the middle of a sprawling group of mansions. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584, A Clue. Chapter 584, A Clue. The 7-story pagoda wasn't very far away, making it easy to see how exquisite it was, glowing like a treasure that illuminated everything around it. That and the restrictive spells that surrounded it indicated that it was a very important place to the Bai clan. As Bai Xiaochun made his way toward the North District, a middle-aged woman stood on a 5th-story balcony of the pagoda, her expression icily sinister as she stared down at him. She wore expensive clothing woven from spirit thread and embroidered with 9 phoenixes, which radiated a soft warmth that indicated it had magical properties designed to enhance a person's good looks. Such clothing was extremely extravagant in the wildlands. Even in the Heavenspan River regions, it would be the type of clothing that only an upper-class woman would wear. Because of it, this woman would be able to maintain her looks even if she were much older than she was now. She was curvaceous, with the fairest of fair skin, and although she couldn't be considered spectacularly beautiful, there was something very enticing about her. Unlike many young beauties, she was not the type who would ever yield to an opponent, and radiated an air of maturity and grace. As she stared at Bai Xiaochun walking toward the North District, she gritted her teeth with the most malicious venom imaginable. A moment later, a man appeared behind her, wearing black clothing and surrounded by a murderous aura. His eyes glowed red, and overall, he looked like an unsheathed sword waiting to strike. As soon as he appeared behind the woman, he clasped hands and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Madam Kai." Madam Kai didn't look back at the man. Keeping her eyes fixed on Bai Xiaochun, she growled, "Didn't you say that the bitch's son, Bai Hao, was dead?" "Yes," the man replied in an icy, confident voice. "I hit the kid with my exterminating soul brand. His heart and blood vessels were irreparably damaged. Although I teleported him away and wasn't able to personally witness him become a corpse, I can guarantee that he was killed, beyond the shadow of a doubt." Killed beyond the shadow of a doubt? What a wonderful way to put it. Well, take a look over there. Who's that? Erupting in rage-filled laughter, Madame Kai pointed at Bai Xiaochun. The man's eyes widened as he took a few steps forward, following the line of Madame Kai's finger until he was looking at Bai Xiaochun. "Impossible," he said incredulously. "Whether that's really him or not, kill him immediately." With that, Madame Kai turned to leave. The man hesitated for a moment. Although he knew that Madame Kai didn't like Bai Hao, and had been involved in a power struggle with him, he didn't understand why she wanted him dead so urgently. Madame Kai, killing him won't be hard, but we're in the Bai clan. If I kill him right now, it could be problematic. That bitch's son isn't even a person. She shrieked. He's inhuman. Inhuman. I don't care how you do it, just kill him as quickly as possible. He must not be allowed to grow any further. A moment later, she seemed to realize she had lost control. Taking a deep breath, she recovered her composure and walked away without another word. The black-garbed man stood there silently, unsure of exactly what Madame Kai meant when she said inhuman. However, the fact that his target had survived being hit with his exterminating soul brand was actually a bit intriguing. I guess this Bai Hao really does have some skill after all, he mused. I arranged the entire matter, and even delivered the fatal blow myself. And yet somehow, he didn't end up dying. And then he dared to come back. Well, you might have escaped by the skin of your teeth last time, but let's see if you can pull off the same thing again. Chuckling coldly, the man turned to leave. At the same time, he began to pulse with the aura of core formation. Of course, Xiaochun had no way of knowing the details of what had just been said in the pagoda. Because of the incredible restrictive spells which protected it, he wouldn't be able to hear anything unless he was also inside of it. Furthermore, if he attempted to use divine sense to do so, the restrictive spells would detect it and react. However, despite not being able to hear the conversation between the black-garbed man and the middle-aged women, he had seen them clearly, and had detected the ill will and killing intent with which they looked at him. Well, isn't this interesting, he murmured to himself. Smiling coldly, he continued on toward the North District. Soon, he came to realize that the North District was far from the city center, and definitely not luxurious. Simple houses filled the entire area, the majority of them occupied by servants who had been attached to the Bai clan for generations. Most of the people present were old, sick, and generally unhealthy looking. The houses seemed scattered about haphazardly, making the entire place seem vastly different from the East District. As Bai Xiaochun walked along, he realized that fewer people were looking at him with scorn and disgust. Considering that this was a poor and simple part of the clan, Bai Xiaochun was further struck by what kind of life Bai Hao must have lived. There were even some people who seemed happy to see him, and stepped forward to greet him with sincere pleasure. This place was definitely very different from the East District. Big Bro Hao. Young Master Hao. Bai Hao was obviously welcome here. Furthermore, he didn't even need to look for his residence. A group of children surrounded him and began to chat happily as they led him to a ramshackle house. It was little more than a hut that seemed like it might collapse into rubble at any moment. Thankfully, the entire Bai clan was protected by a spell formation that prevented the elements from affecting the buildings in the clan, otherwise his hut would have long since been washed away by the rain. After entering the hut, he looked around and sighed. The only thing inside was a bed. There wasn't even a chair present. It seemed almost impossible to believe that an early Foundation establishment cultivator would live in a place like this. Whether it was in the wildlands or in the Heavenspan River region, Foundation establishment cultivators would always be treated very well no matter where they went. How could Bai Hao end up living like this in his own clan? Although Bai Xiaochun already knew a bit about Bai Hao, he simply couldn't understand the situation. Even though he had been expecting something less than ideal, nothing could have prepared him for this. Either Bai Hao was willing to live like this, or didn't dare to try to change his situation. In that case, who is it that wants him dead? That man and woman from just now? Considering the clothing the woman had been wearing, it was obvious that she occupied a very high position in the clan. However, no amount of pondering brought any insight or clues. He just didn't have enough information. In the end, he shook his head. I wish I could help you, Bai Hao. But you need to give me something to work with. Help me understand what was going on with you. Sighing, he sat down cross-legged on the dilapidated bed. However, instead of meditating, he sent his divine sense out into the area. He also performed some incantation gestures and prepared to place some restrictive spells in the area that no one but him would notice. This was a practice he had grown accustomed to over the years. Whenever he was in a strange place, the most important thing to do at first was make sure he was safe. However, almost as soon as he sent his divine sense out, a serious expression appeared in his eyes, and his gaze shifted to an area in the corner of the room. Stepping off the couch, he walked over and squatted down to have a closer look. Although this corner of the room looked ordinary in every way, when his divine sense touched it, he could sense the lingering fluctuations of some magical technique. They were faint, as though they had been fading away for months now, and were just about to disappear for good. Were it not for the fact that Xiaochun was currently fused with his 3 clones, quadrupling his divine sense's sensitivity, then he would never have noticed the traces. Although his current divine sense did not have all the powers that nascent soul divine sense did, it was equally acute as that of a nascent soul expert. After examining the location further, Xiaochun's eyes lit up with surprise. Someone used some kind of magic here. It wasn't very long ago, months at most. From the look of things, another type of magic was used later to wipe the ground clean. Erase some evidence of something perhaps. Curiosity growing, Xiaochun opened his heaven-span dharma eye just a crack, and sent violet light spilling out into the confines of the hut. After looking at the ground using this method, Xiaochun realized that what had been wiped away with magic was most likely some lines of handwritten text. Interesting, he murmured. Suddenly, several afterimages appeared, which formed into his 3 clones. Each clone opened his third eye a crack, causing 3 more beams of violet light to converge on the same place. Thankfully, Xiaochun knew what he was doing, and prevented any of the violet light from leaving the hut, ensuring that no one on the outside would be able to detect what he was doing. Within moments, the line of text which had been wiped away was restored enough that Xiaochun could read it. Despite the level of his cultivation base and the extent of his mental control, the mere sight of the text caused him to let out a yelp of surprise. That's. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585, Peerless Talent. Chapter 585, Peerless Talent. What is fire? According to my studies, mundane fire is not a physical substance like water. Instead, it is a reflection of something that can't be seen with either the naked eye or divine sense. Fire is similar to an aura. A mixture of something illusory and something miraculous. The only reason you can see it is because of the glow of light that results from its existence. Multicolored flame is the same. In that case, a new question arises. What are souls? And why do souls produce multicolored flame? By this point Xiaochun was panting, and his eyes were as wide as saucers as he stared at the writing. Although only a portion of it was still visible, even the little bit he could read left him completely reeling. At the same time, the feeling of enlightenment left him gasping. This. He had never imagined that someone would study fire in this way, research it in such detail. Based on how the words were written, it seemed that the person who had left them behind had just been casually writing down their thoughts. Most importantly, in addition to the waves of shock which pounded at Xiaochun's heart and mind as he looked at the words, they opened a new door to him. By combining what he was reading with his current understanding of how to conjure flame, he suddenly felt as if he were gaining significant enlightenment. That's right. This is exactly what I've experienced when conjuring my own flame. Fire is not a physical substance like water, but rather a reflection of something else. Or perhaps, a symbol. In many senses, it is illusory, and not material like water is. Xiaochun did his best to keep his calm, but it was almost impossible. From what he could tell, the person who had left these words behind was extraordinary, and had almost unparalleled enlightenment regarding the nature of flame. In that regard, this person was almost like a deva. Furthermore, considering that he could already conjure 11-colored flame, this writing left him in even more profound anticipation of conjuring 12-colored flame. Based on this new information, and his own previous research and analysis, he was confident that he could succeed. Never could Bai Xiaochun have imagined that he would stumble across such good fortune here. Drawing upon his cultivation base, he poured more power into his heaven-span Dharma eye and continued reading. As he did, he continued to reel with shock. And that was especially true when he reached the end of the text and realized that it contained speculations about the formula for 15-colored flame. After looking over much of that information, Bai Xiaochun was completely shaken. How is this possible? Dumbfounded, he stared at the final lines of writing. Fire can be incredibly hot and has mystical power. When that heat and that power combine, they form an outer flame, an inner flame, and a flame heart. My special augury method has not yet produced the formula for 15-colored flame. However, making the final calculations shouldn't be difficult. After that, 16-colored flame and 17-colored flame shouldn't be much of a challenge. In fact, I'm even confident that my augury can produce the formula for 20-colored flame. Unfortunately, my cultivation base is too low. Even if I produced the formula, it wouldn't do me any good. I wouldn't be able to conjure the flame. However, I still want to make the formula. I'll show it to Father to finally prove to him that I'm not useless. I am good for something. I'm not interested in fighting with anyone else in the clan for position. I just want Father to notice me. Within those final words, Bai Xiaochun could sense both wild confidence and profound self-deprecation. I can't believe he made his own augury method to produce multicolored flame formulas. Sighing, he rose to his feet and used his heaven-span Dharma eye to search the entire hut. After searching the entire place several times, his anxiety began to mount. It was obvious that at some point in the past, the entire floor had been covered with notes about flame conjuring. However, at some point, most of the notes had been wiped away by some unknown method. Clearly, they had been erased by a person. The formula for 15-colored flame. Bai Xiaochun thought. There was no way for him to remain unmoved by this development. Furthermore, if Bai Hao did not write the notes, then how did they end up in his residence? If Bai Hao wrote them, then considering the level of his cultivation base, he had obviously achieved astonishing enlightenment of flame conjuring. In fact, his abilities far surpassed Bai Xiaochun's. Wait a second, that can't be right. If Bai Hao was really that good, he could just reveal his skills and achieve a monumental rise in the Bai clan. Why would he allow himself to be treated the way he was? Bai Xiaochun scratched his head and thought for a bit, but couldn't come up with any explanations. He stood up and began to pace back and forth in the room, and after a long moment passed, his eyes suddenly began to shine brightly. Whether or not Bai Hao wrote these notes doesn't matter. What's important is that the complete set of notes contains the formula for 15-colored flame. In that case, whoever killed Bai Hao is likely also responsible for erasing the notes, or at least, is connected to the killer. Therefore, the killer is likely the one who possesses the complete set of notes. If I want to get those notes, I probably don't have to do anything. The killer or killers will come looking for me to cause trouble. After all, my return has most likely sparked their killing intent. In fact, if I make a stir in the Bai clan, it will probably make them accelerate their plans. In turn, that would give me more clues to follow to get those notes. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered as he made his decision. Looking down at the remnants of the notes on the floor, he sighed. Bai Hao really had things rough. I feel bad for him. He shook his head. By this point, he was fairly certain that Bai Hao had been the one to write all of the notes. However, I still need some confirmation. Pulling out a jade slip, he sent a message to Li Feng and asked him to secretly start making inquiries about Bai Hao. Of course, Li Feng didn't know that Bai Xiaochun was impersonating Bai Hao, and therefore, excitedly set about following orders. As far as he was concerned, this was a good opportunity to show off. Intentionally keeping Zhou Yixing in the dark, he started calling on his own network of friends and informants to try to get information. A few days later, he told Bai Xiaochun all of the information he had been able to dig up on Bai Hao. When Bai Xiaochun saw it, his eyes flashed with anger. Based on the information he had gleaned from Bai Hao's bone slips, as well as Bai Xiaochun's experiences in the clan already, he now had a good idea of what type of person Bai Hao had been. His mother had been a servant girl with no position in the clan, whereas his father was the current clan chief. In a particularly violent and humiliating incident in which his mother had no control over her own body, Bai Hao was conceived, and became a bastard son of the Bai clan. He had a very low position from the moment he was born. Furthermore, it wasn't long after he came into the world that his mother was killed. If Bai Hao had possessed sufficient latent talent, things might have turned out differently for him. However, he wasn't talented when it came to cultivation, and no matter how hard he worked, was never able to excel. His father's first wife was none other than Madame Kai, who occupied a very high position in the clan. In fact, she came from the Kai clan, another of the 3 great clans that were attached to Giant Ghost City. There was another factor at play. Madame Kai's son was Bai Hao's older brother, Bai Qi. He was insufferably proud, and was famous throughout all of Giant Ghost City. He was already in the great circle of core formation, and had attracted the attention of the Bai clan patriarch, who viewed him as the Qilin son of the clan, the type which only came along once every few hundred years. In fact, Bai Qi was to represent the Bai clan in their attempt to secure the legacy of the Hell Emperor. Family like that made Bai Hao's life even more bitter than it might have been. His father treated him with cold aloofness that made it seem as if they weren't related, and apparently didn't even care whether Bai Hao lived or died. His father's first wife hated him, and his older brother was completely condescending, treating Bai Hao as if he were a servant. Eventually, Bai Hao came to be viewed as the lowest of the low within the clan. Everyone was afraid of getting on Madame Kai and Bai Qi's bad side, and therefore, not even the servants were willing to have much dealings with Bai Hao. Furthermore, from the time he was in Qi condensation, his progress had always been indescribably slow. Thankfully, Bai Hao was the type of person who could deal with all of that. He put on a front of looking weak and cowardly, and always just bowed his head and shivered when people berated him. Eventually, people stopped paying much attention to him. Few people even remembered that he had a hut of his own in the North District. It had only been recently that he finally broke through into the foundation establishment stage. Shortly afterward, he went missing. By the time Bai Xiaochun finished reading all the information in the Jade Sliply phone had sent to him, his anger was burning hot. He almost couldn't reconcile the information within the slip with the young man he had seen out in the jungle. Who cares if he looked weak and cowardly? If I were in his position, that's what I would have done to stay alive. If he had shown any signs of being extraordinary, he would have been a threat, and would definitely have been killed. In fact, it was right after he made a cultivation base breakthrough that he died. And yet, merely having a foundation establishment cultivation base doesn't seem like enough to make him a threat to anyone. Then he looked down at the ground, and suddenly, came to a realization. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 586, I Want Him Dead. Chapter 586, I Want Him Dead. Bai Hao must have accidentally revealed his shocking talents in flame conjuring to someone, and incited jealousy. That's what got him killed. I would bet money that the person responsible for his death is that Madame Kai. However, there's still something I can't help but wonder about. Would Bai Hao's father have treated him that way if he knew about his spectacular talents? After all, any necromancer clan would view a genius like that as a true Qilin son. Bai Hao, did you tell your father about how talented you were? If not, then I guess it's a moot point. However, based on what's left of your notes, it seems you really looked forward to telling your father the truth. In fact, you seemed absolutely set on giving him the formula for 15-colored flame. If you did tell your father, and then got killed anyway, then this whole thing is a lot more complicated. Bai Xiaochun wasn't inclined to contemplate the matter, and yet was unable to do anything except that. As he pondered the situation, a feeling of profound sadness rose up in his heart. He couldn't help but feel sorry for Bai Hao, who had simply dreamed of being noticed by his own father. Bai Xiaochun sighed. Bai Hao, I once promised you that if fate would have it, I would get revenge for you. Well, at the moment, I really need your flame conjuring techniques, and I'm not the type of person who takes advantage of others. You might have perished already, and left for the underworld, but I still want to take you as my apprentice. I've never had any apprentices before, so you'll be my first. I guess it's just karma. The two of us are separated by life and death, but I'm still going to be your master. On the one hand, Bai Xiaochun felt sad about everything that had happened to Bai Hao. On the other hand, he was using Bai Hao's identity and was trying to track down his research. Starting now, you're my apprentice, and I'm going to find out exactly who it was that killed you. As Bai Xiaochun contemplated this new state of affairs, his eyes flashed with anger, and his opinion of the Bai clan fell even further than before. Sticking his chin up, he coldly murmured, "The higher my profile, the sooner they'll try to kill me." Although he knew that he would be putting himself in danger, considering that he was now Bai Hao's master, he had no other choice. Besides, he still had his crystalline soul-hoarding pagoda to fall back on. What a headache! I'm not the type of person who likes to show off, and yet here I am, being forced to do just that. Shaking his head, he sighed, left his hut, and began to make certain inquiries. He soon learned about several places in the Bai clan where clan members would go to participate in trials by fire. All clans had places like that. As for the Bai clan, they had special trials for spirit enhancement, flame conjuring, and soul medicine concocting. There were rewards depending on the ranking one achieved, but Bai Xiaochun didn't really pay much attention to that. Considering all the sects he had been part of in his life, he was familiar with such arrangements. Well, he thought with the shake of his head, I guess I'll just have to go look at the rankings. It was actually somewhat exhilarating to be in the great circle of the gold core stage and be preparing to go mess with a bunch of foundation establishment children. Filled with excitement, he headed toward the spirit enhancement trial. Before long, he was standing in front of a stone stele that listed the Bai clan's spirit enhancement rankings. Surrounding the stone stele were a handful of spirit enhancement workshops. Compared to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity Sect superstars, this ranking list was rather short. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't care about that. There were actually quite a few people gathered in the area, either to challenge the trials, or to watch. I'm not here to bully anybody, he thought to himself. I'm just here to draw out the killer. Clearing his throat, he looked around once more and then selected a spirit enhancement workshop. Considering that Bai Xiaochun was competing against foundation establishment cultivators, there was little question about what would happen. The stone stele quickly began to glow, and then Bai Hao's name appeared on the list. At first, it wasn't even in the top 100, but it began to rise quickly. Soon it was in the top 30, and then it leaped all the way into first place. It happened so quickly that few people even noticed what had occurred. But then, the light from the stone stele grew increasingly bright, and people began to gasp and look over. Bai Hao took first place. A 7-fold spirit enhancement. Heavens! That speed is incredible. This Bai Hao, he's not that bastard's son, is he? How could he have become so powerful so quickly? How is this possible? Even when Bai Qi was in foundation establishment, the most he could do was a 6-fold spirit enhancement. I can't believe that Bai Hao can do a 7-fold enhancement. As the crowd buzzed with conversation, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and walked out of the spirit enhancement workshop. Seeing all the shocked glances being sent in his direction felt quite wonderful. HMMMPH. I'm not doing this for myself. I'm here so my apprentice can feel what it's like to be the subject of worldwide adoration. Bai Xiaochun hadn't become so underhanded that he didn't feel embarrassed about competing with Foundation establishment cultivators when he was in the great circle of the gold core stage. Even still, he couldn't help but stick his chin up, wave his sleeve, and head toward the next trial. At the trial for soul medicine, there were even more people than at the trial for spirit enhancement. After all, spirit enhancement was a very difficult thing. Comparatively speaking, concocting soul medicine was actually much easier. And since the Bai clan was a necromancer clan, they were obviously talented in this regard. The highest name on the ranking list had used the time it takes an incense stick to burn to concoct 27 portions of low-grade soul medicine. After seeing that, Bai Xiaochun's spirit soared, and he quickly selected a soul medicine workshop. Before long, the same thing which had happened moments before happened again. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, Bai Hao's name appeared in first place in the soul medicine rankings. Furthermore, he had actually concocted 50 portions of low-grade soul medicine. That was shocking, to say the least. For someone in the Foundation establishment stage to do something like that was completely eye-catching, and as soon as the other members of the clan saw it, cries of disbelief rang out. First place. 50 portions. That's impossible. Bai Hao. I know him. He's a nobody. How could he have reached first place? Like the saying goes, a bird might not sing for years, but when it does, its song will shock everyone. Bai Xiaochun emerged to hear such conversation, and immediately felt quite pleased. However, he murmured, if your spirit is out there watching, there's no need to offer any thanks to Master. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Murmuring to himself, Bai Xiaochun strutted off to the flame conjuring trial. News about Bai Hao's name getting onto the spirit enhancement rankings quickly began to spread through the clan. Before long, it was the talk of the clan, and of course, the news soon reached Madame Kai. The area beneath the pagoda in the East District was filled with luxurious mansions. Inside one of them, Madame Kai smashed a flower vase onto the ground, her eyes blazing with killing intent. Kill him. We must kill him. He mustn't be allowed to rise to prominence. Standing in front of her was a young man with a grim expression on his face. He wore clothing just as luxurious as hers, and was extremely handsome. This was none other than that Bai Hao's older brother, Bai Qi. Looking down at the shattered remnants of the flower vase, and then back up at his mother with her raging killing intent, he said, "Mother, please, calm down. He's nothing more than a bastard. There's no need to worry so much about him." Madame Kai looked up at her son and angrily said, "Maybe other people don't realize the truth, but surely you do? Can't you see how skilled he is in flame conjuring? If your father finds out about his talents, it would be a big threat to you. The boy has to die." Even as Madame Kai ground her teeth in frustration, Bai Qi chuckled. "You're overthinking things, mother. The last time you sent people to kill him, the plan wasn't executed perfectly. As the clan chief, father obviously knew about it, and yet, did he say anything afterward? Did he do anything to punish you?" In response to his words, Madame Kai's eyes widened. "Mother, you really don't need to get all worked up over a small thing like this. If Bai Hao thinks he can make a break for fame, then I'll just go personally to cut him down a notch or two." Shaking his head, Bai Qi casually turned and walked away. After he left, Madame Kai thought about the matter more, and still did not feel at ease. Taking a deep breath, she pulled out a jade slip to transmit a message. "I want him dead tonight." Outside the residence, Bai Qi's lips twisted up into a cold grin as he took out a bone slip, which contained a message regarding Bai Hao's current position. After discovering that he had gone to the flame conjuring trial, Bai Qi headed in the same direction, an expression of scorn on his face. "Pretty soon, you're going to find out that no matter how hard you work, and no matter what you do, a single slap of my palm can reduce you to nothing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 587, How Very Disappointing of You. Chapter 587, How very disappointing of you. Bai Xiaochun was in a wonderful mood as he sped toward the flame conjuring trial. Quite a few clan members were following along behind him, extremely curious to see what would happen next. He's going toward the flame conjuring trial. He's already taken first place in the Foundation Establishment trials for spirit enhancement and soul medicine. If he does the same with flame conjuring, then Bai Hao will definitely rise to prominence with incredible speed. Something seems strange about all this, though. Bai Hao always had a low position and seemed cowardly and weak. Why is he suddenly showing off like this? Furthermore, it's hard to believe he has such heaven-defying talent in spirit enhancement. As the discussions raged, Bai Xiaochun hurried along to the trial for flame conjuring. Upon arriving, he found a stone stele that was clearly much larger than the other stone steles in the other locations. 3 concentric rings of conjuring stations could be seen at the bottom of the stone stele. Furthermore, quite a crowd was present, including many servants. Obviously, people had already heard about Bai Hao's performances earlier, and had come to watch. As soon as he appeared, more conversations rose up. He's here. Bai Hao is here. In one day, he's already taken first place in the trials for spirit enhancement and soul medicine. I'm going to bet that he'll also acquire a shocking rank in the flame conjuring rankings. Nice job, Bai Hao. Nobody ever noticed you before, but that was because you were keeping your true potential hidden. But Bai Xiaochun strode forward through the crowd, which parted to make way for him. Inside, he was sighing repeatedly. Bai Hao, my apprentice, all of this praise belongs to you. With your talent in flame concocting, I'm sure you would do even better than me. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about how tragically Bai Hao had died, the more he felt like it was a huge pity. The Bai clan owes you, and as your master, I'm going to make sure you get what's yours. In addition to flushing out your killer, I have another goal. I want to see the reaction of both your father and the clan as a whole when you prove how talented you are. Eyes sparkling, he headed toward one of the conjuring workstations and then closed himself inside. Outside, the audience looked on in anticipation. The matter had even drawn the attention of some of the clan elders, many of whom left their mansions to come see what was going on for themselves. As of this moment, the entire Bai clan was being shaken by Bai Xiaochun's shocking performance. Not too long after he entered the conjuring workstation, 8 beams of light appeared off in the distance, in the lead position of which was an eye-catching young man in the great circle of core formation. The group which accompanied him were all chosen of the Bai clan who followed him blindly wherever he went. The arrival of the group caused another commotion in the crowd. Bai Qi, a chosen from the direct bloodline, officially proclaimed as the Qilin son of the Bai clan. Bai Qi. Interesting. He and Bai Hao actually have the same father, but different mothers. The clan members and servants in the area looked on with glittering eyes, and many of them made way for the new arrivals. Some of the clan members gazed upon Bai Qi with zealous passion. To them, he was the number 1 chosen of his generation, the crown chief of the clan. Such clan members stepped forward and offered formal greetings. However, there were others in the crowd who gave little more than hostile snorts. Those people were from other, auxiliary bloodlines. It was only natural for there to be tension between different bloodlines in a clan, especially when it came to competition between the chosen members. Bai Qi nodded in response to the clan members who were offering formal greetings, then glanced around at the hundreds of people and said, "Quite a little crowd we have here. I heard something's going on. What could it be?" Despite the broad smile on his face, he was actually feeling very displeased. Among the clan members who clearly revered Bai Qi was a young man who stepped forward and respectfully said, "Crown Chief, everybody's here because Bai Hao took first place in the other 2 trials by fire. Now that he's come to the trial for flame conjuring, we're all here to see what happens." "Oh? Bai Hao, huh? Seems my worthless little brother has attracted quite a bit of attention. Alright, well, as his older brother I guess I might as well wait around to congratulate him." As soon as these words left his mouth, profound gleams could be seen in the eyes of many others in the area. Obviously, everyone was well aware of the relationship between Bai Qi and Bai Hao. It was in that moment that Bai Hao's name suddenly lit up on the stone stele, in first place, with the word seven-colored flame next to it. Bai Xiaochun had been careful to limit his success to seven-colored flame. After all, Bai Hao was supposed to be a foundation establishment cultivator, and although he was trying to make a scene, he didn't want to make things too unrealistic, otherwise it could lead to trouble. Seven-colored flame was where he chose to limit things, the standard for master necromancers. Master necromancers were rare among foundation establishment cultivators, and would cause a stir wherever they appeared, even in Giant Ghost City. Seven-colored flame. This Bai Hao, he's actually a master necromancer. Heavens, how is that possible? Even a lot of the clan elders in the core formation stage aren't master necromancers. People in the crowd were starting to go crazy, both direct bloodline descendants and people from the auxiliary bloodlines. As for the clan elders who had come to observe, they were visibly moved. Bai Qi's face was expressionless, and yet, inside, he was feeling extremely displeased. It was even possible to see a grim glint in his eyes. As the crowd clamored, Bai Xiaochun emerged from the conjuring workstation, and was very pleased by what he heard. As of this point, he was fairly certain that he had achieved his goal of establishing a high profile. Now that he had taken first place in all of the trials by fire, it was highly likely that whoever was responsible for Bai Hao's death would accelerate their plans. Furthermore, he would soon see what the clan chief felt about the whole thing. In almost the exact same instant that he stepped out into the open, numerous gazes fell upon him. There were gazes of jealousy, confusion, shock, and various other emotions. As for Bai Qi, his eyes were cold and filled with disgust. Bai Xiaochun quickly noticed Bai Qi, and although it was his first time seeing Bai Hao's older brother, based on his cultivation base and expression, it was easy to identify him. So that's Bai Qi, huh? He thought, standing there staring at him with narrowed eyes. Everyone could see what was happening, and soon, the crowd quieted down. Many of the people from the auxiliary bloodlines looked over, curious about what exactly would happen between the two brothers. Bai Qi looked over and coolly said, "Feeling proud of yourself?" His cultivation base was in the great circle of core formation, which caused significant pressure to weigh down on the crowd as his voice echoed out with thunderous might. Quite a few people even backed up a bit. Taking first place in all three trials is quite an accomplishment, he continued, I'll give you that. Although Bai Qi appeared to be offering words of congratulation, the coldness in his tone didn't seem congratulatory at all. Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled as he continued to stare at Bai Qi and wait for him to make his point. Whatever he said would reveal the true nature of his relationship with Bai Hao. Unfortunately, Bai Qi continued in a cool tone, "You pushed things a bit too far, Bai Hao. Nobody else here knows you very well, but as your older brother, I do. How could you possibly accomplish something like this on your own? Clearly, you used some underhanded method to cheat. How very disappointing of you." With that, Bai Qi extended his right hand to reveal a command medallion, which he waved at the stone stele. Instantly, Bai Hao's name on the ranking list faded away and disappeared. Shockingly, Bai Qi had used his status as crown chief to simply remove Bai Hao's name. At first, everyone in the area was shocked, but then, they broke out into a hubbub. Cheating? See, I told you so. Bai Hao was always weak and cowardly. How could he suddenly rise to prominence like that? As it turns out, he was cheating. Interesting. Well, nobody will ever be able to say for sure whether he was actually cheating or not. Meanwhile, Bai Qi was looking coldly at Bai Xiaochun, doing nothing to conceal the disdain and contempt in his eyes. It was almost as if he were using his gaze to tell Bai Xiaochun that no matter what he did, he could reduce him to nothing with the single slap of a palm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588, Exposing the Malefactor. Chapter 588, Exposing the Malefactor. Bai Xiaochun stood there looking quietly at Bai Qi. For some reason, he wasn't angry at how he had wiped away Bai Hao's name from the stone steel, and presumably, the stone steels for spirit enhancement and soul medicine. In fact, there wasn't even a need for Bai Xiaochun to ponder the matter. He instantly realized that news about him supposedly cheating would fill the entire clan. The fact that Bai Qi had taken the initiative to wipe out Bai Hao's rankings without even investigating the matter was extremely telling. This was Bai Hao's older brother, and clearly, he treated him just as coldly as the stories had indicated he would. He didn't even give me a chance to explain. Bai Xiaochun thought with a sigh. He wasn't angry, just sad for Bai Hao. Well, considering that this is how Madame Kai and Bai Qi treat Bai Hao, I can be fairly certain of his father's attitude. As he stood there quietly, Bai Qi's voice could once again be heard. Because of the status father and I hold in the clan, most others would feel uncomfortable chiding you, Bai Hao. But not me. You're a bastard son, and have no right to put your name on the clan's ranking steels. As your older brother, I'd always hoped you would be able to make a name for yourself, and actually came here to congratulate you. Unfortunately, though, you turned out to be nothing more than a huge disappointment. Shaking his head, Bai Qi turned to the crowd and clasped hands. Fellow clan members, I, Bai Qi, would like to apologize to all of you for what Bai Hao has done. After bowing deeply, he ignored Bai Xiaochun, turned, and became a bright beam of light that shot off into the distance. Bai Xiaochun stood there silently, feeling all of the gazes upon him. After a moment passed, he smiled faintly, then turned and walked away. It seems I underestimated Bai Qi. Apparently he can do a bit of scheming. After returning to his hut in the North District, he sat down cross-legged to think. Well, this was a fishing expedition, that's all, and my line has been tossed out. Bai Qi can erase Bai Hao's name from the rankings, but he can't make everyone forget what happened. Right now, I should probably give the killer a chance to make a move. He considered going out for a walk immediately, but after looking up to check the time, he decided to close his eyes and work on his undying live forever technique instead. As evening fell, an afterimage appeared as a clone stepped out from Bai Xiaochun, who quickly headed outside of the clan. Simultaneously, Bai Xiaochun's true self masked his own aura. Unless someone opened the door of his hut and stepped inside, they would have no way of knowing he was there. Outside of the Bai clan, his fire clone sped along with an expressionless face, making sure to keep his cultivation base at the Foundation establishment level as he headed in the direction of Giant Ghost City. Before much time passed, his expression flickered, and he stopped in place. Turning, he saw a beam of light shooting toward him at top speed. Within the beam of light was a black-robed man who fairly burst with a murderous aura. A wicked grin covered his face, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. Surrounding him was a cloud of vengeful souls, and soul fluctuations that instantly identified him as a necromancer. This was the very same man whom Bai Xiaochun had spotted talking to Madame Kai in the pagoda when he first arrived at the clan. I've been waiting for you for a while now, Bai Xiaochun said loudly. It's about time you showed up. When the man in black saw Bai Xiaochun standing there as if he were waiting, he seemed surprised. The truth was that he had been waiting this entire time for a chance to get at Bai Hao, but hadn't dared to make a move inside the clan itself. Eventually, the enraged Madame Kai had finally convinced him to do just that, and had even guaranteed his safety. However, just when he had been about to attack Bai Hao inside the clan, to his surprise, he discovered that he had left. At first, he had been delighted, and had immediately given chase. But now, when he saw the frigid look in Bai Xiaochun's eyes, and heard his words, he suddenly felt strangely shocked. You! Bai Xiaochun waved his finger at the man, which caused frigid chi to spring up all around him. Before the man in black could react, he was completely surrounded, causing his face to fall. He wanted to flee, but quickly realized that he was frozen in place. Impossible! He shrieked, looking like he had just seen a ghost. His mind was reeling, filled with an intense sensation of imminent crisis. Biting his tongue and spitting blood out of his mouth, he caused the souls he had brought with him to all detonate. However, that wasn't all he did. His goal was to break free from the frigid chi, and because he didn't trust the power of the soul detonations to do that on their own, he also resorted to detonating part of his own body. A boom rang out as his lower half exploded, sending his upper torso speeding backward, face pale and filled with intense terror. "You're not Bai Hao." Trembling, the man in black prepared to flee. However, that was when Bai Xiaochun took a step forward, appearing directly in front of him. Reaching out, he placed his hand on top of the screaming man's head. "Fellow Taoist, please forgive." Before he could finish, his body went stiff and his eyes bulged out. His mind began to reel, and the last thing he heard was Bai Xiaochun saying one word: soul search. The majority of cultivators had soul-searching techniques of one sort or another. Most such techniques didn't even count as divine abilities. They were simply ways of sending divine sense into the mind of another person and rifling through their memories in domineering fashion. Although there were certain tricks and methods that differed between techniques, most of them were used as a way to prevent the target's soul from being harmed in the process. Unfortunately for the man in black, Bai Xiaochun wasn't adept with soul-searching, and didn't possess any tricks or special methods. Furthermore, he wasn't doing the soul search for himself, but rather, for the sake of Bai Hao. As the clone soul-searched the man in black, various scenes became visible to his true self back in the Bai clan. "Your name is Su Hai." "Ah, so that's what happened." It really was Madame Kai. When Bai Hao publicly revealed that he had reached Foundation establishment, she arranged for dozens of assassins to go after him. Bai Hao was only an early Foundation establishment, but was no fool. He was ready, and fought back tenaciously as they chased him. He even used multicolored flame. In the end, he evaded most of the assassins, and even killed some of them. Bai Xiaochun was shaken by what he saw in the memories of the man in black, especially the casual way in which Bai Hao wielded his multicolored flame. Bai Xiaochun could also tell that the black-robed man had been equally shocked. After all, he was only a master necromancer, without a deep understanding of the things he had been seeing. However, Bai Xiaochun was different. What he did, it was. He took a deep breath, taken aback at how extraordinary Bai Hao had been, and also profoundly sad at how things had ended for him. What a pity that in the end, his cultivation base was just too weak. He was hit with this man's exterminating soul brand, and then teleported away, his heart and blood vessels in ruins. In the end, Bai Xiaochun was certain that Bai Hao had been killed, not just because of his cultivation base breakthrough, but because of his skill with flame conjuring. Madame Kai, huh? So, she's the one who has Bai Hao's research notes. Another afterimage appeared as Bai Xiaochun's water clone stepped out. Without the slightest hesitation, he left the hut, keeping all cultivation base fluctuations hidden as he headed toward the pagoda where Bai Xiaochun had first seen Madame Kai. Given the current level of Bai Xiaochun's divine sense, not even nascent soul cultivators would be able to detect him unless they tried extremely hard. Only a Deva patriarch would be able to. However, the clan's Deva patriarch wouldn't have his divine sense out in the clan at all times, nor would he be constantly paying attention to every minor thing that happened. Bai Xiaochun's water clone crept along through the night until he was near the pagoda. Keeping his aura carefully concealed, he made his way toward Madame Kai's mansion. Just when the water clone was about to start searching for Bai Hao's notes, his expression flickered, and he stopped in place, looking into the mansion at one particular room where Madame Kai and Bai Qi were having a conversation. "Cheer," Madame Kai said, sounding a bit anxious, "you need to spend more time studying that son of a bitch Bai Hao's notes. Once you master the ability to conjure 11-colored flame, the patriarch will value you even more than he does already. Only then will he agree to open the ancestral land for you. The ancestral land is where the Bai clan's only Deva soul is housed. Once the ancestral land is opened, anyone in the clan can enter, and although technically speaking any of them could get the Deva soul, if the patriarch agrees that it should go to you, then everything will be a formality. The auxiliary bloodlines will have nothing to say about the matter, and you'll be able to get the Deva soul. Once you have that Deva soul, you can trade it for a full set of 5 elements Deva beast souls, and then form your nascent soul. Our clan is huge, and many people have their eyes on that set of Deva Beast souls. Not even your father could get it for you. With that, Madame Kai went on to offer further exhortations on the subject. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589, Placing Hope Indiana, the Ancestral Land. Chapter 589, Placing Hope Indiana, the Ancestral Land. As Bai Xiaochun's water clone stood there listening to Madame Kai and her son talking, his eyes began to shine brightly. Already, he had learned quite a bit about the situation. Bai Qi clearly was a chosen member of the Bai clan, with extraordinary necromantic talents. Although he wasn't at the terrestrial rank yet, he was obviously on the verge of mastering 11-colored flame. Considering that Bai Qi was trying to win the approval of the clan's patriarch, then based on what Bai Xiaochun had learned earlier, it seemed obvious that the clan was grooming him to participate in the competition to become the successor of the Hell Emperor. Obviously, with his necromantic talents and a nascent soul cultivation base, he would have a good chance at succeeding. Of course, all of that was assuming that he could reach the nascent soul stage. The Bai clan was huge, with numerous bloodlines all competing against each other. Therefore, it wasn't possible for the clan to simply give the 5 elements Deva Beast souls to Bai Qi outright. Therefore, Madame Kai and Bai Qi were attempting to arrange for the so-called ancestral land trial by fire as the vehicle to achieve their aim. A Deva soul would be up for grabs in that trial by fire, and whoever got it could exchange it for a full set of Deva Beast souls. If they could secretly arrange for Bai Qi to be the one to get the Deva soul, and no unforeseen circumstances arose, then the other bloodlines in the clan wouldn't be able to do anything about it. All of that, though, was contingent on the clan's Deva patriarch approving of the plan. Based on what Bai Xiaochun's clone could sense in Madame Kai's tone of voice, she was thoroughly convinced that she could convince the Deva patriarch to agree. So, they're going to open the ancestral land just for Bai Qi, he thought, his heart pounding at the significance of this opportunity. For most people, getting a Deva soul is just a formality on the way to getting a set of 5 elements Deva Beast souls. But I'm different. I can directly absorb them. He grinned, his eyes sparkling. It was in that very moment that, inside the mansion, Madame Kai's face fell. Reaching down, she pulled a jade slip out of her bag of holding, a life slip which was currently crumbling to pieces. Su Hai is dead. Bai Qi's eyes went wide as he looked over at the crumbling jade slip. Su Hai had been sent to kill Bai Hao, and although his cultivation base wasn't as powerful as Bai Qi's, he was still in core formation. For a core formation cultivator to perish in a fight with a foundation establishment cultivator was extremely unusual. How is that even possible? Madame Kai said, clearly alarmed. That bitch's son is only in foundation establishment. Don't tell me that your father. Calm down, mother. There's no way that Su Hai was killed by Bai Hao, and there's also no way that father was there. If I'm not mistaken, the bitch's son must have come across some good fortune, and got something or someone to help him. Su Hai must have been killed by whoever Bai Hao is helping him. Bai Qi's eyes began to shine with cold light. Whoever it is that has dared to interfere with Bai clan matters has overstepped their bounds, no matter who they are. Bai Xiaochun's water clone stood outside the mansion, rubbing his nose. He could sense what was happening with the fire clone, who had never expected Su Hai to be so unable to deal with pain. In almost the same moment that the soul search finished, he expired. In response to Bai Qi's words, Madame Kai fought to get herself under control. She wasn't worried about Bai Hao having help from outside the clan. No, she feared interference on the part of her husband. However, after considering the matter closely, she decided that it was extremely unlikely that her husband had played a part in what had just happened. Well, it doesn't matter exactly what happened, she said. Bai Hao can't be left alive. Long delays usually lead to trouble. Bai Qi smiled coldly. Don't worry, mother. Worst case scenario, we can just wait until the patriarch opens the ancestral land. If I have to, I'll personally kill him there. Even if he does have someone helping him, I refuse to believe that they would follow him into the ancestral land. Seeing how confident Bai Qi was, Madame Kai finally sighed and nodded. Fine. I'll go talk with your father and persuade him to convince the patriarch to open the ancestral land within the next few months. Outside the mansion, Bai Xiaochun's clone smiled coldly. At the same time, his opinion of this mother and son team grew even lower. Opening the ancestral land, huh? Well, that works just fine. I'll just handle everything in one fell swoop. Having made his decision, he turned and vanished into the night. Back in his hut in the North District, Bai Xiaochun waited for his two clones to return before opening his eyes. Making a scene in the clan got me a lot of information, and some good news. Ancestral land, huh? The thought of getting his hands on a fourth Deva soul caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to pound with excitement. I can get Bai Hao's notes and the Deva soul all in that ancestral land. Suddenly, he frowned. However, I need to go in fully prepared. If I make a move inside the ancestral land, it will likely cause a commotion in the entire clan. I have to make sure I can stay safe. With that, he walked out of his hut and looked up into the sky to observe the Bai clan's defensive spell formation. After a moment of silence, Bai Xiaochun took a few steps forward, and then suddenly vanished. When he reappeared, he was completely outside of the clan. It still hurt to use his undying hex in this way, but not as badly as before. Turning around, he took another step, vanished, and reappeared in the North District. So, my undying hex can pierce through this spell formation. However, I can't rely only on that. I need to attack the problem from two different angles to be completely safe. For the following several days, he surreptitiously studied the Bai clan spell formation, performing various experiments to try to figure out another way to deal with it. Unfortunately, he wasn't very adept at working with spell formations. Besides, this was the Wildlands, and most of the methods he knew about for breaking spell formations required items or methods powered by the spiritual energy in Heavenspan River water. Obviously, those methods wouldn't work out here in the Wildlands. I guess I need to use Wildlands methods. I should probably ask Zhou Yixing about this. He immediately sent a message to Zhou Yixing and asked for him to come up with some ways to destabilize the spell formation. Zhou Yixing and Li Feng had both taken up residence in Giant Ghost City itself. Of course, since they didn't get along, they lived separately. As soon as Zhou Yixing got a message from Bai Xiaochun, he was very excited, at least, until he checked the actual content of the message, whereupon he was stunned. After a moment of hesitation, he sent a reply. I can't do that. A clan like the Bai clan is definitely going to have an incredible defensive spell formation. How am I supposed to do anything to that kind of formation? Recently, he had run into Li Feng on a few occasions, and noticed the pleased expression on his face. That had immediately led Zhou Yixing to the conclusion that Li Feng had accomplished some task for Bai Xiaochun. As he thought about that fact, Zhou Yixing's anxiety mounted, and he gritted his teeth. When Bai Xiaochun saw Zhou Yixing's reply, he frowned, and was just about to send a message to Li Feng when, all of a sudden, another message came in from Zhou Yixing. Grandmaster Bai, I thought of a way. It will be very expensive, but it will definitely work. All you have to do is use murder soul spikes. You would need a lot of them, probably at least 100. However, you could insert them into the spell formation from inside the clan, and then, if you detonated them all at the right time, it would definitely crack the thing open. However, it would only buy you a few breaths worth of time before the damage repaired itself. Also, murder soul spikes are very expensive. I can't really afford to purchase them on my own. After explaining everything he knew, Zhou Yixing couldn't help but think that the method he had come up with was just too expensive. Back in the Bai clan, though, Bai Xiaochun's eyes were shining brightly. As far as he was concerned, money wasn't a big problem. As long as it bought him a greater chance of escaping, then it would be worth it. He immediately sent a message back to Zhou Yixing, setting a time and place for him to meet one of his clones. Before long, that very clone left the clan, bag of holding in hand. Soon, Zhou Yixing and Bai Xiaochun's clone met up. Before Zhou Yixing could even say anything, the clone slapped his bag of holding and produced a pill furnace. It wasn't a very large pill furnace, but neither was it small. When it thumped down onto the ground in front of Zhou Yixing, his jaw dropped. Swishing his sleeve grandly, Bai Xiaochun's clone said, "Take that and go buy the murder soul spikes." Zhou Yixing hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward and opened the lid of the pill furnace. When he confirmed that it was full to the brim with heaven-span river water, his eyes nearly fell out of his skull. This. The spiritual energy he felt in the heaven-span river water left him shaking, and his mind reeling. Never in his entire life had he seen so much heaven-span river water, and he instantly realized that if he sold it, the profit would be difficult to put into words. Enough? Or not? Bai Xiaochun's clone said proudly. After all, this wasn't even half of the water he had in his big bucket. Trembling, Zhou Yixing replied, "Enough. More than enough. Don't skimp on the murder soul spikes. Also, buy me some teleportation talismans and extra vengeful souls." With that, the clone strutted off into the distance. As Zhou Yixing watched him go, he suddenly realized that this Grandmaster Bai was even more mysterious than he had realized. To casually produce so much heaven-span river water was something that no ordinary person could do. His determination to be a follower of Grandmaster Bai grew even stronger than before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590, Endless Rain of Fire. Chapter 590, Endless Rain of Fire. It would take Zhou Yixing a bit of time to buy all of the murder soul spikes. After all, they were magical items that usually weren't available for bulk purchase. He would need to take some time hunting through Giant Ghost City to find enough. Considering that he wasn't familiar with the area, Zhou Yixing finally went to Li Feng and talked the matter over with him. Li Feng knew that this was a mission for Grandmaster Bai, and didn't want to cause any trouble. Therefore, he cooperated with Zhou Yixing, even calling upon his own personal contacts to help track down murder soul spikes to buy. Due to their cooperation on this mission, the animosity they felt toward each other began to fade. While Bai Xiaochun waited for his followers to accomplish their mission, he kept a low profile in the Bai clan. He rarely left his hut, preferring to spend most of his time cultivating his undying live forever technique. Unfortunately, because he was out in the wildlands, it was impossible for him to replenish his supply of medicinal pills. The upside was that he still had a lot of items he had embezzled during his time as a major general. The downside was that such items wouldn't take him very far. He was almost finished with his work on his undying tendons, and based on his estimations, his current supplies were probably sufficient to complete that work, but no more. I need to master the undying tendons before I go into that ancestral land. If I can make contact with the third shackle, then my poor little life will be much safer. Another decision he made was that he needed to perform an 11-fold spirit enhancement on his eternal parasol. Afterward, the parasol looked different. The basic shape was the same, but now it looked like it was made from metal. It was pitch black, and radiated an intense, murderous aura. Furthermore, the ghost face which would appear on its surface looked even more fierce and bizarre. "It's too bad I'm running so low on souls," he sighed. If he'd had enough souls, he would have performed 11-fold spirit enhancements on his clothing. Unfortunately, that wasn't an option. After all, he needed to save up enough souls to try to conjure 12-colored flame, and even with his clones out secretly collecting souls, and the help of Zhou Yixing and Li Feng, that was still going to be difficult. He didn't even have enough heaven-span river water to buy all of the souls he needed. Thankfully, Bai Hao's notes about conjuring 12-colored flame had been extremely beneficial. In fact, other than his time spent in cultivation recently, he had focused almost completely on researching the formula for 12-colored flame. Because he didn't have enough souls on hand, he didn't dare to casually perform any experiments. He could only analyze the method mentally, and prepare himself for the moment in which he actually attempted to conjure the flame. Time passed. Before long, half a month had gone by. Bai Xiaochun's undying live forever technique was making progress, but his auguries regarding 12-colored flame had reached a bit of a bottleneck. I think I need to do an experiment. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out his soul-hoarding pagoda and counted how many vengeful souls he had. As it turned out, he had enough for 3 attempts. After some thought, he made his decision. After using his mask to cover up the aura of the multicolored flame, he began conjuring. Vengeful souls flew out one after another, and flames appeared in his palm. Eventually, 11 colors were present, and Bai Xiaochun was starting to get very nervous. After all, if he failed, it would be a huge waste of resources. Settling his chi and calming his mind, he cautiously began his attempt to conjure 12-colored flame. As the masses of vengeful souls poured into the 11-colored flame, Bai Xiaochun's expression turned very serious. He also began to work more slowly. At one point, he suddenly began to lose control, and the flame began to flicker. Without any hesitation, he summoned one of his clones, who worked with him to stabilize the flame before he continued. Utilizing the assistance of his clones was one of the ideas Bai Xiaochun had come up with in his planning. As it turned out, using 2 clones to help didn't do any more good than using 1 clone. However he did it, it was still multitasking, and therefore, using 1 clone was the best technique. With the help of his solitary clone, the 11-colored flame grew stable, and more time passed. 2 hours later, he was finished with the first step of the process, and a 12th color was now visible in the sea of fire that surrounded him. Bai Hao was absolutely right. Fire represents something else, and is not a material object. Feeling very pleased, he took a deep breath and prepared to finish the task at hand. As of this moment, he could easily split the sea of fire into 2 parts and make 2 portions of mid-grade soul medicine. Or, he could converge the sea into a single tongue of multicolored flame. Never could he have imagined that his first attempt at conjuring 12-colored flame would turn out to be a success. Ha ha ha. It turns out that Bai Xiaochun really is a genius. With that, he snapped his hand closed to pull the sea together into the form of a tongue of 12-colored flame. However, that was when something unexpected occurred. Even as the sea of fire began to shrink down, it went completely out of control. Bai Xiaochun's face fell with fear as a terrifying aura erupted out in all directions. The shocking detonation of the 12-colored flame scared Bai Xiaochun so much that he let out a shriek. Any other necromancer, even one in the terrestrial rank, would have been completely incapable of reacting in time. However, because of Bai Xiaochun's extensive experience with exploding pill furnaces, he was always on guard and ready for situations like this. Therefore, he reacted with lightning speed. He quickly relaxed his hands and performed an incantation gesture that sent frigid chi shooting out. Almost instantly, both hands were shoving down onto the unstable 12-colored flame. As the flame was suppressed, the fire died down, revealing 2 glittering portions of mid-grade soul medicine. Anyone else who saw 2 portions of mid-grade soul medicine would be elated, but Bai Xiaochun was scowling on the verge of tears. I didn't want medicine, he said, tugging at his hair in despair. I wanted flame. What happened? After thinking back to everything he had done during the process, he couldn't think of any area where he'd gone wrong. Why did it end up becoming medicine instead of multicolored flame? The mere thought of the terrifying power he had sensed in the 12-colored flame left Bai Xiaochun trembling with residual fear. Don't tell me that I'm going to start experiencing the same kind of accidents with flame conjuring as I did with medicine concocting? He shivered. After a long moment passed, he looked at his soul-hoarding pagoda and tried to decide whether or not to perform another experiment. After all, that was the only way to truly figure out what he had done wrong. Gritting his teeth, he produced more vengeful souls and proceeded to conjure another 11-colored flame. At that point, he hesitated. I can't do it here, he thought. Eyes turning up in thought, he eventually put his clone and the 11-colored flame away, and then left with his soul-hoarding pagoda. Taking advantage of the darkness of night, he left the North District and made his way to the East District. That way, even if an accident occurs, I can still rest at ease. Clearing his throat, he found an out-of-the-way ornamental rock formation in the East District with a large open cavity inside that he could work in. After setting up a spell formation, he took a deep breath and then pulled out his 11-colored flame. Then his clone appeared, and he began to conjure the 12th color in the flame. It was in the still of night that he used the power of the mask to suppress the pressure of the flame. Not even someone standing directly next to the ornamental rocks would have noticed what was happening, or would have been able to detect the incredible power brewing inside. Bai Xiaochun was very nervous, and his clone was sweating visibly. As the two of them worked together, things went smoothly for about 2 hours. Then, a 12th color appeared within the sea of fire. All he had to do was shrink the sea down into a tongue of flame, and he would be finished. However, at that point, he paused. It should work this time, right? He thought, blinking a few times as the 12-colored flame began to shrink down. That was when unstable fluctuations suddenly sprang up within the sea of fire. Explosive power erupted in a tempest that caused a sensation of deadly crisis to instantly rise up in Bai Xiaochun. Letting out an involuntary shriek, he tried to adjust the flame to stop the explosion, but the power was even more intense than before. No matter what adjustments he made, nothing did any good, and in fact, rumbling sounds echoed out as wildly destructive flames began to spread out in all directions. Bai Xiaochun screamed and flew backward, pulling his clone back into him and then using the power of his undying hex to vanish. As for the sea of fire, it rumbled out in all directions, destroying the ornamental rocks and consuming everything in the area. Strangely, even as the sea of fire devoured everything in the area and then vanished, the night sky up above turned bright red. Huge red clouds could be seen, which caused widespread chaos within the Bai clan. Before anyone could react, thunder crackled, and something happened that left everyone astonished. An endless rain of fire began to fall from above. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591, Magical Rain of Fire. Chapter 591, Magical Rain of Fire. A rain of fire descended onto the Bai clan, illuminating everything with bright red light. The clan was immediately thrown into a huge commotion, and power was poured into the spell formation to defend against the incoming flame. Countless clan members rushed out of their residences to look up into the sky, whereupon astonished shouts began to fill the night sky. What is that? Don't tell me we're under attack. Aha! It's a rain of fire. The heat from the fire was almost at the level of 12-colored flame, causing rumbling sounds to echo out as the clan's defensive spell formation twisted and distorted. One by one, powerful clan members flew up into the air. What happened? Bai Qi was there in the crowd, looking shocked, as was Madame Kai, who had emerged from her mansion to see what was happening. 12-colored flame, that's 12-colored flame. How is this possible? It's raining multicolored flame? Numerous chosen from the auxiliary bloodlines were all looking on in shock and wonder. From a distance, it looked like the entire Bai clan was being bathed in fire. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaochun was now outside of the city, looking back in utter shock at the scene playing out. Don't blame me. I didn't do this on purpose. Scalp tingling in fear, he gritted his teeth and took advantage of the chaos in the clan to use his undying hex to head back to the North District. Even as he returned to his hut, the clan spell formation finally couldn't last any longer, and began to teeter unstably beneath the barrage of fire. Just when it seemed like it was about to collapse, several enraged shouts could be heard from the East District as 8 shadowy figures shot up into the air. Shockingly, all of those figures emanated the fluctuations of the nascent soul stage. These were the nascent soul clan elders, who quickly split up and manned key areas of the spell formation. By bolstering the formation with all of their power, they gradually stabilized it. It was a shocking sight to Bai Xiaochun, who sat there nervously in the North District, looking at the flames outside the shield and scowling on the verge of tears. I doubt anybody realizes I'm the one who caused this. How could he have ever anticipated that trying to conjure some flame would lead to such terrifying results? Even as he stewed in his anxiety, a middle-aged man appeared in the East District. He wore luxurious clothing, and was the type of person who seemed threatening without being angry. There was something grimly impressive about him, and apparently, he was in the mid-nascent soul stage. As soon as people caught sight of him, looks of respect could be seen in their eyes, and they clasped hands and bowed. "Greetings, clan chief." That man was none other than Bai Hao's father, the current clan chief of the Bai clan. Looking up into the sky beyond the spell formation shield, his expression turned icily ominous. It looked like he was just about to speak, when all of a sudden, a cold snort echoed out from a subterranean chamber in the depths of the city. It sounded ancient, and as powerful as thunder, causing the clouds above to churn. The sound of it even seemed to merge with heaven and earth, as if this person were becoming one with everything. The heavens were embodied in this person, and vice versa. Disperse. That single word caused the crimson clouds up above to shatter into countless fragments. Then, it was as if an enormous, invisible hand swept them away, clearing the sky. There in the North District, Bai Xiaochun could sense an incredibly powerful divine sense within that word, something hair-raisingly terrifying that replaced the will of the heavens. A deva, he thought, trembling. At the same time, he once again made sure that his own aura was well concealed. Having no foundation, the rain of firebolts gradually began to thin out. Thanks to the power of the spell formation, and the fact that the cloud had been destroyed, it disappeared, and the Bai clan was spared of any disaster. From deep within the subterranean chamber, the grim and domineering voice of the Bai clan patriarch spoke. "Someone transformed 12-colored flame into a devious attack on our Bai clan. Investigate immediately, and find out who did this." Virtually everyone in the clan responded by kowtowing reverently and voicing their assent. That included Bai Qi, Madame Kai, and everyone else. As for the clan chief, although he didn't kowtow, he did clasp hands and bowed deeply, a respectful expression on his face. Upon completing his bow, he waved his sleeve and spoke out in a tone that brooked no argument. "Hall of Corrections, Hall of Justice, and all other members of the clan, hear my orders. Do everything in your power to find out what happened here tonight." That night, virtually no one in the entire clan was able to rest. Under the leadership of the clan elders, as well as the Hall of Corrections and the Hall of Justice, a thorough investigation was carried out. Internal inquiries were made first, but the scope of the investigation soon led people to the ornamental rocks where Bai Xiaochun had been working. Although it was quickly determined that those rocks were the location in which the incident began, no clues had been left behind. However, the investigation only continued to intensify. Bai Xiaochun was feeling very nervous, and was aware that he had yet again caused a huge disaster. Plus, this wasn't the river-defying sect, it was the Bai clan, which had treated his own apprentice with frigid brutality. However, he still felt that he hadn't done anything wrong. "It's not like I did it on purpose. What are they making such a big deal out of it for?" The night passed quickly, and yet, the matter didn't end. During the following several days, people came to ask him questions on several occasions. In the end, though, no headway was made in the investigation, and eventually, the matter came to be somewhat of an unsolved mystery. Bai Xiaochun knew that it was a tense situation, and therefore, he didn't dare to attempt any more flame conjuring. However, he continued to study and analyze the topic, and kept trying to ascertain why he had failed. "I can't believe it actually caused firebolts to rain down. Just what exactly did I do wrong? That fire was pretty powerful, and yet, it was only 12-colored flame. What if it had been 15-colored flame? In that case, the Bai clan might have been wiped off the map." On the one hand, he was moved by how powerful the fire had been, but on the other hand, was worried about why he had failed. As he continued to analyze the matter there in his hut, 5 days went by. By this point, he was looking a bit thin and haggard, and had already reached the limits of what he could analyze mentally. Logically speaking, I shouldn't have failed. Everything was going smoothly the entire time. The sudden failure at the end seemed really suspicious. Plus, it actually formed soul medicine. Just where exactly did I go wrong? Clenching his hands into fists, he yet again reviewed every step he had taken, and analyzed them thoroughly. Finally, sometime in the afternoon, he shivered and looked up, his eyes shining brightly. Don't tell me, it was my clone. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed that the problem had something to do with the fact that he had used a clone to help conjure the 12-colored flame with his true self. If it was because of my clone, then that would explain everything. I created that clone with a Deva soul, and even I don't know what divine abilities might have existed in that soul. Perhaps, that really is the reason. After pondering the matter for a bit more, he left one of his clones behind and then went out into the darkness alone. Although things were tense in the clan, he was still itching to go do some more tests to see if he was right. Therefore, he raced alone, leaving by clan territory and finding a cave deep in some mountains. There, he began preparations to make another attempt at conjuring 12-colored flame. This time, he didn't use any clone power. He relied only on himself, using the same methods as before. It was difficult, and he very nearly lost control on 2 occasions. However, by bolstering himself with spirit alcohol, he ensured that he always had enough power at his disposal. It took a bit more time as well, and soon, his head was aching with pain. By the time the sea of fire formed down into the tongue of 12-colored flame, he was soaked with sweat and panting with excitement. I didn't do anything differently than before. The only difference was that I didn't use my clone to help conjure the flame. Therefore, it definitely has something to do with my clone. My clone was made from a Deva soul. It must mean that using a clone to conjure necromantic flame causes unforeseen complications, but... Excited to have found the reason for his previous failure, he rose to his feet, his eyes shining. In that case, I guess I've actually created my own necromantic divine ability. A magical rain of fire. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592, I don't understand. Chapter 592, I don't understand. I almost can't believe that I'm really this awesome. Xiaochun was extremely excited, and his eyes were glowing more brightly than ever. He even felt a bit dizzy from the rush of emotion. Xiaochun, actually created a new divine ability. That's the kind of thing that sect-founding patriarchs do. I can't believe I'm so worthy of admiration. He threw his head back and laughed uproariously at how amazing he was. As he reveled in his success, he thought back to how Chun Hetan had abandoned him, and realized that his loss was definitely a major blow to the Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect. HMMMPH. One of these days I'm going to make sure Chun Hetan regrets that decision of his. In fact, the whole Starry Sky Dao Polarity sect is going to regret it. With that, he sat down cross-legged for a bit to recover his energy, then swaggered back to the Bai clan. Everything went very smoothly along the way. After all, he had left a clone behind in the north district of the Bai clan, and therefore, no one had even suspected that he'd left his hut. A few days later, the combined efforts of Zhou Yixing and Li Feng finally got them all of the murder soul spikes and teleportation talismans that Bai Xiaochun had requested. After studying the murder soul spikes thoroughly, Bai Xiaochun found that they were crafted from souls, using a technique he had never even realized existed. Furthermore, the souls used to create them had especially strong murderous auras. After analyzing the murder soul spikes, Bai Xiaochun realized that if he set them up in the clan right now, there would be too much of a risk of them being found. Therefore, he decided to wait until right before entering the ancestral land. That would be the best and safest bet. As he waited, he thought about the formula for 13-colored flame, and also spent time cultivating his undying live forever technique. Another half a month went by. One evening when he was sitting in meditation, working on the final chi passageways necessary to complete his undying tendons, his expression flickered, and he looked at the door. With his divine sense, he could clearly see 3 beams of light heading in his direction. Soon, 3 middle-aged men became visible, each of them wearing a black robe with a sun and a moon embroidered on it. Only members of the Hall of Corrections could wear uniforms like that, and the arrival of these men caused an instant commotion in the North District. Considering that everyone there had very low standing in the clan, they were all left trembling with fear and hesitant to make a single noise. The 3 men had arrogant expressions on their faces as they looked around in disgust at the North District. As far as they were concerned, this place was a malignant boil within the Bai clan, a dirty, filthy place that they were loath to enter. Soon, they were right outside of Bai Xiaochun's hut. Then, one of them spoke out in a coldly impatient voice. "Bai Hao, get out here right now." Inside the hut, Bai Xiaochun's heart began to pound. Don't tell me they figured out it was me? Impossible. His body blurred as, instead of going out personally, he sent one of his clones out of the hut to meet the men. He kept the aura of his true self invisible. No one outside would be aware that he was still inside the hut. As the clone emerged from the hut, the 3 men from the Hall of Corrections eyed him coldly. Then the one in the lead said, "Let's go. The clan chief wants to see you." With that, they turned to leave, clearly not inclined to stay in this place one moment longer than necessary. Eyes flickering, Bai Xiaochun followed along in clone form. "The clan chief wants to see me. He's Bai Hao's father. Alright, this will be a good opportunity to see what Bai Hao's father actually feels about him." Considering that he was going in clone form instead of as his true self, he felt a lot safer. The 3 men from the Hall of Corrections didn't say anything to him along the way. Their arrogance and disdain for him clearly went bone deep. Inwardly, Bai Xiaochun chuckled coldly at them, proud at how these men were like sparrows, unaware that a dragon was in their midst. Just wait until you see my real cultivation base level. Then the 3 of you will be scared to death. Bai Xiaochun was wrapped up in his thoughts as he followed them to the West District, which was very different from the East District. It was much quieter, a place that few people visited, and that was mostly occupied by female clan members. Bai Xiaochun looked around in surprise and confusion as he was led to a mansion in the corner of the district. It wasn't very large, and consisted of only a few buildings surrounding a weed-filled courtyard. It was a bleak, run-down place that didn't seem to be occupied. The 3 men stopped out front of the mansion. "Go in. The clan chief is waiting inside." With that, they turned and left. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered. He could sense a faint aura within the mansion that he was sure belonged to a cultivator in the mid-nascent soul stage. Don't tell me he's meeting me out here because he wants to kill me? Bai Xiaochun was a bit surprised, but considering that he was here in clone form, his true self would have plenty of time to get away if things went wrong. Therefore, he simply walked into the mansion. "Bai Hao," he thought, "your master is going into this dangerous situation for you. I want to see exactly how your father feels about you." Upon entering the main gate, he saw a man standing in the courtyard, facing away from him. Next to him was a simple well which he was looking down into. The man's hair was mostly black, but had some strands of white in it as well. Although he seemed middle-aged, he was clearly very old. Furthermore, there was something bleak and stern about him. The courtyard seemed just as bleak, and there was a pressure weighing down that made it feel like a rainstorm might break out at any moment. Bai Xiaochun looked at the man's back, and then around at the courtyard, whereupon his eyes widened in surprise. Although weeds choked the ground, they couldn't cover up the countless wooden toys that filled the area. There were little horses and soldiers, drum-shaped rattles and other knickknacks. There was a finesse to the way the toys were crafted that indicated they weren't made by a man. They seemed more like trinkets that a mother would make for her child. There were also some dilapidated items of clothing that had once belonged to a child scattered about in the corners. The scene spread out in front of Bai Xiaochun left him with some very complex and even indescribable emotions. He wasn't actually Bai Hao, but the sight of all of these children's toys made him suddenly feel as if he really had turned into him. This must be where Bai Hao grew up. He thought as he stood there looking around at the toys, wondering what Bai Hao would be feeling if he were here instead. His heart already felt as if it were heavier than before. As numerous complex emotions filled Bai Xiaochun's heart, the man standing there said, "Sheer told me about how you cheated in the clan trials for spirit enhancement, soul medicine, and flame conjuring." His voice was cold, and didn't contain the slightest scrap of emotion. It was almost as if he were talking to a complete stranger. There was even a scolding tone to his words, the kind that would be used to reprimand a servant. Bai Xiaochun stood there silently, unsure of what to say in response. "So, Bai Hao," he murmured in his heart, "this is your father, huh?" Bai Hao's father slowly turned, revealing a cold, expressionless face and an icy aura. The way he looked at Bai Xiaochun made it seem as if he were looking at someone he had never met. When he continued speaking, his words were as cold as a winter wind. "This isn't the first time you've done something like this, either. I can tolerate your complete lack of ambition, and even the fact that you stole Chier's research notes about 15-colored flame. But now you've gone and cheated." As of this moment, Bai Xiaochun realized that before his death, Bai Hao must have revealed to his father that he was talented in flame conjuring, in the hopes of winning his approval. Sadly, Bai Hao had been completely naive in such hopes. This man would give Bai Hao no such chances. In fact, it was even possible that he knew the truth of the matter, and yet still acted this way. "Not only did you humiliate me, but you also broke clan law. According to the rules, I should take away your cultivation base and have you thrown into devil penitentiary for 10 years. However, considering you do have the blood of the Bai clan running in your veins, I'll forgive you this one time. But if something like this ever happens again, I'll personally cleanse our clan by removing you from it." The killing intent in the clan chief's eyes was as clear as day, and his voice cut as coldly as the harshest winter gale. As a result, Bai Xiaochun felt the same bitter fright that Bai Hao would have in the same situation. The clan chief didn't seem pleased with how Bai Xiaochun was standing there silently. A flicker of loathing passed through his eyes as he gestured toward the well. "This is where your mother died. She was born a servant girl, and after her death, became a servant soul. Her fate was to submit, and as a bastard son, you need to learn to do the same thing. Submit. Understand?" The spark of rage which rose up in Bai Xiaochun's heart was impossible to suppress. Looking over at the clan chief, he replied, "No, I don't understand. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 593, Cold Father Bai. Chapter 593, Cold Father Bai. The anger that burned in Bai Xiaochun's heart was fueled by his compassion and sorrow for Bai Hao. Although he had just said he didn't understand, the truth was that he understood exactly what was going on. Combined with everything else he had already learned, the situation was crystal clear. Perhaps the clan chief had not always been aware that Bai Hao was extremely talented in flame conjuring. However, after Bai Hao gave him the formula for 15-colored flame, how could he not know? He knew that Bai Hao was a talented flame conjurer, and also knew that there had been no cheating done in the trials by fire. He knew all of these things beyond the shadow of a doubt. As a mid-nascent soul-stage cultivator, and the clan chief, he could get information about anything he wanted in the Bai clan as easily as turning over his hand. In fact, Bai Xiaochun couldn't imagine that the man was unaware of how Bai Hao had been chased down and killed. Not only had he been aware of it, but he had turned a blind eye to what was happening. He had denied everything about Bai Hao, and even shifted all of his accomplishments over to Bai Qi. Clearly, he wanted Bai Qi to soar high, regardless of the price to be paid, even if it was the death of Bai Hao. It couldn't have been more obvious that the clan chief felt that Bai Hao was as valuable as a bug, or even less so. As for this particular meeting, its purpose was to get Bai Hao to bow his head in acquiescence, and to impress upon him that this critical juncture was not the time to make a scene. Based on the killing intent that Bai Xiaochun could see in the man's eyes, he clearly desired to see Bai Hao out of the picture for good. That was the reason why he picked this location to have this conversation, to make it very clear to Bai Hao what it meant to submit. Submit and live. Refuse and die. His choice to have this discussion in the location where Bai Hao's mother passed away revealed how truly malicious his intentions were. From the perspective of a bystander, Bai Xiaochun couldn't watch the scene play out without getting angry. Although it had been somewhat on a whim that he took Bai Hao as his apprentice, as of this moment, his heart was filled the same grief and bitterness that Bai Hao must have felt in life. As of this moment, he felt more serious than ever about being Bai Hao's master. Although Bai Xiaochun was the type of person who feared death, he was a righteous and loyal person in his bones. When his friends faced a deadly crisis, it didn't matter if he was trembling and weeping with fear, he would always grit his teeth and go back to their aid. Now that Bai Hao had become his apprentice, he would not turn a blind eye to the wrongs his apprentice had endured. This was the contradiction that existed within Bai Xiaochun. Within his fear of death existed a brightly burning fire of passion. The clan chief standing in front of him was completely cold and emotionless, and because of that, Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but think that Bai Hao's deep desire to please the man had been completely pointless. "What did you just say?" The clan chief replied, the coldness in his eyes growing more intense. He even unleashed some of the power of his cultivation base, causing wind to whip about the courtyard. Bai Xiaochun glared angrily at the clan chief and slowly said, "For better or worse, I'm your flesh and blood. Tigers don't eat their own cubs, but you. How impudent!" The clan chief roared in a voice that echoed like thunder. The killing intent in his eyes blazed as he strode toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun stared back at him as he approached. If the man actually attacked him, it would affect his plan to get a Deva soul. And yet, Bai Xiaochun couldn't hold back from saying what he just had. Just when it seemed like the situation would devolve into a disaster, the clan chief suddenly frowned. Stopping in place, he produced a jade slip from his bag of holding. After scanning it with divine sense, his face lit with joy. Moments later, he gave Bai Xiaochun a disdainful glance, looking at him almost as if he were a corpse. Turning, he left, leaving a single sentence ringing in the courtyard behind him. "You're going to get yourself killed." Bai Xiaochun watched as the clan chief disappeared in a beam of light. Then he looked around at the courtyard, complex emotions playing in his heart and mind. Finally, he sighed. "Bai Hao. Ah, Bai Hao. If your spirit is out there, I hope you were able to see all of that." With that, he organized the tattered, crumbling clothes and rotting toys, then looked over at the well. After sending some divine sense inside, he confirmed that there was no corpse inside, so he quietly left and headed back to the North District. Beneath the Bai clan were sprawling catacombs, which was where the clan chief now stood. His hands were clasped, and he was bent over in a bow in front of a huge door. After a long moment passed, the grating voice of an old man echoed out from the door, each word seemingly capable of causing transformations in heaven and earth. "Your request from earlier is granted. Many thanks, Patriarch." The clan chief did his best to suppress the excitement he felt in his heart, and even deepened his bow. He was well aware that this patriarch was referring to more than just opening the ancestral land. He was also agreeing to give the Deva soul to Bai Qi. Of course, it was impossible to open the ancestral land only for Bai Qi. Anyone in the clan who was under the nascent soul stage would be allowed to enter. Considering how big the Bai clan was, the patriarch had to give the auxiliary bloodlines an equal opportunity. However, he naturally had ways to secretly ensure that only Bai Qi got the Deva soul. "You're dismissed. The event will begin in 1 month." The clan chief took a deep breath, then respectfully took his leave. Soon, word about the opening of the ancestral land began to spread through the Bai clan. All of the clan members who met the requirements to enter were very excited. That was especially true when people heard that a Deva soul was in the ancestral land. All of the chosen from the auxiliary bloodlines began to grow very excited about the prospect of competing amongst each other. The opening of the ancestral land was a big matter, and the trial by fire which would take place inside was something that left the entire Bai clan shaken. It was with great fanfare that all the preparations went underway. Madame Kai was extremely pleased, and couldn't stop thinking about the wonderful prospects in store for Bai Qi. Bai Qi was equally delighted. Of course, he kept his mouth shut about certain details that only he was privy to. As for all the other chosen from the auxiliary bloodlines, he couldn't help but scoff inwardly at how eager they seemed to join in the competition. That Deva soul belongs to me. Although Bai Xiaochun had been aware that the ancestral land would be opened, he hadn't known any details. However, considering how monumental the event was, he soon learned more. Almost a month until it opens, he thought, his eyes shining with anticipation. He was already fed up with the Bai clan, but knew he had to suppress his frustration until the time came to truly vent it. I'm doing this for you, Bai Hao. I'm going to shock the entire clan when I get into that ancestral land. Although he felt confident that the ancestral land wouldn't be extremely dangerous, he knew that if you stole food from a tiger's mouth, you almost always ended up with an angry tiger chasing after you. When he made his move in the ancestral land, that would only be the beginning of a very dangerous situation. Therefore, he needed to be completely prepared to stay safe. The Wildlands is a huge place. I'll just have to wait and see how far the Bai clan's Deva patriarch will chase me. Detonating my soul-hoarding pagoda could change the equilibrium between the Bai clan and the two other great clans in the area. Let's see if the Deva patriarch dares to keep chasing me when he realizes that. Of course, in addition to the patriarch, there will be other members of the Bai clan to deal with, including nascent soul experts. I can't be lax. Although Bai Xiaochun was feeling nervous, he had already made up his mind. He would make his move, and then flee immediately. Besides, I refuse to believe that the Bai clan doesn't have any enemies. Eyes flickering with cold light, he went back to his cultivation. Days passed. Nobody paid much attention to him, and he didn't leave his hut. His medicinal pills were running out rapidly, and yet, one day, he made major progress with his undying tendons. It was a complete breakthrough. The instant he completed the third level of the Undying Live Forever technique, rumbling sounds filled his body, and golden light spread out, piercing through his clothing to fill the area. At the same time, he could clearly feel something like the weight of an entire mountain pressing down onto him, which was none other than the third shackle. He desperately wanted to break through that shackle, to destroy the mountainous weight crushing down on him and be transformed into something greater than before. However, he knew that he needed to wait until he formed a nascent soul before doing that. The power he would have access to at that time was the only way he would be able to break the shackle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594, Assessment during the Ceremony. Chapter 594, Assessment during the Ceremony. It had been the same with the first and second levels of the Undying Live Forever technique. Shortly after making initial contact with the shackle, it was possible to make use of cultivation base power to break it. As Bai Xiaochun sat there motionless, eyes glittering, a second shadowy figure appeared in the room. That figure was no clone, but rather, an afterimage created by the manifestation of his incredible speed. In fact, the figure remained in place for a long moment before fading away. There was no need to perform any more tests. He could tell that his speed had broken through to another level, and although he couldn't determine exactly how quickly he could move, he knew that it would be difficult for even a Deva to catch him. The Undying Skin focuses on defenses. The Undying Heavenly King focuses on power. The Undying Tendons focus on explosive speed. In that case, what does the fourth level, the Undying Bones, focus on? Such thoughts filled Bai Xiaochun with deep anticipation. Too bad it's too difficult to cultivate before reaching the nascent soul stage. Plus, resources in the wildlands are severely lacking. The Undying Bones will require even more resources than the Undying Tendons. After a bit more thought, he suppressed his disappointment. Settling his chi and clearing his mind, he set about solidifying his advancement with his undying tendons. Meanwhile, the appointed day to open the ancestral land grew nearer and nearer. At the same time, the clan was preparing to hold a grand ceremony to offer sacrifices to their ancestors. This was a custom of the Bai clan. Such ceremonies were always held when the ancestral land was to be opened. During the ceremony, all members of the clan, no matter which bloodline they came from, would attend. Furthermore, high-ranking members of the clan would perform assessments of the clan members and give out rewards to exceptional individuals. Oftentimes, members of other clans would be invited to attend, and usually, the giant ghost king would send a representative to join the festivities. After all, it wasn't a simple matter to open the ancestral land, and it only happened once every so often. The ceremony was held the day before the opening of the ancestral land, in the central district of the Bai clan, in the ancestral shrine hall. The other two great necromancer clans sent representatives, as did the giant ghost king. The entire Bai clan bustled with activity as the final preparations were made. The shrine hall in the central district featured an enormous square, within which had been erected a huge stone gateway. The gateway was carved with the image of a middle-aged man, whose stern gaze seemed to look condescendingly upon all creation. That man was none other than the founding patriarch of the Bai clan, Ut. The shrine hall was surrounded by crowds from the Bai clan, more than 10,000 individuals. There wasn't even enough room for them on the ground, so many sat at tables which floated in the air. It was a grand sight to take in. The older members of the clan sat nearest the shrine hall, smiles on their faces as they chatted with the representatives from the other clans. Everyone was simply waiting for the ceremony to begin. Madame Kai and the other womenfolk sat in their own area, where they buzzed with conversation and made themselves quite the center of attention. Bai Qi stood out in the crowd like a star in the night sky. He sat close to the shrine hall itself, and was surrounded by important people, including some chosen necromancers from the other clans, with whom he engaged in lively banter. Of course, there were others from the auxiliary bloodlines nearby, none of whom stood out as much as Bai Qi did, but who were clearly special. One of them was the fifth young lady that Bai Xiaochun had met on his first day in the clan. She was beautiful, and despite her cold personality, was surrounded by quite a crowd of devotees. There was another young man who was about the same age as Bai Qi. He was tall and muscular, and had a booming laugh that caused everyone to take a liking to him, clan member or not. Although Bai Hao had been born a bastard, and had a very lowly position, he still had the blood of the Bai clan in him. Therefore, he was also required to attend the ceremony. He didn't get to sit near the shrine hall itself, but rather, at one of the tables floating in the air. As soon as he arrived, he noticed the fifth young lady and the burly young man. During his time in the clan, he had learned a bit about them. The fifth young lady was named Bai Yenner, and was known even in Giant Ghost City for her good looks. Quite a few young elites from the other clans had their eye on her. As for the burly young man, his name was Bai Lei, and he was a chosen from one of the auxiliary bloodlines. Although his cultivation base wasn't at the same level as Bai Qi's, he was still in late core formation. In fact, he and Bai Qi were considered to be the two rising stars of the clan. However, the two of them didn't get along very well, a fact that was well known in the clan. Together, those three were the focus of much attention in the ceremony. Were it not for the fact that it was required of him, Bai Xiaochun wouldn't have come. As he looked around at the crowds, he contemplated his plans for the ancestral land tomorrow. I should plant the murder soul spikes later today, he thought. Suddenly, he felt as if someone were looking at him. Glancing around casually, he realized that it was Madame Kai, who sat with the other womenfolk, glaring at him venomously. She managed to find me even though I'm sitting so far away, he thought, surprised. He was sitting in a very inconspicuous position, a place that should have made it difficult to lay eyes on him. And yet, Madame Kai had managed to locate him even in the crowd. Without even thinking about it, Bai Xiaochun glared back at Madame Kai with such ferocity that her eyes went wide. However, a moment later, the venom returned. Before she could do anything else, though, the sound of bells rang out. The crowd quickly went silent. At the same time, 3 beams of light appeared off in the distance. In the lead position was the clan chief, and he was flanked by 2 old men with cultivation bases in the great circle of the nascent soul stage. They were none other than the Grand Elders who ran the Hall of Corrections and the Hall of Justice. After arriving outside the shrine hall, the clan chief began to speak in a loud voice, "To all members of the Bai clan who have gathered here today." All the clan members listened eagerly, but as for Bai Xiaochun, he wasn't interested at all, and simply closed his eyes. All sorts of complicated details about the ancestral land were explained, things that didn't really affect most members of the clan. Only the outstanding figures who planned to participate in the event needed to listen. Occasionally, bells would ring out, causing ripples to spread out through the cloud-filled sky, and create auspicious signs. Bai Xiaochun would crack his eye open every once in a while. Feeling very much like an immortal hiding in the mundane world, he would think, "I've witnessed far greater spectacles than this before." A few hours passed, and evening fell. The sacrifices to the ancestors were finished, and the bells began to ring again. Bai Xiaochun yawned and opened his eyes. Having come to the assumption that everything was over, he prepared to leave. However, it was at that point that the Grand Elder in charge of the Hall of Justice, who was sitting in front of the huge stone gate, chuckled. All right, he said. "Since the clan chief insists, and no one else will back down, I guess I'll carry out the assessment this time around." The Grand Elder's chuckle was sonorous, and backed by the profundity of his cultivation base, causing illusory ripples to spread out in all directions. There was even a cloud of souls that swirled around him as he spoke. Looks of reverence could be seen in the eyes of the rest of the clan members as they looked over at him. Even the representatives from the other clans and the emissary from Giant Ghost City had very serious expressions on their faces. When Bai Xiaochun felt the old man's cultivation base fluctuations, he looked over at him with a serious expression. He was clearly half a step into the Deva realm, similar to Bai Lin. Furthermore, from the soul power fluctuations coming off of him, he was obviously a necromancer. He's likely in the terrestrial rank, with profound skill in necromancy. That would explain why so many souls appeared at the mere echo of his voice. Even as Bai Xiaochun contemplated the subject, the Grand Elder continued to speak. Young heroes of the Bai clan, all of you are aware that the ultimate pinnacle of spirit enhancement is the legendary 30-fold enhancement, something which no one has ever actually accomplished. Even 20-fold spirit enhancements are virtually unheard of. Therefore, I would like to ask all of you this question: what do you think would happen to this simple feather if it received a 30-fold enhancement? Smiling, he held up a feather. It seemed completely ordinary in nature, lacking in anything which could be considered unusual. It was really just a simple feather. There is no correct answer to the question. Based on your skill in spirit enhancement, consider the question for a moment. After all, there are some things in life which can never become a reality unless you ponder them deeply first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595, Bite My Tongue. Chapter 595, Bite My Tongue. As the Grand Elder's words echoed out, the clan members gathered by the shrine hall all looked on with thoughtful expressions. Apparently, a lot of consideration had been put into how this assessment would be carried out. There was no set answer. Rather, each response would be based on each person's varied experiences and skill sets in spirit enhancement. As such, it would be a true test of each individual's level of enlightenment. The question also touched upon matters of flame conjuring and soul medicine. Although the other two were different branches of study, one's abilities in those regards would affect one's understanding of spirit enhancement. Therefore, although the question seemed simple, it was actually extraordinarily complex. Furthermore, it was exactly as the Grand Elder had said: if one did not dare to contemplate certain matters, then it would be impossible to make them a reality. In some ways, his question actually pertained to each person's Tao. It wasn't just the ordinary members of the Bai clan who were suddenly looking very thoughtful. The clan elders and the clan chief all seemed to be pondering the question as well. Even the representatives from the other two clans and the emissary from Giant Ghost City were all sitting there in quiet contemplation. Furthermore, from the nature of the question, it was possible to see that the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice had extremely profound skill in spirit enhancement. No one responded to the question. The area outside the stone gate was completely silent, to the point where it would have been possible to hear a pin drop. Everyone was considering the assessment question. This type of assessment was a custom during the ceremony of ancestral sacrifice in the Bai clan. Theoretically speaking, the question was addressed to everyone, but the reality was that only a few people would actually speak up and answer it. Usually, the chosen from any given bloodline would represent that bloodline to speak out and answer. As could be imagined, the competition between the various bloodlines in this matter was fierce. Of course, the elders of the clan were aware of that, and actually encouraged the competition. As long as such competition was kept under control, it was a way to ensure that the blood of the clan pumped strong and hard in the veins of the clan members. Xiaochun rolled his eyes. To others, this question would be a difficult one to answer, especially because there was no way to prove whether one was right or wrong. But to Xiaochun, it was far too simple. After all, in the trial by fire in the labyrinth, he had personally performed spirit enhancements well beyond the 20-fold level. Although he hadn't reached the 30th level, he had seen the clues pointing to the outcome. Clearing his throat, he thought, if I answer this question, it really would be cheating. Although he was itching to give a response and see what happened, he believed himself to be a straightforward and upright person. Furthermore, despite the fact that he could cheat if necessary, in this case, it wouldn't be very helpful, and in fact, could cause more suspicion to be cast on him. With such thoughts on his mind, he yawned and pretended that he wasn't even listening. After a long moment, the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice looked around at the gathered members of the clan, smiled, and said, "Who would like to answer first?" After a long moment of silence, one of the young men seated next to Bai Qi, who was also a member of the direct bloodline, rose to his feet with glittering eyes. "Senior, I am Bai Li, and I wish to answer the question." Instantly, all of the other clan members present looked over. When they identified who it was that had spoken, it was possible to see expressions of scorn, jealousy, coldness, and other various emotions. As for the clan elders, some seemed bored, whereas others were nodding in encouragement. The clan chief gave a slight nod. Xiaochun looked at the young man out of the corner of his eye, curious as to what he would say. Bai Li was very excited to be the center of so much attention, and was already glad he had spoken up first. At the least, he would garner a bit more attention from the senior generation. Clearing his throat and putting a very solemn expression onto his face, he said, "Senior, based on my understanding, if you perform a 30-fold spirit enhancement on that feather, it will most likely transform into a precious treasure." In fact, to call it a precious treasure would probably be an understatement. With that, the young man looked nervously at the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice. However, before the Grand Elder could even say anything, ripples of laughter spread out through the audience. Many shaking heads could be seen, as well as chuckles of scorn. What a load of garbage! Even a complete moron could guess that an ordinary object that receives a 30-fold spirit enhancement would become a precious treasure. A strange expression could be seen on Xiaochun's face as he looked at Bai Li. As for Bai Li, he could hear what people around him were saying, and the laughter, and immediately, his face turned scarlet. "It was a brave thing to speak first," said the Grand Elder, smiling. Instead of offering an assessment, he looked around and said, "Would anyone else like to give an answer?" Bai Li sat down, looking extremely embarrassed. However, despite the fact that his answer had mostly been a cheap trick, his goal had been to get some attention, and from what he could tell, it had worked. When he thought about that, his mood perked up, and he even felt quite pleased. Because Bai Li had dared to speak up, more of the clan members in the audience began to do the same. "Grand Elder, I think that after performing a 30-fold spirit enhancement on the feather, it would become enormous." It would probably be big enough to blot out the sun and the moon. Grand Elder, my bet is that the feather would transform into a fan. A feathered fan that could rock heaven and earth. Grand Elder, in my judgment, if that fan got a 30-fold enhancement, it would probably become a feather sword that could dominate everything, but not necessarily. Grand Elder, I think that the feathered fan would become a sealing mark that you could use to grow wings. Answers and explanations of all sorts filled the air. The clan elders smiled and listened, nodding occasionally, but mostly just sitting there quietly. As for the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice, his expression was the same as ever the entire time. He seemed to be pondering all of the answers given, but not taking any of them too seriously. Xiaochun, on the other hand, had to hold back from jumping in to correct people. Considering how amazing he was, this was an amazing opportunity to show off, which was one of his favorite pastimes. However, he suppressed that urge with every answer that he heard. I have to just bite my tongue, he told himself. There's no point in jumping into the conversation. No point at all. Eventually, one of the two rising stars of the clan, Bai Lei, shot to his feet. Immediately, everyone went quiet, and all gazes came to be fixed upon him. Even Bai Qi looked over, his eyes narrowed. The representatives from the other two clans and the emissary from Giant Ghost City were all aware of Bai Lei's reputation in the clan, and were also very interested to see what he would say. Grand Elder, Jr. isn't very skilled at spirit enhancement. Based on what I know, it's hard for me to guess what a 30-fold spirit-enhanced feather would become. However, I can well imagine that after the 30th enhancement, the feather might become some sort of spirit. There are flame spirits and wood spirits in the world, so perhaps there are also feather spirits. Bai Lei's words caused many in the audience to look either shocked or moved. The elders' eyes glittered, and many smiles could be seen on their faces. As for the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice, he actually nodded for the first time. That nod provoked quite a response from the various members of the Bai clan, and discussions immediately broke out in the crowd. Xiaochun looked over at Bai Lei curiously. Although the feather spirit answer wasn't completely correct, it was actually more in line with the truth than any of the other answers so far. As the audience talked about what Bai Lei had just said, a few more clan members spoke up to give answers of their own. However, none of them could compare to Bai Lei's, and many were obviously just variations of what he had said. The clan elders were all shrewd people, and realized this instantly. Eventually, the fifth young lady rose, bowed, and then gave a simple answer that attracted a lot of attention. Grand Elder, I think that it would become a rainbow. I know that feathers and rainbows aren't necessarily related to each other, but I still think that a rainbow is the answer. As she sat back down, the Grand Elder nodded, and for the first time, provided some feedback. Anything and everything is possible. Not a bad answer. At this point, the Grand Elder's eyes came to rest on Bai Qi. Clearly, he was curious what the number one chosen in the Bai clan would say as his answer. Actually, he wasn't the only one looking at Bai Qi. The other clan elders, as well as many other ordinary clan members, were all waiting for his answer. Considering how many other people had spoken up so far, it was definitely time for him to speak. Seeing how so many eyes had come to rest on him, Bai Qi smiled faintly and then rose to his feet. After bowing to the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice, he looked up, eyes sparkling with the utmost self-confidence. A proud gleam could be seen in Madame Kai's eyes, and anticipation was even visible in the clan chief's expression. From the soft look in the clan chief's eyes, it was obvious that he viewed Bai Qi differently than the others. Fifth junior sis and junior brother Lei both provided part of the answer. Perhaps it was a bit misleading for me to wait so long to give my answer. I hope you can all forgive me. Spirit enhancement is one of the foundations of cultivation in the wildlands, and can manifest countless variations. After a 20-fold enhancement, it would indeed be possible for the feather to become a rainbow or a feather spirit. However, there is more to a 30-fold enhancement than that. Bai Qi appeared to be in extremely high spirits, and seemed thoroughly captivating as he stood there, single-handedly surpassing all of the other clan members in his generation. It is impossible to say for sure what will happen after a 30-fold enhancement. However, I am 80% sure that the feather will become a true, living bird, a phoenix that could dance in the highest heavens, the foremost among all birds in the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596, by Xiaochun's Answer. Chapter 596, by Xiaochun's Answer. Bai Qi spoke loudly and clearly, and even backed his voice with the power of his extraordinary cultivation base. As a result, everything in the area trembled, and the clouds in the evening sky roiled in shocking fashion. It was almost as if heaven and earth were confirming that his answer was correct. The faces of the clan members in the area all flickered, and many seemed to suddenly be struck with new insights. Countless shining eyes focused on Bai Qi. A phoenix that could dance in the highest heavens, the foremost among all birds in the world. This answer. How come I didn't think of an answer like that? I would never have dared to think in such a way. How could a single feather actually turn into a living creature? The fifth young lady trembled, seemingly lost in thought. As for Bai Lei, although his hands were clenched into defiant fists, inside he was sighing. He knew that his own skill in spirit enhancement didn't match up to Bai Qi's, and that Bai Qi's answer was certain to become a legend in the clan. Bai Xiaochun's gaze sharpened as he looked over at Bai Qi. Although the answer wasn't the correct one, it showed that Bai Qi had already begun to forge his own path of spirit enhancement. Sadly, it's still wrong, he thought. Bai Xiaochun knew that it didn't matter that Bai Qi had begun to forge his own path. In the end, that path would never become a reality. Madame Kai's face was flushed with pride and excitement as she looked at Bai Qi. The fact that this blazing son of the clan was her own son left her feeling extremely pleased. And then there was the clan chief, who was Bai Qi's father. He looked very satisfied. Clearly, Bai Qi was definitely the Qilin son of the clan as far as he was concerned. The other elders were visibly moved and even shocked by Bai Qi's answer. In fact, the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice actually stood up. Smiling, he said, "Excellent. You truly are the Qilin son of the Bai clan. Truth be told, I can't say if your answer is correct or not, but what I can say is that your boldness is the type that can dominate mountains and rivers." The Grand Elder threw his head back and laughed heartily. The praise in his eyes was clear. Obviously, Bai Qi's answer was in line with what the Grand Elder had already come to understand about spirit enhancement. Based on the skills he had developed, he had long since come to understand that spirit enhancement was broken up into different realms. The ability to create rainbows or feather spirits was one realm, but just as Bai Qi had said, there was clearly a higher realm. Looking over with a smile at the clan chief, the Grand Elder said, "No wonder the patriarch has taken such a liking to Bai Qi. That would explain why he agreed to open the ancestral land for him. In terms of spirit enhancement, enlightenment and latent talent, he is clearly extraordinary." "He doesn't deserve such praise, Grand Elder," the clan chief said. "The kid still needs a lot more training." However, it was impossible for him to hide how pleased he was. Considering that the Grand Elder had approved of Bai Qi's answer, the other clan members began to raise their voices in praise. It was a thunderous cacophony that filled the area, causing Bai Qi to suck in his breath in surprise, and leaving Madame Kai visibly moved, her eyes shining with unprecedented levels of pride. "That bastard Bai Hao might be good at spirit enhancement," she thought, "but he's definitely not as good as my Cheer. The only difference is that Cheer doesn't like to make a big show of his skills." Bai Xiaochun was not very impressed at all by how everyone seemed to be fawning over Bai Qi. In fact, he couldn't hold back from yawning openly. "The young master doesn't wish to sink to your level," he thought, "otherwise I'd reveal the answer out loud, and all of your jaws would drop." By now, this so-called assessment was getting so boring that he was really wondering when it would all just end. However, it was in that moment that the pompous, preening Bai Qi looked out into the crowd and happened to spot Bai Hao yawning. Malice glimmering in his eyes, he laughed loudly. "Bai Hao," he called out. "Didn't you say that you were talented in spirit enhancement? Everybody else gave an answer for the assessment, perhaps you would like to do the same? Come on, let's hear it. There's no need to feel embarrassed." An enigmatic smile could be seen on Bai Qi's face. He really did sound like an older brother offering a bit of encouragement to his younger brother. However, his sinister goal was clearly to humiliate Bai Hao. He was obviously completely confident that the answer he had given left no room for anyone else to say anything worthwhile. Any answer that was given would have to either touch on something immaterial or something corporeal. Therefore, as far as Bai Qi could tell, no matter what answer Bai Hao gave, he could accuse him of copying his own answer. Then he could act like the older brother and publicly teach Bai Hao another lesson. That would once again cause Bai Hao to lose a huge amount of face in front of the clan. Furthermore, because he had already been found guilty of cheating, then when the ancestral land opened and Bai Qi found an excuse to kill him, no one would think to even complain. As soon as the words left Bai Qi's mouth, everything went quiet, and all eyes turned to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Hao is nothing more than a foundation establishment cultivator. What answer could he possibly give that would be worth listening to? I'd say there's an 80 to 90% chance he'll just chicken out and refuse to say anything. Watch, I bet he says that it'll become a phoenix which could dance in the highest heavens, the foremost among all birds in the world. That would be pushing the limits of shamelessness though, wouldn't it? You never know. He cheated his way to first place in all 3 clan trials by fire. That alone shows you how shameless Bai Hao is. It's a good thing Bai Qi puts righteousness above family ties, and wiped his name off of the stone steels. Although most of the gazes were those of scorn and disdain, there were a few that seemed to contain pity at the malice being put on display by Bai Qi. The 5th young lady and Bai Lei were among those who looked at Bai Hao with pity. Although neither of them knew him well, the fact that Bai Qi hated him so much earned him their sympathy. Unfortunately, there was no way for them to stop what was happening right now, not when Bai Qi was at the peak of glory. It only took Madame Kai a moment of thought to realize what her son was up to. Although she was a bit worried about what might result, she trusted Bai Qi's judgment, and thus, looked over at Bai Xiaochun with an intensely sinister glare. A placid expression filled the clan chief's eyes, as if he had no idea what Bai Qi was planning to do. As he looked over at Bai Xiaochun, the other clan elders did the same, their eyes flickering with amusement as they exchanged silent glances. As for the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice, he wasn't a member of the official clan circle of elders, and although he couldn't be said to be completely impartial in all clan affairs, he came close. Smiling, he looked over at Bai Hao, whom he had never paid much attention to before. Bai Xiaochun frowned as he studied Bai Qi's vicious smile. Slowly, Bai Xiaochun's own eyes turned icier as he realized how vile Bai Qi really was. Earlier, he had been planning to keep a low profile, but now that Bai Qi was going so far as to force his hand, it seemed he had no choice. Since Bai Qi was feeling suicidal, Bai Xiaochun would respect his wishes. Snorting coldly, he rose to his feet. As he did, the scorn among the audience grew more intense. He's actually standing up? Well, isn't this amusing? Let's see how he copies Bai Qi's bird answer. He really overestimates himself. Bai Hao, the bastard son, daring to compete with the best in the clan. People like him can do nothing but cheat. He's a disgrace to the entire Bai clan. Bai Xiaochun heard the things that people were saying. He could see the venom in Madame Kai's eyes, and the coldness in the clan chiefs. He also saw the expressions on the faces of the clan elders. Of particular note was that no one did anything to stop the derisive talk. In fact, almost everyone in the clan was speaking scornfully of him. As for the representatives from the 2 other clans and the emissary from Giant Ghost City, they were clearly taken aback by the commotion, and were looking at Bai Xiaochun. However, despite all of these things, Bai Xiaochun felt no anger. Sticking his chin up, He looked around at the crowd as if they were a bunch of house sparrows that could be crushed to death in the blink of an eye. Swishing his sleeve in very proud and aloof fashion, he pointed at Bai Qi and growled, "I didn't want to say anything, but since you've come to me looking to be humiliated, you villain, then I'll do just that." Bai Qi's eyes flickered with killing intent as he chuckled coldly. "Whatever answer you come up with will seem amazing to you, but will sound like a bucket of dog crap to me." Bai Xiaochun swished his sleeve again. Although he only unleashed the fluctuations of a foundation establishment cultivation base, it definitely made him look like a grand figure. "Very well, I'll tell you the correct answer to the question of 30-fold spirit enhancement. That one feather will become a world of its own. In fact, anything that receives a 30-fold spirit enhancement will become its own world." Bai Xiaochun's voice boomed like thunder, spreading out in all directions and piercing into the hearts of all clan members. His answers seemed to provoke reactions from the magical laws of heaven and earth. His voice was like heavenly thunder that rocked everything in the area, completely shattering the cloud layer up above. Evening light spilled down from above, bathing Bai Xiaochun in brightness, causing him to suddenly radiate a very profound air. In response to his words, the eyes of many clan members went wide. They felt as if their minds were being struck by lightning, and even Bai Qi began to shiver visibly as an extremely unsightly expression overtook his face. Never could Bai Qi have imagined that Bai Hao would give an answer like this. There wasn't even a need to try to compare it with his own answer. Regardless of whether or not that answer was correct, anyone could see that it vastly surpassed the answers of anyone else present, and had crushed his own answer into smithereens. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597, Condemned by Law. Chapter 597, Condemned by Law. How shocking! It only took one short moment for all mouths to be silenced. Some people had been making fun of Bai Hao, others had been deriding him. Some had been looking on in boredom, others had been enjoying the excitement. But as of this moment, everyone looked like statues frozen in place with shock. As the moments ticked by, and people began to recover, the sound of panting could be heard. Expressions of shock and disbelief could be seen everywhere. As for the fifth young lady and Bai Lei, they were clearly reeling in astonishment, and were staring at Bai Xiaochun with almost complete disbelief. The silence only wore on for a short time, though, before the entire clan erupted into a huge commotion. People shot to their feet, looking ever at Bai Xiaochun with shock and other mixed emotions. Soon, there were even expressions of admiration. That answer surpasses all of the other answers. Heavens! Is that really Bai Hao? The useless, pathetic Bai Hao. It will become its own world, this type of boldness, the type that can dominate mountains and rivers. How is it even possible? A world, a whole world. That must be it. That must be the correct answer. How is this even possible? Bai Xiaochun simply stood there, the focus of all attention. Although he wasn't very impressive physically, there was something casual and even transcendent about how he carried himself. At the moment, nobody was looking at Bai Qi. Bai Xiaochun's words had completely eclipsed him, stolen all of his thunder. Bai Xiaochun now seemed completely dazzling, as if all the glory had always belonged to him from the very beginning. Bai Qi's face drained of blood, and although he wanted to offer some retort, he soon realized there was nothing for him to say. After hearing the answer which had just been given, he realized that, for some reason, he knew it to be true. He wasn't the only one to have such a realization. The clan elders were all clearly moved, and were looking at Bai Xiaochun with expressions of amazement. Some of them had even risen to their feet in wonderment. The Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice was trembling, and even his lips quivered in shock. The gleam of augury could be seen in his eyes, and his breath came in ragged pants. Even his cultivation base was teetering unstably. He had a look on his face that said he had just been struck with perfect enlightenment, as if he could now see everything clearly. Soon, a look of flushed excitement appeared on his face. Madame Kai and the clan chief were struck most deeply. As for the clan chief, he wasn't sure what to think. However, to see Bai Hao basking in radiant glory didn't make him feel even slightly gratified. Instead, rage began to bubble up in him. In his estimation, he was looking at nothing more than an unfilial son, which caused killing intent to rise up within him. The more outstanding Bai Hao proved to be, the more it felt to the clan chief like he was being slapped in the face. As he looked over at Bai Xiaochun, the fires of fury could be seen clearly in his eyes. However, he quickly covered them up. After all, he was the clan chief. The clan chief managed to suppress his rage, but Madame Kai was entirely incapable of doing so. Bai Xiaochun's one simple answer had turned the entire situation upside down, and had stolen all of the glory away from Bai Qi. When she saw how ashen Bai Qi's face was, it filled her heart with pain, and caused her hatred for Bai Hao to grow to greater heights. Complete hogwash! She screamed. Bai Hao, you impudent son of a bitch, shut the hell up! Men, take this bastard away and have him killed in body and soul. Madame Kai seemed to have completely lost her mind. Most of the clan guards in the area were clearly hesitating about whether or not to follow her orders, but a few of them gritted their teeth and began to make their way toward Bai Xiaochun. But then, Bai Xiaochun spun to face Madame Kai and said, "The only impudent one here is you. This is a Bai clan ceremony, and I'm a member of the Bai clan. I was simply answering a question posed by the Grand Elder. How dare you go so far as to disrupt the ceremony? Could you be more impudent? Clan chief, this woman has no blood of the Bai clan in her. At best, she could count as half a clan member. And yet, she dares to act like a madwoman in plain view of all clan members, and in the presence of the spirits of our dear ancestors. For showing disrespect to our clan ceremony, I request that you immediately punish her to the full extent possible under the clan rules. Clan chief, she must definitely receive the death penalty." Bai Xiaochun counterattacked with a watertight argument, with vicious words, and with complete righteousness. There was nothing anyone present could say to find fault with his words. The members of the auxiliary bloodlines who weren't fond of Bai Qi and Madame Kai suddenly turned with shining eyes to look at Bai Hao, almost as if they were seeing him for the first time. Bai Lei was looking at him with a curious gleam in his eyes, and suddenly felt the impulse to go over and introduce himself. The fifth young lady was also shocked, and had a similar expression on her face. There were even some among the clan elders who gazed at him with glittering eyes. Bai Qi's expression flickered in response to the killing intent in Bai Xiaochun's words. Chest puffing up in rage, he bellowed, "What gall you have to offend your superiors, Bai Hao? You!" Before he could finish speaking, Bai Xiaochun turned and barked, "Shut the hell up! I have the blood of the Bai clan running in my veins, and that makes me a member of the clan just like everyone else. I'm here to offer sacrifices to the ancestors, and did nothing more than answer a question posed by the Grand Elder." "Gall, you say? Of course I have gall. That's exactly what our ancestors want to see. The gall to stand up for our clan. Offend my superiors? That's exactly what Clause 9 of the clan rules talks about. When offering sacrifices to the ancestors, all clan members of all bloodlines are separated according to their rank. And during the ceremony, who are the true superiors? The ancestors. Bai Qi, don't tell me that you think this woman is one of the Bai clan's ancestors? Don't forget, Bai Qi, her surname isn't Bai, it's Kai, but. Therefore, it seems to me that the person offending their superiors here is none other than you, Bai Qi." Bai Xiaochun's booming words stabbed like swords into Bai Qi, causing his mind to reel and sending him staggering backward. Although he wanted to argue back, he couldn't find any words to do so, and ended up merely coughing up a mouthful of blood. "Bai Hao! You!" Even as everyone looked in mute shock at what was happening, Bai Xiaochun turned toward the grim-faced clan chief, toward whom he clasped hands and bowed. "Clan chief, first, I must request that you punish this woman for disrupting the ancestral sacrifices. For disturbing the peace of our ancestors, she fully deserves to be killed in body and soul. Second, I must request that you punish Bai Qi for his unfilial act of confusing the identities of our ancestors. Clearly, he has forgotten that his own surname is Bai, which is an act of complete unfaithfulness. Unfilial, unfaithful, and disrespectful people like him do not deserve to be members of the Bai clan. Bai Xiaochun's thunderous words left all members of the clan visibly shaken. To counterattack by calling for his enemies to be put to death according to clan rules was something that no one could ever have imagined would happen. No one could even react, and many clan members were so astonished they couldn't even think. To many of them, it was as if their entire world had suddenly been turned upside down. The representatives from the other two clans were deeply shaken, especially the one from the Kai clan, who seemed very displeased, and was staring at Bai Xiaochun with a very serious expression. Bai Xiaochun's intent was clear, and it was no underhanded scheme, it was an open attack. It was also an opportunity for all of the auxiliary bloodlines in the clan, something that the representatives from the other two clans, as well as the emissary from Giant Ghost City, took very seriously. The clan elders began to exchange glances. The internal affairs of the Bai clan had already been rocky, and now, the auxiliary bloodlines suddenly had a golden opportunity. Even as everyone pondered the situation, Madame Kai saw Bai Qi cough up blood, and suddenly went even more crazy. "Are you looking to die, you little son of a bitch? Men, kill him immediately." In her rage, Madame Kai even flew up into the air, as if to attack Bai Xiaochun herself. As she did, the eyes of the clan elders glittered even more brightly as they prepared to jump up and start fighting. However, that was when the clan chief suddenly slapped his hand down onto the table in front of him. A huge boom echoed out as the table exploded and transformed into nothing more than ash. "Shut your mouth!" he roared. Waving his sleeve, he sent a burst of power slamming into Madame Kai, causing blood to spray out of her mouth as she tumbled out of the air. "Take her into custody," he continued through gritted teeth. Immediately, several clan guards hurried forward and dragged Madame Kai away. The clan chief did nothing to disguise the killing intent in his eyes as he glared at Bai Xiaochun. "Happy now?" Bai Xiaochun glanced at Madame Kai being dragged away, then turned back to the glowering clan chief. Clearly not willing to back down, he clasped hands and said, "Young Bai Qi must be punished for his unfilial, unfaithful, and disrespectful actions." "Enough!" the clan chief shouted. This was his first time ever experiencing anything like this during his time as clan chief. The feeling of being forced into action was infuriating, and made him want to kill Bai Hao more than ever. In fact, were it not for the fact that he feared the auxiliary bloodlines, he would likely have killed him on the spot. "If you want him dead, then kill him yourself in the ancestral land." Bai Xiaochun didn't say anything in response, but inwardly, was chuckling coldly. Bai Qi glared angrily at Bai Xiaochun, but was clearly afraid of provoking him into further speech. Considering that his mother had been dragged off to be punished, and his father was enraged, all he could do was grit his teeth and swear an oath to kill Bai Hao in the ancestral land. Obviously, it was not appropriate to continue with the ceremony of ancestral sacrifices. "The ceremony is over," the clan chief said with the flick of a sleeve. However, it was at that point that the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice, whose eyes had been flickering with the glow of augury up to this point, suddenly looked over at Bai Xiaochun and said, "Wait a moment. Bai Hao, please continue with your explanation. How did you come up with the idea that a 30-fold spirit enhancement would create a new world?" His expression was sincere, and his words were uttered with calm warmth. Apparently, he didn't care at all that there had been some tension between Bai Hao and the clan chief just now. The truth was that as the Grand Elder of the Hall of Justice, the only people in the clan who could cause any problems for him were the Patriarch and the Grand Elder from the Hall of Corrections. As for the clan chief, he didn't care about him at all. The clan chief's expression couldn't have been more unsightly. He would never be able to forget everything which had occurred this day. However, he couldn't afford to provoke the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice, and was therefore forced to sit there, wallowing in his rage. From the way he gritted his teeth and glared at Bai Hao, it was obvious to everyone how he felt about him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598, Preaching Ignorantly of the Tao. Chapter 598, Preaching Ignorantly of the Tao. Xiaochun was a bit taken aback. However, the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice had spoken with warm sincerity, and seemed to be thirsting for knowledge. Apparently, he had no ill intent at all, and really wanted to know about the secrets of 30-fold spirit enhancements. Xiaochun didn't say anything at first. Instead, he scrambled for a way to build on the incredible foundation he had already prepared. There had to be a way to show off a bit more, to build on the high profile he had already created, to the point where everyone would prostrate themselves in worship and admiration. Of course, no one could tell from the look on his face that he was thinking about that. As for the Grand Elder, he simply waited in quiet anticipation. Before Xiaochun had provided his answer, most people in the clan had viewed him with scorn. But now, none of them dared to think in such a way. His explanation about the feather becoming a world had moved all of them. Then, his sharp tongue had forced the clan chief to take his own wife into custody. Bai Qi had come close to either being expelled from the clan or executed. Because of all of that, Bai Hao seemed like a completely different person than the one they remembered. Plus, they could all see that the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice approved of him. With every moment that passed, Bai Hao's place in their hearts grew. The fifth young lady was looking at him with a curious gleam in her eyes. Of course, because of the drastic change in Bai Hao that had just been revealed, it occurred to her that he might be an imposter. In fact, she wasn't the only one to have such thoughts. The clan elders were also thinking the same thing. It was the same with the clan chief, who even secretly checked the clan's defensive spell formation to determine whether this was really Bai Hao or not. The clan spell formation could perform deep analyses of the blood of anyone in the clan, and therefore, if this person was not Bai Hao, but someone else who had secretly entered the clan by some unknown means, it would be able to detect it. Everyone in the clan knew that, including the fifth young lady. Therefore, she put such thoughts of imposters out of her mind, and continued to wait in anticipation for further explanation from Bai Hao. It was the same with Bai Lei, who by now was fully convinced that he had simply overlooked Bai Hao in the past, and that his sudden rise to prominence was a good thing. Not everyone in the clan was happy, though. The hearts of all the direct bloodline descendants seethed with venomous hatred, although they didn't dare to reveal that in their facial expressions. After all, Bai Hao's actions hadn't just humiliated Bai Qi and Madame Kai, they had humiliated the entire direct bloodline. In fact, as far as they were concerned, because Bai Hao was also part of the direct bloodline, he was a traitor, but... After enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, Xiaochun looked up, his eyes glittering. Facing the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice, he clasped hands and bowed. The Grand Elder's expression brightened, and he sat there patiently, waiting to hear what was about to be said. It was the same with the other clan elders, all of whom had very somber expressions on their faces. "Allow me to answer your question, Grand Elder. My speculations regarding 30-fold spirit enhancements were rather arbitrary. The thing is, Junior is a rather lonely person, with no brothers or sisters, nor any friends. Oftentimes, I sit alone and daydream about the world around me, feeling alone, as though I am the only person left alive in the entire world. Perhaps that feeling of loneliness is what makes me dream of having wings, and of flying off into the distance." As he spoke, his voice slowly grew more and more hoarse, as though he were immersing himself in memories of his youth. Most clan members knew a bit about Bai Hao's situation, and when they heard his words, they could easily imagine a lonely young boy sitting there looking up into the sky and daydreaming about the world. Many of the clan elders seemed moved. As for the fifth young lady, she wasn't sure why, but she suddenly felt very melancholy. Xiaochun was pleased to see this reaction. During the time he had spent thinking moments ago, he had considered long and hard how to give an answer that would shock and move everyone present. Although Xiaochun didn't view himself as someone who was adept at bragging and impressing people, he could at least leave them feeling somewhat moved. As he continued to speak, his voice floated in the wind, almost as if they had originated in his youth, and had drifted through the streams of time into the present. I often wonder about the shape of the world itself, and how we came to exist in it. Why are there souls, and why is there multicolored flame? Why is there such a thing as spirit enhancement? I often wonder if there really are immortals in the world. And I wonder how people learn to practice cultivation. I often wonder about the sky, which is so vast. Is there something else beyond it? Is there another world out there? If there is, what does it look like? Although he spoke in little more than a murmur, everyone could hear him clearly. The entire area was completely quiet, and everyone was immersed in his words. The clan elders were holding their breaths, all of them struck with the realization that they had mistakenly overlooked Bai Hao in the past. That was especially true of the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice. His expression flickered through numerous emotions as he thought back to what Bai Hao had been like as a youth. Considering the words he was speaking now, he could almost see what he was describing. Are there people in that world beyond ours? If there are, what do we look like to them? Question mark. Bai Xiaochun's eyes gazed softly into nowhere as he continued to speak. For all we know, the place we live in is actually an object that some almighty being performed a 30-fold spirit enhancement on, turning it into a world. As his words echoed out, the sounds of gasps could be heard among the audience. Can anyone explain why we even know about spirit enhancements to begin with? Can anyone explain where the practice of performing spirit enhancements came from? After a dramatic pause, he concluded, and that is my explanation. Once again, he clasped hands to the Grand Elder, and then stood there silently. Inwardly, he felt completely pleased. Even he wasn't quite sure of the exact meaning of the words he had uttered. He had spent most of his time earlier trying to come up with some things that sounded incredibly profound and mysterious. Although he didn't understand what he had just said, he was sure that it was enough to startle everyone. The more enigmatic his words sounded, the more profound mysteries of the Tao they seemed to contain, the better. At the moment, although he seemed completely calm, he was actually surreptitiously looking around, hoping to see a positive reaction. At the moment, silence reigned. Everyone was staring blankly at him, including the Grand Elder, whose heart was teetering in shock. Bai Xiaochun could imagine how incredible he seemed, and could almost see the gears turning in their heads as they realized why he had come up with his answer of the feather becoming a world. No one could recover from their shock immediately. It was only after about 10 breaths of time passed that people began to gasp and utter various exclamations. There's another world beyond ours. What if we really live in some magical item that an almighty being performed a 30-fold spirit enhancement on? Heavens! Isn't there a story about how the first-generation Archemperor created heaven and earth, and then died in battle to protect it for his people? The fifth young lady and Bai Lei were shaking visibly. The more deeply they thought about the words Bai Xiaochun had just uttered, the more mysterious and profound they seemed. After hearing the cries of shock, Bai Xiaochun finally calmed down. His goal of leaving everyone shaken had been met. To his pleasure, the clan elders were looking at him with shining eyes. As for the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice, he rose to his feet, threw his head back and laughed at the top of his lungs. Excellent! 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 Normally speaking, the Grand Elder was a very somber person who did little more than nod his head in acknowledgement to people. In fact, he had only said the word excellent once to Bai Qi. But now, he said it 3 times. Furthermore, the excitement on his face showed how much he approved of Bai Hao. As for Bai Qi, when he saw all of these things, he felt like he was being stabbed in the heart. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and his hands clenched tightly into fists. Snarling, his killing intent grew even more intense, and he thought, after I get the Deva soul in the ancestral land, I'm definitely going to kill you. As for the clan chief, it was with mixed emotions that he looked at Bai Xiaochun. However, that only lasted for a moment before he cleared his heart and filled it with only icy coldness. Just blame the fact that you're a bastard, he murmured in his heart. Your mother was scum, and therefore you are destined to be scum. You refuse to submit, and constantly fight back. That's why you deserve the same fate as your mother, death. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599, The Ancestral Land Opens. Chapter 599, The Ancestral Land Opens. Among all the answers I have heard today, your answer is the most difficult to analyze and assess. It is also the answer that I find most pleasing. Well done, Bai Hao, very well done. From the delighted laughter that echoed out of the Grand Elder's mouth, everyone present could tell how much he approved of Bai Hao. From now on, Bai Hao would obviously have a much different standing than before. Bai Qi could only grit his teeth, and as for the clan chief, his expression turned grimmer and grimmer. Various thoughts existed within the hearts of all the clan members as the Grand Elder swished his sleeve and said, Bai Hao, I have an official residence that, while not the best place to practice the necromantic arts, is still quite satisfactory. I hereby bequeath that residence to you for use in your cultivation. I hope that you can progress to the core formation stage quickly. The Grand Elder was actually a bit disappointed by the fact that Bai Hao was not yet in the core formation stage. If he were, even if it was the early stage, he would officially take him under his wing, regardless of how much the clan chief objected. Unfortunately, Bai Hao's cultivation base was only an early foundation establishment, which was too weak. Therefore, he gifted him with an official residence, which would not only sow goodwill with him, but would also help him probe the clan chief's intentions. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, and then looked up and thought. As far as he was concerned, an official residence wouldn't really do him any good, and in fact, he was even considering simply asking for some vengeful souls as compensation instead. However, it was at that point that the clan chief spoke out in an icy voice. That would be far too much of an imposition, Grand Elder. I can obviously provide for this son of mine on my own. He spoke with decisiveness that could sever nails and chop iron, his voice filled with discontent and anger that sent the Grand Elder into silence. Obviously, there was little he could say on the subject. Bai Xiaochun clasped hands and said, Many thanks, Grand Elder. Then he cast a glance at the clan chief. Just can't bear to see anything go Bai Hao's way, he thought with a cold chuckle. Well, I didn't want that official residence anyway. I want a Deva soul. When the ancestral land gets open tomorrow, you can just sit there and watch me take your clan's Deva soul away from right under your nose. The ceremony is concluded, the clan chief said loudly. As far as he was concerned, this ancestral sacrifice ceremony made him feel like he'd swallowed a mosquito. Waving his sleeve, he transformed into a beam of light that shot off into the distance. The Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice watched him leave, then sighed inwardly. Bai Hao had a precarious position in the clan, which was quite a pity. Looking over at him, he gave an encouraging nod. Since your father has other plans, Bai Hao, I won't interfere. However, if you ever have any questions about cultivation, you can come to me any time to get some advice. With that, the Grand Elder left, as did the other clan elders. Bai Xiaochun watched them leave. So far, the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice was one of the few people in the clan who he actually had a good impression of. He knows that Bai Hao is a bastard son, and that his father doesn't like him. Despite that, he still expressed his goodwill. Clearly, he's offering Bai Hao a bit of protection. Well, in that case, I should represent Bai Hao to take advantage of that protection. Now that the ceremony was over, Bai Xiaochun left. His arrival had been ignored by everyone, but his departure was the exact opposite. As of this point, everyone was paying attention to him. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't care. His time dealing with all this pressure in the Bai clan was coming to an end. Tomorrow is when everything will be made clear. With that, he flew beneath the evening sky all the way back to the North District. Virtually no one in the Bai clan was able to sleep soundly that night. Bai Hao's sudden rise to prominence had them all feeling completely shaken. Bai Qi's fury, Madame Kai's mad screams, the clan chief's grim silence, These were images that would forever be imprinted on the hearts of all members of the clan. Besides all that, the clan's ancestral land would be opened in the morning. Those who would be entering the ancestral land had one more night to prepare. Even the fifth young lady, who didn't particularly want to join the competition, sat in meditation to get herself into top condition. After all, in addition to the Deva soul, there would be other rewards available, some of which would be of particular use to her. Obviously, Bai Lei was aiming for the Deva soul. Bai Qi was his direct competitor, and although he knew it wasn't likely that he would succeed, he was still itching to give it a shot. And then there was Bai Qi. He planned to take all of the rage which had built up in his heart and vent it by killing Bai Hao in the ancestral land. He spent the entire night on breathing exercises, getting himself in the optimal condition to fight. The ancestral land is going to be your graveyard. Even if you beg to be exempt from going in, I'll make sure you have no choice in the matter. I'll drag you in myself if I have to. While everyone else in the Bai clan made their final preparations, Bai Xiaochun took advantage of the darkness of night and the powers of his mask to slip undetected through the clan and plant murder soul spikes in numerous locations. He had long since scouted out the clan and picked which locations were optimal to sabotage. Now, on the final night before the opening of the ancestral land, he carried out his plan. Of course, all he did was put the murder soul spikes in place. His plan was to wait until the right moment, and then detonate all of them simultaneously to completely shake the Bai clan's defensive spell formation. The night passed uneventfully. Eventually, it was the deepest part of the night, when dawn was just around the corner. At that point, Bai Xiaochun's eyes opened, and they glowed like blazing swords as he looked around at his hut. Although he hadn't been in the Bai clan for very long, after everything he had experienced, he had come to a very clear understanding of what Bai Hao's life had been like. "If your spirit is out there, Bai Hao," he murmured, "I hope you know about everything that's happened since your death. Perhaps you would even wish to put the people responsible to death. Well, although your master doesn't usually participate in fighting and killing, this time, that's exactly what I feel like doing. And I'm going to do it for you." Soon, bells tolled in the clan, indicating that the ancestral land was about to be opened. As the bells tolled 9 times, numerous clan members flew into the air and headed toward the stone gate outside the ancestral shrine hall in the central district. Bai Xiaochun joined them, and before long, he was standing there by the stone gate. The instant he showed up, many eyes turned in his direction. "I can't believe Bai Hao actually showed up. Couldn't he see yesterday that Bai Qi wants him dead? If I were him, I would definitely just give up on the opportunities of the ancestral land. Guess he's got a death wish, the overconfident little bastard. Poof. Well, he couldn't give up even if he wanted to." There were already a few hundred people gathered outside the ancestral shrine hall, most of them in the foundation establishment stage, with only a dozen or so being in core formation. All of them were engaged in hushed conversations. Bai Qi was there, and as soon as he saw Bai Xiaochun arrive, he looked over with cold eyes and open killing intent. The fifth young lady and Bai Lei were in the crowd as well, and seemed surprised that he had come. Bai Xiaochun pretended not to hear all the discussions around him, and seemed completely and utterly calm as he looked at the stone gate. A bit more time passed, and more people showed up, although most of them had come to observe, not participate. When they saw Bai Xiaochun standing there, more discussions broke out. The representatives from the 2 other clans and the emissary from Giant Ghost City were also there. Eventually, the Grand Elder from the Hall of Justice showed up, and when he saw Bai Xiaochun, his eyes widened, and then his face settled into a frown. Before the Grand Elder could say anything, though, the clan chief shot through the air and came to a stop in the air above the gate. Almost immediately, the discussions in the area ceased. So, the unfilial bastard showed up after all, he thought, looking down icily at Bai Xiaochun. Whenever the ancestral land was opened, all cultivators in foundation establishment and core formation were supposed to go in. However, anyone who didn't wish to could simply report in at the shrine hall, and would generally not be forced to enter. Actually, it was common for clan members to submit requests to be exempt from entering the ancestral land. Such requests were almost always granted. In fact, the clan chief had long since planned to approve of all such requests, with the exception of Bai Hao's. And yet, no such a request had ever come in. Although that had made his little plan somewhat pointless, the fact that Bai Hao was here waiting left him chuckling coldly in his heart. So, looking to die, huh? Well, then at least I don't have to put family interests aside and kill you myself. Turning his attention to the stone gate, he performed an incantation gesture and then waved his finger. That in turn touched the clan's spell formation, which caused the stone gate to begin shining with brilliant light. Gradually, it was possible to see a passageway opening up. An ancient aura escaped, causing a powerful wind to sweep across everything in the area. The ancestral land is officially opened, the clan chief said somberly. After everyone has entered, the gate will close of its own accord, and will only open after someone acquires the Deva soul. Once you enter, your own destinies will determine what good fortune you acquire. The ancestral land is not free from danger, it is a trial by fire, and throughout the years, fatalities have been known to occur, as all of you know. Now, enter the ancestral land. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 600, Deva Soul. Chapter 600, Deva Soul. To open the Bai clan ancestral land from the outside required major preparations over a long period of time. Furthermore, it necessitated a vast expenditure of resources. Therefore, the entrance would only be left open for a short period of time, then closed again. Only after someone acquired the Deva soul inside would they be able to use its power to open the ancestral land again, this time from the inside. Doing that wouldn't negatively affect the Deva soul in any way. Because of how the area could be sealed in this way, the so-called ancestral land also served as an arcane pocket realm that was perfect for preserving soul bodies. As soon as the clan chief officially declared the ancestral land to be open, Bai Qi sped into motion toward the stone gate, surrounded by dozens of his relatives from the direct bloodline. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered, and he took a deep breath to suppress his excitement. As he well knew, he would only have one chance to pull off his plan. If it works, I'll get a Deva soul, and also get revenge for Bai Hao. Gritting his teeth, he flew toward the opening in the stone gate. Rumbling sounds echoed out as hundreds more clan members did the same thing. Then, the stone gate slowly closed. As it did, the gate twisted and distorted, after which a shimmering screen appeared above it, which offered a view of the ancestral land itself. Clearly visible was a towering mountain peak, the summit of which was surrounded by a majestic halo. Furthermore, it was possible to make out an altar at the summit, upon which was the Deva soul. The halo was actually being manifested by the Deva soul itself. There were other areas on the mountain that had smaller halos of various size, each of which represented a place for the clan members to acquire good fortune. There were magical items, soul bodies, techniques, and other resources. All of them were there for the taking by anyone who had the skill, power, and luck to do so. Of course, the higher one went on the mountain, the more intense and colorful the halos became, indicating the higher quality of the good fortune available. The screen above the stone gate was already quite the focus of attention among the clan members on the outside, and currently depicted numerous figures being teleported into the ancestral land. Bai Xiaochun's vision blurred, and intense rumbling sounds filled his ears. When the teleportation ended and everything went back to normal, he found himself standing on a jagged rock outcropping. The sky above him was violet, and the lands which stretched out in all directions were pitch black. There was also a red sun, whose light made the entire world seem as hazy as dusk. He could see the towering mountain and the halos on it. The enormous height of the thing was so shocking he felt like it was weighing down on his heart. He had done a bit of research and asking around beforehand, so he knew that the ancestral land consisted of this enormous ancestral mountain. However, to see it with his own eyes was different. It seems incongruous with the heaven and earth on the outside, as if the mountain came from somewhere else. In fact, it was to Bai Xiaochun's surprise that he realized this mountain seemed very similar to the fallen sword world. Supposedly, that sword had fallen from the beyond. He studied the mountain quickly, his eyes eventually coming to rest on the halo at the summit and the altar within it. When he opened his heaven-span Dharma eye to get a closer look at it, he could see that floating right there atop the altar was the Deva soul. It looked like a clump of sandy soil, indicating that it was an earth-type Deva soul. What if I just went over there right now? Heart pounding with eagerness, he studied the situation for a bit longer, then discarded the idea. Although no one else would be able to tell, with his heaven-span Dharma eye, he could see that the altar was protected by a powerful restrictive spell. There was a blood chi within that spell formation that ensured that only people with the blood of the Bai clan would be able to pass through it. Furthermore, it was also obvious that one needed especially pure and strong clan blood. Once I make my move, time will become very limited. The best thing to do is to wait for someone else to break through the restrictive spell and get the Deva soul. Then, I can just take it away from them. As Bai Xiaochun stood there sizing up the ancestral land, the rumble of teleportations could be heard in other areas as various Bai clan cultivators entered the ancestral land. There were hundreds of them, and at the moment, most people were looking up at the countless halos on the mountain, their faces filled with anticipation. Bai Xiaochun looked around thoughtfully as the teleportations proceeded, and eventually, the entrance closed. From that point on, it would require the power of the Deva soul to get out. For the land to be opened again from the outside would require a lot of time and effort. Well, that's good, he thought. Things are going pretty much as I'd expected. The entrance being closed will actually be a big help to me. Based on what I learned earlier about the ancestral land, it's safe to assume that everyone else in the clan is observing what's happening inside. They should be able to see everything through that stone gate. Well, that's fine. I guess I'll have a good audience when I make my move, so I might as well put on a good show. Even as he made up his mind about how to proceed, he sensed something, and turned to find Bai Qi and a large group of direct bloodline cultivators looking over at him with killing intent in their eyes. Although it made him a bit nervous, he was also at the point where he didn't care much about trying to keep up appearances. Seeing that Bai Qi was glaring at him, he frowned and glared back. The cold malice flickering in Bai Qi's eyes was impossible to hide, and he almost looked like he was about to fly over and attack. However, one of his relatives leaned over and whispered something to him, causing him to laugh coldly. That's right. The most important thing is getting that Deva soul. With it, I will control the exit from this place, and can prevent Bai Hao from getting away. He definitely won't be escaping with his life. Bai Qi knew that this entire event was being held for him, and therefore, he didn't want to concern himself with trivial matters before getting the Deva soul. Taking a deep breath, he turned and headed toward the mountain, his relatives in tow. The rest of the clan members did the same, either alone, or in groups of between 3 to 5. When Bai Qi looked away, Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly, musing about how he had never been bested in a staring contest for his entire life. Lots of people have glared at me in my life, Bai Qi. You think I care if you join the club, Proudly clasping his hands behind his back, he prepared to head toward the mountain when suddenly, the voice of a young woman could be heard behind him. Bai Hao. This mountain is a mighty and dangerous place. Some areas are especially perilous. Although most members of the clan won't find them too unsafe, for people in early foundation establishment, they could be deadly. Even I anticipate encountering some difficulties if I proceed alone. What do you say we team up? The person speaking was the 5th young lady, her voice soft and her gaze warm as she looked at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun stopped in place and looked back at her. Not only had she helped him in a difficult situation when he first came to the clan, but he remembered how kindly she had looked at him during the ceremony the previous day. Clearly, she was interested in helping him out, and yet had vaguely worded her statement to save face, even making it seem as if she considered them both to be members of the same bloodline. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment. He was grateful for her good intentions, but at the same time, had his own plans that wouldn't be made any easier by having another person tagging along. Even as he pondered how to answer her, booming laughter could suddenly be heard, which belonged to none other than Bai Lei. Striding forward, he looked Bai Xiaochun up and down with sincerity glowing in his eyes. "How nice of you to help out junior brother Hao, fifth junior sister. Well, I guess I might as well join you. What do you say to a team of 3, Bai Hao?" The fifth young lady smiled charmingly and replied, "It would naturally be wonderful to have you along, third brother. But isn't your goal that Deva soul?" Bai Lei sighed. "Forget about that Deva soul. That matter has already been settled behind closed doors. The rest of us are just here for show." The previous night, he had been very excited about going into the ancestral land. However, in the morning, he had received a message from one of his bloodline's elders, telling him that the Deva soul was to go to Bai Qi to help him reach the nascent soul stage. Bai Qi would subsequently begin performing spirit enhancements on his nascent soul to put him in the running to become the successor of the Hell Emperor. In the end, he hadn't quite been willing to accept that fact, but really had no choice but to do so, leaving him feeling more than a bit down. In some ways, that was a better thing for him. After all, performing 5 spirit enhancements on one's own nascent soul was very dangerous. Bai Qi was willing to take that risk, but Bai Lei wasn't, so in the end, he had simply given in. Thankfully, the clan had also given him some special compensation to make things fair. Considering that both Bai Lei and the fifth young lady were trying to persuade him, Bai Xiaochun couldn't object. The fifth young lady obviously liked him and wanted to help him, although he couldn't quite be sure of Bai Lei's motivations. In fact, it seemed likely that he wanted to make friends because it would be useful in his own competition with Bai Qi. Whatever, he thought. I need to give Bai Qi some time to get that Deva soul anyway. I might as well repay the fifth young lady for her kindness. Smiling, he nodded in agreement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.